Chapter 3189. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The infant corpse general. At that moment, all the treasures and primordial inheritance that Yi Xian's original body had obtained entered his consciousness and manifested as inheritance phantoms. Like a gathering of wind and clouds, the entire consciousness bloomed with boundless brilliance. The aura was extremely fierce, and the primordial aura was so thick that it was almost tangible. Screech! Another vicious howl that caused the heavens and earth to tremble rang out. At the top of the sea of consciousness, a dim light burst out, revealing a ferocious infant corpse. Its head was actually held in his arms, and it had been tightly closed all this time. The headless infant corpse had arrived. Following the arrival of the infant corpse body, the originally clamorous sea of consciousness had completely quietened down. Even the surging waves of the sea of consciousness had quietened down, and there was no longer the slightest fluctuation. Regardless of whether it was the demonic dragon phantom, the primordial Xianxia phantom that exuded an incomparably sharp aura, or the giant void tortoise floating in the consciousness, all of them retracted their auras and quietly looked at the headless infant corpse that had appeared at the top of the consciousness. Even the Thunder Emperor seal and the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance, which occupied the central domain of the sea of consciousness together with the infant corpse, tacitly retreated to the edge of the central domain even though they were right above the infant corpse to begin with. They quietly spun around. The infant corpse had just appeared, and all living things had submitted. Even the primordial inheritance pagoda and the Rai-D seal didn't dare show any disrespect and took the initiative to retreat. At that moment, the innate primordial spirit that had just been born from the primordial spirit mutated fruit was still sitting cross-legged in a corner of the consciousness with its eyes closed. It was in the inner circle, forming a triangle with the primordial inheritance pagoda and the Rai-D seal. At the outer circle were the void essence crystal, the spirit source core, the black gold dragon scale, the small golden bow, and the bloodline inheritance phantoms that appeared behind them. Of course, there were also the weeping soul bloodhorn and the demonic dragon phantom that were branded with the corpse lantern tattoo, indicating that they had been refined and subdued by the headless infant corpse. All of these formed the outer circle of the consciousness outside the inner circle of the triangle. At the top of all these was the headless infant corpse. At that moment, the ferocious head in its arms suddenly opened its eyes. Two dim lights shot out from the headless infant corpse's eyes and rushed toward the weeping soul bloodhorn and the demonic dragon phantom that had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Screech! Roar! A dragon phantom pagoda roar sounded at the same time. The demonic dragon phantom dragon phantom dragon phantom dragon phantom. The weeping soul bloodhorn then turned phantom dragon phantom dragon phantom dragon phantom bloodhorn turned phantom dragon phantom corpse, and disappeared. The headless primordial corpse general was the headless infant corpse generals. Was the Yi was headless corpse general. Was head. After the headless infant corpse was awakened, its eyes immediately opened again. This time, two streaks of ghostly light shot out and landed on the void essence crystal suspended above the knowledge sea. Buzz! With a violent buzzing sound, the void ladle, which had 1 large and 9 small golden horns, turned into a streak of black light and entered the inner circle of innate nascent divinities as well. Then, 2 ghostly lights shot out from the headless corpse lamp's bloody eyes. This time, they rushed to the Tower of the Remote Antiquity, which was hanging in the inner circle of the Sea of Consciousness. This time, the Tower of Desolation's legacy was slightly delayed for half a second, but in the end, it did not resist at all. It turned into a gray ray of chaotic light and rushed into the innate Yuan Shin. From then on, there were already a few treasures, skills, and ancient phantoms that had entered his innate Yuan Shen: the Tower of Desolate Ancient Heritage, the Revered Ladle, the Demon Dragon, and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. At this point, the selection of the headless corpse seemed to have come to an end. After his figure suddenly flashed, he directly disappeared from the top of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, completely disappearing. In the next instant, the cultivation waves in his Sea of Consciousness began to gently surge again, and the huge void tortoise slowly sank into the depths of the Sea of Cultivation. The Rai-D seal, which had retreated to the edge of the inner window, moved again and hovered in the center of the Sea of Consciousness alone. Apart from the innate nascent divinities that were floating in the inner circle, there were 4 treasures and inheritance marks. They were the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the black gold dragon scale, and the small golden bow that had been handed over to Yi Xian. Then, as the headless corpse left, the waterfall of spirit power in the spirit source core disappeared. The void essence crystal, which had a strong aura, also returned to its original state. The faint shadow of the desolate ancient Xianxia on the skyfall bow disappeared as well. The shadow of the divine dragon covered in countless black gold scales, which represented the black gold dragon scales variant bloodline, also disappeared in an instant. The sea of consciousness of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness regained its tranquility once again. The Rai Di seal hovering in the center of the sea of consciousness also silently rotated slowly. Only the 3-inch-tall innate nascent divinity that was sitting cross-legged on the side opened its eyes at this moment. At the same time, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity, which was in the clone's treasure body, seemed to have sensed something and withdrew from this state of introspection. Previously, although his original nascent divinity consciousness could not directly enter his original physical body to see what was happening in his sea of consciousness, he could vaguely feel all kinds of throbbing in his original body's sea of consciousness. This made Yi Xian feel apprehensive as he tried to guess what was happening in there. But now, after feeling the throbbing calmness, the energy that was pouring in from the clone's treasure body also disappeared. Yi Xian's original nascent divinity immediately withdrew from this state of introspection and sat cross-legged in the middle of the void-killing array and opened his eyes. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian's original physical body, which was left in the clone's treasure body, was summoned out. It was still sitting cross-legged in the state of cultivation with its eyes closed tightly. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity rushed out of the clone's treasure body. As the clone's treasure body closed its eyes, the scene looked extremely strange from the outside. Two identical Yi Xians sat cross-legged in the void about 10 feet apart. Both of them had their eyes closed tightly, like a pair of twins who were cultivating. In the next moment, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity rushed directly into the head of the original physical body. Without any delay, it went straight to the original body's sea of consciousness. The moment it rushed into the sea of consciousness, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt a sense of telepathy. He subconsciously looked at the corner of the sea of consciousness, and just happened to meet the innate nascent divinity's eyes. In less than half an instant, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity had received a huge amount of information. Everything that happened in the original body's sea of consciousness appeared directly in his mind, which made Yi Xian extremely shocked. The original nascent divinity opened its mouth slightly. Obviously, it was shocked. Innate nascent divinity, was it born so quickly? Then so many strange things happened. The mysterious headless infant's corpse came to the sea of consciousness and started a battle? Chapter 3190. Benzin Gene Black Hole. Although the innate primordial spirit prepared for the devouring avatar had been successfully nurtured, he had yet to complete the fusion with the devouring avatar. He still needed to refine it. Therefore, after Yi Xian's primordial spirit recovered from the extreme shock, he immediately started a short communication with the innate primordial spirit. He asked the innate primordial spirit to go to the innate primordial spirit to refine the innate primordial spirit as soon as possible so that he could completely control the innate primordial spirit. At that time, Yi Xian's doppelganger, be it the treasure body or the primordial spirit, would have innate attributes and would be complete. Only the innate treasure body would have some flaws that needed to be repaired. With the fusion of the two, his future was destined to be limitless. At this moment, he felt very mysterious. It was as if he had another version of himself. Although it was called communication, there was no need for words. Whatever Yi Xian's original body thought of, the innate primordial spirit would immediately know. This was truly multitasking. They were independent of each other, yet there was an invisible line that connected the two soul cores, and it felt extremely profound. The innate Yuan Shen immediately left the spiritual sea of the original body and rushed out from the top of the original body's head. It entered the devouring treasure on the opposite side and began to refine and merge with it. Due to his familiarity with the process, there was clearly no suspense in the process. In fact, it was extremely fast. Yi Xian's primordial spirit was not worried at all. He had already put aside the matter on the other side and devoted himself to the study of his primordial spirit. Previously, when Yi Xian's primordial spirit left his body and entered the devouring treasure body, his primordial spirit threw his primordial spirit into the devouring treasure body for nourishment. His primordial spirit's primordial spirit was at the 6th great realm, the 7th level of the nebula realm. At this moment, his original primordial spirit had returned. Although it hadn't merged with his original body and was sitting in his sea of consciousness, it had already sensed the difference in his original body. Compared to before, it was clearly much stronger. On one hand, it was because it was being nurtured in the devouring treasured body. At the same time, it was because the devouring treasure body had used the devouring innate skill to absorb a large amount of energy, and a part of it was being's primordial spirit. Yi Xian could clearly feel that his primordial spirit was the primordial spirit. Primordial spirit. With the primordial spirit, the primordial spirit. The primordial spirits primordial void insight. Primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Was he going to experience another explosive increase in his cultivation? Previously, his original body was already at the 7th level of the Nebula realm, which belonged to the late stage of this realm. Could it be that this time, he was going to rush to the 7th level of the Galaxy realm in one go? With this kind of exciting anticipation, Yi Xian's primordial spirit began to merge with his primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit merged with his primordial spirit, it was equivalent to the primordial spirit of his primordial spirit returning. In this way, Yi Xian's primordial spirit, which had been sitting in the treasured body's primordial spirit, would bring various benefits such as baptism to his primordial spirit when the treasured body's primordial spirit skyrocketed. All these benefits would turn into substantial gains one after another. Once again, it would drive Yi Xian's primordial spirit to increase his primordial spirit's cultivation. In other words, Yi Xian's primordial spirit would have two opportunities to increase his primordial spirit's cultivation. One was the improvement of his primordial spirit's primordial spirit, and the other was the effect of the primordial spirit's return to his primordial spirit's primordial spirit. Under the influence of these two factors, it might not be as simple as just breaking through to primordial spirit's primordial spirit. It might even be possible to break through to primordial spirit's primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing became heavier. The surprise was too great, and he couldn't stay calm. Very soon, the primordial spirit of the original body completed the integration and control of the original body's sea of consciousness. The original body's primordial spirit returned. In the next instant, the familiar sound of system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Although he was already mentally prepared, Yi Xian was still shocked. The notifications rang out one after another. Was this the effect of his inner body and primordial spirit merging together to form a cultivation base increase? It was simply too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm. Nebula level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm. 9th order nebula peak. Ding! Congratulations host. The familiar system notifications rang out one after another, all of them reminding him that his cultivation base had broken through and leveled up. There was almost no gap between them. As soon as the first notification rang out, the next notification immediately rang out. In the end, Yi Xian became numb. He felt that everything was too dreamy and unreal. Even in the mysterious starry sky, there shouldn't be anyone who could use such a terrifying method to break through their cultivation base. It was too shocking. As the system notifications rang out in his mind one after another, Yi Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. Whether it was his primordial spirit or his physical body, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as dumb as a wooden chicken. He didn't know how much time had passed, but because Yi Xian's consciousness had fallen into a state of confusion, he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. It wasn't until the last system prompt sounded, which represented a boundary between realms. It could be said that when the two extremely sensitive words were captured by his consciousness, he felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. His entire body trembled slightly, and he finally returned to his senses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm. Black hole level 1. This was the last system notification. After it rang out, Yi Xian's mind completely quieted down. The long-awaited peace made him feel as if he was in a dream again. Black hole level 1? He had actually broken through to the 8th major realm, the black hole level? From nebula level 7 to black hole level 1, this was a total of 12 minor realms, including an entire major realm, which was the 7th major realm, the galaxy level. Yi Xian probably didn't stay in this major realm for more than a minute. If this matter were to spread, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. No matter how freakish or monstrous one was, it couldn't be to this extent, right? He had broken through the 7th major realm in less than a minute? These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. At first, he was stunned and then overjoyed. Black hole level. He had finally broken through to the black hole level. As the 8th major realm in the starry sky, the black hole level could be said to be a widely recognized cultivation base watershed. Before the black hole level, even the 7th major realm, the galaxy level 9, couldn't be considered a true starry sky master. Only by breaking through to the black hole level could one be considered a true starry sky master. And Yi Xian had finally reached this step. Moreover, he had done it in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it, it was simply amazing. Chapter 3191. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation reforged battle armor. At this point, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger had both leaped into the 8th great realm, the black hole realm. They could be considered true starry sky experts. Among them, the devouring doppelganger's cultivation had reached the 8th great realm, the great perfection of the rank 9 black hole realm. His original body had entered this great realm, the rank 1 black hole realm. However, in terms of overall combat strength, his original body, which had the headless infant's corpse and the Rai-D seal, was definitely more lethal than the devouring doppelganger. Even with the devouring doppelganger's terrifying devouring talent, the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, the demonic dragon's shadow, and the Void Ladle, the devouring doppelganger still could not shake his original body's combat strength. The headless infant's corpse alone was enough to suppress everything. After finishing this round of cultivation advancement, Yi Xian calmed his excitement and quickly opened his eyes. At this moment, he saw his devouring doppelganger, who was also sitting cross-legged in the void of the Great Killing Formation, opening its eyes slightly and meeting his gaze. It was obvious that during the period of time that his original body's cultivation had increased, the innate primordial spirit had already completed a perfect fusion with the innate treasure body. Yi Xian's first clone could be considered to have completely mastered it. This was not an ordinary doppelganger. Not only was this doppelganger's body an innate treasure body with a terrifying devouring talent, even the primordial spirit that had entered the doppelganger was complete and also belonged to the innate attribute. Even Yi Xian could not imagine how a complete primordial spirit of this level would develop after merging with the innate treasure body. He was full of anticipation. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, there were still problems that needed to be solved. First, there was the system's title exploration mission. Second, there was the problem of escaping from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates in the cultivation camp. Of course, the easiest and most direct way for Yi Xian to get out of here was to complete the system title quest. Once the exploration mission was completed, Yi Xian could leave immediately. The 6th palace of the 10 ultimates belonged to the human clan's cultivation camp. After all, this was still Universe 3. Yi Xian had already imprinted a set of interstellar coordinates in the Death Star vortex between the two camps in Universe 3. As long as this mission was completed, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability at any time and leave directly. He instantly appeared in the Death Star vortex from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. In addition, with the completion of the exploration mission, Yi Xian's system title would be upgraded from Level 3 Interstellar Explorer to Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder. Interstellar explorers would have the ability to jump between adjacent universes. Of course, there were two prerequisites. First, the two universes had to be connected by a natural wormhole, so they were considered to be adjacent universes. The second was that Yi Xian had to imprint a set of coordinates in the universe plane of the target beforehand. The black hole of life in the Devil's Star field in Universe 1 fulfilled both of these prerequisites. Before Universe 1 and Universe 3, there was a natural wormhole in the depths of the graveyard star field that connected them. They were indeed two adjacent universes. Yi Xian had also successfully imprinted a set of universal coordinates in Universe 1, which was inside the black hole of life. In other words, as long as this exploration mission was completed and his system title was upgraded to Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder, Yi Xian would have more than one destination to choose from when he performed a coordinate jump between universes. Apart from the Death Star vortex between the two major forces in Universe 3, he could even perform an ultimate jump between universes directly from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates of the cultivation camp to the black hole of life in Universe 1. Unfortunately, no matter how many options there were prerequisites. If he did not complete the system title quest this time, everything was just empty talk. Although there was nothing he could do about this, Yi Xian was actually looking forward to it. Even if he did not mention the system title quest, his interest in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates was definitely not small. It was rare for him to come here, so he had to gain something. Of course, this kind of inheritance was absolutely important to a sect. Although the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates was only one of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human cultivation camp, the fact that the sixth palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces had been able to stand tall for such a long time and always be ranked among the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human cultivation camp spoke volumes. His foundation was definitely not shallow. The so-called mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace must be extraordinary, even if one were to think with their heels. It just so happened that whether it was Huai Dongzi, Tian Chenzi, or the palace master of the sixth palace, Tian Chenzi, Yi Xian did not have a good impression of them. In fact, these guys were all scheming against him as soon as they met, including Tian Chenzi's ugly daughter. In Yi Xian's opinion, it was the same. Under such circumstances, if there was a chance to obtain the inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates and then refine it, Yi Xian would definitely be willing to do it. Even if there was no system title quest this time, he would still be willing to do it without the slightest bit of psychological pressure. However, not feeling pressure was one thing, but being able to do it was another. The biggest problem in front of him was that until now, Yi Xian was still completely confused about what the so-called inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates was. He had no idea at all what the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates inheritance was. However, 1 month later. No, it was already 25 days later. 5 days had passed since Yi Xian entered this killing formation of the void. According to his deduction, that old bastard Tian Chenzi would definitely make a big fuss about this so-called marriage alliance. Perhaps the news had already spread. This was an overt scheme. The other party planned to tie the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology faction to the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates worship. Even if it was only on the surface, it would be fine. After all, Prince Xian's current status was no small matter. If the marriage became a reality, what was done could not be undone. No matter how angry the immortal dynasty was, they could only hold their noses and swallow it. This concerned the face of the royal family. Some things on the table could not be ignored. In short, Yi Xian was clearly a valuable treasure in Tian Chenzi's eyes. As long as Yi Xian was trapped in the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates, he had a way to squeeze out all of Yi Xian's value bit by bit. Yi Xian originally did not fear him. It did not matter even if they fell out. With the headless infant corpse around, who would be afraid of who? However, the system title quest that he still had no clue about had become a binding spell over Yi Xian's head, binding him tightly. He could not even take a single step out of the great protective formation of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates. How could Yi Xian turn the situation around? Chapter 3192. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Indestructible glass armor. Clenching his fist tightly, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. For this, even if we have to directly shed all pretense of cordiality, we won't hesitate. However, before that, we still have to make some preparations and try our best to increase our ability to protect ourselves. After all, we can't leave the sect protecting formation. This restriction is too much of a headache. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the indestructible glass armor and the purple mecha. He was ready to fuse them for the 6th time. Yi Xian's 3 basic treasures were now all Starry Sky epic grade treasures. Among them, his personal battleship, the Dongshu shuttle, had been fused 6 times. The demonic blood star tear sword had been fused 5 times, and the indestructible glass armor had also been fused 5 times. Yi Xian had always been extremely cautious about the subsequent fusion of these 3 basic treasures. After all, regardless of whether they'd successfully fused 5 or 6 times, there was at least one thing that was the same, and that was that their quality was already at the Starry Sky epic rank. One more step and they would be Starry Sky epic grade treasures. Starry Sky epic grade treasures were not to be trifled with. They were man-made. Whether it was a technological treasure from the technological faction, a treasure from the cultivator faction, or a treasure from the other Federation races, as long as it was man-made, there was basically no one that could reach Starry Sky epic grade. Yi Xian only knew of one, which was the life fortress left behind by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. In fact, he had not seen many Starry Sky epic grade treasures that were born naturally. The Rai Di seal was one of them. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence that he would personally upgrade these 3 basic treasures that had followed him since he entered the Starry Sky environment to Starry Sky epic grade. He was still too weak now, and he had too few suitable resources at hand. If he became stronger in the future and had more treasures or materials of the same type that he could choose to fuse with, it might be possible. Therefore, ever since these three basic treasures had been fused 5 or 6 times and all of them had been raised to the epic rank of Starry Sky, Yi Xian no longer had any thoughts of fusing with them. Haste makes waste. It was fine as long as it was enough for now. After all, the next step would be to obtain a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure, which was no small matter. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. But now, facing such a helpless situation on the one hand, there was an 80% to 90% chance that they would fall out with the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates. On the other hand, they were limited by the requirements of the system's title mission and could not leave. They could only stay within the range of the 6th Palace's Great Protection Formation. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian had to do his best to raise his defense to the maximum. And the armor was his last layer of protection. If this was before Yi Xian had obtained this purple combat armor, he might not have even thought of gritting his teeth and giving it a try. The key was that in the Death Star Vortex, that Genesis Realm expert of the Heaven's Legacy race had appeared in this purple combat armor. The effect was simply too stunning. In the face of the invisible tearing force of the Devourer treasured body, even the Starry Sky Fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters collapsed instantly. Even Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, which was so far away, almost could not withstand it. However, this purple combat armor was not damaged at all, which was enough to show its quality. If venerated Void Ladle had not used its space bloodline divine ability to kill the expert of the Heaven's Legacy race inside the purple combat armor, this guy might not have been able to deal with it so easily. This level of combat armor, not to mention its attack power, was enough for Yi Xian to try fusing it with the indestructible glass armor again in terms of its sturdiness. Even if he could not upgrade the current Starry Sky Epic grade to the coveted Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade this time, as long as the fusion was successful, the indestructible glass armor's defensive properties would be greatly improved. There was no doubt about it. And this was the safeguard Yi Xian needed the most at the moment. Thoughts flew in Yi Xian's mind. After considering everything thoroughly, the last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared in an instant. At this moment, he had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to fuse the indestructible glass armor for the 6th time. He did not want to upgrade the grade. He only wanted the fusion to be successful. Fortunately, the fusion system had never disappointed him in this aspect. It had completed a total of 16 fusions for the 3 basic treasures, and all of them were successful. Thinking of this, the last bit of hesitation in Yi Xian's heart disappeared. He should have confidence in the Devourer system. With this thought in mind, he immediately ordered the Devourer system in his body to activate the supplementary fusion system immediately. At the same time, he directly took out the indestructible glass armor and the purple combat armor that was as tall as a small hill from the undying world in his body and threw them to the Devourer system. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A treasure that can be fused has been discovered. Indestructible glass armor. Starry Sky Epic grade. Completed 5 fusions. Purple Chong combat armor. Starry Sky Epic grade. Quality perfect. Do you want to fuse it immediately? Yi Xian's eyes lit up in an instant. Purple Chong combat armor? The name was quite good, revealing an iron-blooded aura. In addition, this combat armor produced by the Tianji clan was also of the Starry Sky Epic grade, which surprised even Yi Xian. After all, this combat armor was a purely man-made treasure. Moreover, it was not a refining treasure in the category of cultivators, but a technological heavy armor produced by the Tianji clan. Before this, Yi Xian's estimation of its grade was only of the Starry Sky Epic grade. He did not expect it to be a grade higher. It must be because the various materials used to forge this combat armor were extremely rare. The higher-ups of the Tianji clan must have spent a lot of effort to forge this purple Chong combat armor. Not to mention other things. Just the fact that it was of the Starry Sky Epic grade and the quality was perfect meant that this purple Chong combat armor was absolutely qualified to be fused with Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. These were 2 rare Starry Sky Epic grade treasures, and they belonged to the same category. Once they were successfully fused, there might be a surprise. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing could not help but quicken. He immediately ordered the system to fuse immediately. At the same time, he took out a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in his body. To ensure the success of the fusion, this time, he even threw in a level 99 colored star core. With such a big investment, the final result was obviously not going to be too big of a surprise. After waiting anxiously for 3 whole days, Just as Yi Xian was about to lose his patience, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fusion is successful. Treasure obtained. Indestructible glass armor. Grade. Quasi-starry sky treasure. Rarity. Perfect. Indestructible glass armor? Its grade is actually a quasi-starry sky treasure? Chapter 3193. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Life Fortress. Before this, Yi Xian's battle armor had been called the Indestructible Glass Armor after the 5th successful fusion. But now, after adding the Purple Chong battle armor, the Tianji race's technological treasure of the same grade, and successfully completing the 6th fusion, the name of the battle armor had changed slightly. The difference of one word had changed from the previous Indestructible Glass Armor to the current Indestructible Glass Armor. Armor and armor. Although the meaning was roughly the same, if the latter was understood as the armor of a battle armor, then the meaning was completely different. Before this, it was merely a defensive treasure armor, but now, after being called armor, the battle armor of a battle armor, this treasure armor not only had defensive capabilities, but also offensive capabilities. After all, the Purple Chong battle armor used for the fusion was originally a battle armor that could shoot small death ray cannons. These attributes had obviously been inherited by Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, causing it to be reborn. This could be seen from the fact that its grade had been upgraded from the epic star grade to the current quasi-star grade. In fact, even without considering this point, just looking at the appearance of this indestructible glass armor was enough to analyze its huge changes and attribute increase. The indestructible glass armor before was just a mighty battle armor, but now, after fusing with the Tianji race's technological treasure, the indestructible glass armor had clearly become a strange existence that was somewhere between a battle armor and a battle armor. Its entire body was purple, and its shape basically followed the bold streamlined style of the indestructible glass armor, but its size had increased by a large margin. Although it was not as terrifying as the Purple Chong battle armor's original height of 10 zhang, at this moment, when it stood inside Yi Xian's body, it was still a colossal object that was 30 zhang tall. In other words, it was nearly 10 meters tall. Normal battle armors, including the Purple Chong battle armor, had access cabins that could be opened from the outside. Yi Xian had done this back then. After opening the cabins, he had taken out the corpse of the Tianji race executive who had been killed inside. This meant that the original Purple Chong battle armor could be lost. However, the indestructible glass armor that had successfully completed the 6th system fusion did not have this problem. Although its 6th fusion was a treasure in the category of technology, with almost all of the technological elements in it, the indestructible glass armor that had completed the fusion was still a magic treasure, not a technological treasure, even though it was of the element attribute. It didn't have an entrance to the cabin, and it couldn't be opened from the outside. It was a transcendent artifact, and it had already been refined by Yi Xian. Yi Xian could activate it with just a thought and directly equip it outside his body. Indestructible glass armor. After calming down, Yi Xian suddenly shouted. With a thought, the indestructible glass armor in his body instantly turned into a purple light and rushed out, enveloping Yi Xian's body in less than half an instant. A mecha battle body that was 30 feet tall with purple light flowing all over its body suddenly appeared with a mighty aura. At this time, Yi Xian was in the inner cabin of the indestructible glass armor. Its space was not more, not less, and was perfectly compatible with his body, making him feel like he was controlling his own arm without any burdensome inconvenience. He couldn't test the defensive ability at this time, but since the elements of the battle armor had been integrated, the new offensive ability of this indestructible glass armor could be tested. In this regard, Yi Xian was quite looking forward to it. Subconsciously, Yi Xian raised his right arm and directly blasted out with a thought. Buzz! A low and violent sound of space trembling rang out. The front half of his huge right arm was instantly surrounded by a black antimatter energy light ball with a diameter of about 1 meter. Without waiting for Yi Xian to react, as he suddenly clenched his right fist, the energy light ball of the death ray cannon that enveloped his entire right forearm had already blasted out with a buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the endless void and directly wiped out a small planet in the distance, not leaving a single hair behind. This was clearly a miniature version of the death ray cannon of the Void Fortress. The death ray cannon of the Void Fortress had a diameter of 20,000 meters, but the death ray cannon blasted out by Yi Xian's arms had a diameter of 1 meter. Although the overall power was too much smaller, the advantage was that it was incomparable, and the charging time was almost negligible. It was one of the trump cards that was hard to come by. Previously, The purple Chong battle armor had also used this move, but the diameter of the death ray cannon blasted out was only about 1 foot. Now, it could reach 1 meter, presumably because it had merged with the indestructible glass armor and improved its quality. Ding! Warning! Warning! The indestructible glass armor's energy index decreased. Current index: 16%. Recommending charging. Just as Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, the familiar voice of the devouring system suddenly rang out in his mind without warning. He was stunned for a moment, then understood. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. With a thought, he retrieved a large amount of star core origin from his undying world and tossed it to the system, allowing it to charge the indestructible glass armor. It seemed that although this miniature death ray cannon was useful, its consumption was extraordinarily large. It was definitely a money-burning item. If possible, he would have to use it less in the future. With a thought, Yi Xian stored the indestructible glass armor in his undying world. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. Originally, the Dongshu shuttle had a large number of demonic slaves, soldier ladles, and mosquito beasts, but now it was empty. Before the expedition to the Death Stellar Vortex, Yi Xian had moved Gui Hai Yi Dao and the rest of the demonic slaves and soldier ladles to the Black Mosquito. The Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Thunderbolt Fort were all left behind in the Death Stellar Vortex. Yi Xian didn't have a single bastion with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Considering the various situations that he might encounter in the future, under certain circumstances, just a small private battleship might not be enough to deal with them. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to make use of the life fortress, the Dragon Field. After putting away the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the wild dragon fortress that he'd been keeping in his undying world all this time. When he first obtained this life fortress, it was only a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. But now, ever since he obtained the world bug's growth energy from Yi Xian, the world bug that formed the entire fortress could be said to have grown rapidly. At this moment, when he took out the starfield, what appeared before his eyes was actually a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Although there was still a gap between them and a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, Yi Xian was already extremely satisfied with the speed at which the entire world's insects were able to grow from a diameter of 5,000 meters to a size of 20,000 meters in such a short period of time. From the outside, the wild dragon fortress didn't look very different from any other fortress. But in essence it was completely different. Chapter 3194. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Immortal Purple Spiritual Root. After checking for a while and confirming that all the attributes of the Starfield Life Giant Castle were in their best condition, Yi Xian's heart slightly relaxed. With a wave of his hand, he once again stored it into his body. Then, he fell into a short period of contemplation. Now that his doppelgangers were formed and they were both in the 8th stage of the Black Hole Realm, should he use his original body or the devouring doppelganger to get out of this killing void formation and face everything that came after? On the surface, the devouring doppelganger's cultivation was slightly higher and had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Black Hole Realm. However, in terms of overall battle strength, the devouring doppelganger was obviously inferior to the original body that was protected by the headless infant corpse. Moreover, the devouring doppelganger had just advanced to a new stage and needed to stabilize it. Even though it was the same for the main body, and the breakthrough this time was even greater than that of the devouring avatar, reaching 12 minor levels, this kind of improvement was achieved through the accumulation of the main body's physical body in recent times and the baptism of the main body's soul. There was no such problem in stabilizing the cultivation base at all. After considering this, Yi Xian finally made a decision. He waved his hand and stored the devouring doppelganger into his original body. Then, his figure flashed and he was already far away in the blink of an eye. This void-killing array was an independent small space that was like a blessed land. It was similar to the desolate ancient cage that was connected to the forbidden valley of the Demon Emperor Star. The experts from the 6th Palace that were guarding the nodes of the stars in this enormous killing array, and controlling the killing array to kill their enemies had all left after Yi Xian's arrival. They had also sealed the entrance and exit. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have directly taken out his original body from the devouring doppelganger after solving everything. If Xianxia found out, there would be some trouble. At this moment, everything in the killing void formation had been purged. According to Xianxia's words, Yi Xian could leave as soon as he got close to the void passage. Whoosh! With a flash of brilliance, As if a transmission formation had been activated, Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak of the mountain where the ancestral land of the sixth palace of 10 ultimates was located. It was located in the north, but it was still within the range of the sixth palace's protective formation. As far as the eye could see, there were palaces and pavilions in sight. This was the core ancestral land of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates. Although it was located at the peak, the buildings were continuous. With a casual glance, the buildings in the 3 directions in front of him were at least 100 miles away. Even on the north side of the peak behind him, the pavilions that he could see were 30 to 40 miles away. The edges were submerged in a dense fog, and he couldn't see the end. Although Yi Xian had been granted a certain level of authority and could walk freely in this area, there were still some areas that he couldn't set foot in. As he spread out his divine sense, he casually swept through the area and sensed at least 7 or 8 areas with a strong sense of danger. Even though the entire peak was shrouded in the sect-protecting formation of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes, these 7 or 8 places were all protected by independent restrictions. With the authority that Yi Xian had obtained, he would definitely not be able to set foot in them. Although he wanted to explore, he finally gave up after pondering for a while. Now, the only goal he had to search for in this group of palaces was the inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 absolutes. Before starting the operation, he must have accurate information. If he ran around like a headless fly, he would only alert the enemy. Right, demon spirit pupil. Thinking about it, Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed a light, and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot about it. Previously, in the ancient cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor Star, Yi Xian accidentally saw the strange scene in the depths of the corpse pool with the help of the demon spirit pupil. Then, he had the subsequent good fortune of obtaining a large number of multiple pupil sense crystals. Along the way, he used the weak innate chaotic power contained in the endless corpse liquid to temper his body with the Golden Divine Dragon Clan's body tempering technique to officially activate the Divine Dragon bloodline. Now, in order to find the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes, the demon spirit pupil's origin tracing should also have a miraculous effect. At least, he should be able to see more clearly the 7 or 8 places protected by the second layer of independent restrictions. It was very likely that he would find the real hiding place of the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated and immediately activated the demon spirit pupil that was like an invisible vertical eye deep in his glabella. Closing his eyes slightly, an invisible gray light shot out from the center of his glabella, carrying a mysterious and indescribable aura. Like an invisible searchlight, it swept into the distance. The origin tracing was activated in an instant. After a round of examination, the result disappointed Yi Xian greatly. These 7 or 8 places protected by the second layer of independent restrictions, although each had its own mysteries, according to his analysis, they should not be the place where the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes was enshrined. However, even though this inspection was fruitless, Yi Xian keenly discovered a strange situation. The spirit energy that filled the air at the peak of the giant mountain that was enveloped by the sect protection formation seemed to have some sort of inherent law, and all of it gathered towards a single location. It was very obscure. If Yi Xian hadn't activated the origin tracing, such a slow flow of spiritual aura, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. What surprised him even more was that the spiritual aura of the entire peak gathered in the direction of the small harem courtyard where he had arrived before. To be precise, it was the purple bamboo forest on the edge of the small courtyard. At that time, Yi Xian fled here in a hurry and was caught off guard. He even bumped into a purple giant bamboo as thick as his waist. At that time, he felt that this purple bamboo forest was a little unusual, but he was uneasy and didn't think much about it. Now it seemed that this place was clearly strange, and there must be a secret. Yi Xian's heart was moved, and he examined again. The origin tracing power of the demon soul pupil was fully activated. Gradually, his sight passed through the bamboo forest and strangely went deep into the ground. He caught a piece of purple bamboo root that was only the length of a palm and the thickness of 3 fingers. Further down, there was a dark shadow as thick as ink. It seemed to have spread beyond the edge of the entire peak. Moreover, this black shadow that was as thick as ink was not only boundless, it was also buried deep under the giant peak. Its essence was actually something that even the power of the demon soul eye's ability to see through, causing Yi Xian to be greatly surprised. While he was in a daze, the familiar system prompt sounded again in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the inheritance treasure of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes. Immortal Purple Spiritual Root. Attribute: Innate Spiritual Root. Grade: Starry Sky Treasure. Do you want to collect it immediately? Jie. Immortal Purple Spiritual Root? Innate Spiritual Root? A piece of bamboo? Was this the mysterious inheritance treasure of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes? It was actually buried so simply in the depths of a purple bamboo forest? Chapter 3195. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. Xian was pleasantly surprised. But he didn't lose his head because of this. He immediately withdrew the demon soul pupil's incorporeal probing ability and silently leaped into the air. He leisurely flew towards the purple bamboo forest in the distance. Although the system had given him a prompt on whether or not he should immediately collect it, indicating that he could basically successfully collect it now, due to the distance and the fact that this was the core ancestral land of the 6th Absolute Palace, Xian really did not dare to take the risk. In addition, the enormous black shadow below the dark purple spirit root caused him to feel rather uneasy. It was best not to act rashly before he had thoroughly investigated its origins. After all, there was only one chance. If he failed, it would be hopeless to try again. While he was deep in thought, a majestic pressure suddenly descended from the sky like a heavy waterfall. It unceremoniously enveloped Xian's body and immediately seeped into his body. His expression changed. Before Xian could react, the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly heated up. Then, the terrifying pressure that was about to seep into his body seemed to have been startled and quickly retreated without any gains. Ha! It can even resist the probing of my divine sense. Could it be that this devouring treasured body has other mysteries? In the next moment, a soft gasp of surprise rang out from the east. Xianxia stepped out of the void with a doubtful expression on his face. His eyes flickered as he studied Xian from head to toe. It's been a short 7 days, and you're progressing quite well. However, after devouring so much energy, you've only advanced by a small level? Do you think I will believe you? You are quite good at hiding your cultivation level. It seems that I have misunderstood you. The power that blocked my divine sense was just a secret technique that you have mastered. It has nothing to do with the devouring treasure body. After saying this, seeing Xian's gloomy and extremely unfriendly face, Xianxia immediately chuckled. Now you and I are grasshoppers on the same rope. I don't want to say anything else, but you are a smart person. I think you won't make a mistake. Otherwise, I'm afraid those Federation clans that you devoured as cultivation resources will not let you go easily. I need a place full of spirit energy to stabilize my cultivation level. I won't accompany you. Xian pretended to be angry. His eyes flashed as he replied in a cold voice. Then, he turned around and walked towards the purple bamboo forest. Xianxia Editor. Tennish Translation. Haha, it's just to stabilize your cultivation level. I will personally arrange a spirit gathering array for you. Don't forget that you and I are not outsiders. I don't have the fortune to enjoy a spirit gathering array personally arranged by a universe master. It would be bad if the spirit gathering array turned into a spirit absorbing array. Xian didn't even look back. He didn't slow down and responded with indignation. Then, he flew away with a cold snort. Don't worry. The purple bamboo forest where I stayed before is not bad. At least it's safe. Humph. As soon as he finished speaking, his back had already disappeared. He plunged into the rare purple bamboo forest. It should be just a coincidence. Even if it isn't, this kid won't be able to make any waves. Although the purple bamboo forest is an extremely important place, there is after all protection deep underground. It's fine. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he was relieved. He didn't think too much about it. While muttering to himself, he stepped into the void and disappeared. It had been 10 days since the incident in the Death Star region, leaving aside the Tianji clan from the First Universe. During these 10 days, the human clan of the Third Universe was in an uproar. Even the situation of the entire myriad Luo Federation was turbulent. This time, the various clans of the Federation had gained a lot in the Death Star region. All kinds of rare minerals and devouring origin crystals in the Death Star vortex had gushed out like a geyser. All the fleets present had more or less gained something, far more than what they had gained in the past 100 years. But in the end, An unexpected accident had wiped out almost all the fleets. Except for some starry sky fortresses and small fortresses that had escaped, the other thousands of large and small battleships and fortresses had either disappeared by teleportation or were forced to escape into the Death Star vortex. This included Prince Xian of the Eternal Dynasty, who had just been sent to the Death Star region. It could be said to be a heavy loss. It was definitely a big event. After that, some of the surviving experts of the various clans of the Federation questioned why the Tenju Celestial Palace was stationed in Black Heaven City in the Death Eastern region. They said that this matter must be related to Black Heaven City and demanded an explanation. But Huai Dongzi flatly denied it and even made a countercharge, blaming Prince Xian's victorious legion for the death of the young palace master of the 6th palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, Xianxia. Then, some of the top experts of the various clans of the Federation who had heard the news entered the Death Star vortex together. Finally, they received bad news. All the battleships and fortresses that had rushed into the Death Star vortex to avoid the calamity, including several Starry Sky fortresses and all the experts of the Starry Sky inside, were all annihilated. Something ominous seemed to have happened in the Death Star vortex. All the battleships had collapsed. The endless resources and wreckage of the battleships, including the corpses of all the experts of the Starry Sky, had all withered and withered, their energy completely drained. Unfortunately, there was no trace to indicate that all this was related to Black Heaven City. But even so, the higher-ups of the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe who had heard the news still united together to put pressure on Black Heaven City, and demanded an explanation from the Tenju Celestial Palace. In particular, several extremely powerful clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, such as the Wood Spirit Clan and the Inji Clan, had lost one or two of their top experts of the 14th realm, the Cosmic Light realm, in the Death Star field. The devouring source crystals and a large number of rare minerals that they had originally obtained were all in vain. They had not really obtained them at all. Naturally, they were extremely angry. These top experts of the Federation of the Second Universe gathered in the Death Star field. While threatening Black Heaven City, they also submitted an application for arbitration to the headquarters of the Federation. With a two-pronged approach, they swore not to give up, covering the entire vast starry sky of the Third Universe with a layer of dark clouds. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Under such circumstances, the Immortal Dynasty, which had remained silent because of the small loss of Su Lao City's fleet, seemed to have shown signs of expressing their stance on this matter. The different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace had not stopped either. Under the dual pressure from both inside and outside, the 6th palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace could be said to be under heavy pressure. At this time, taking advantage of the fact that the Immortal Dynasty had not officially expressed their stance, and the different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace had not formed a united front, the 6th palace master, Xianxia, suddenly threw a heavy bomb. 20 days later, the Immortal Dynasty's Prince Xian would marry Xianxia's beloved daughter, Zhao Lingyang, in the ancestral land of the 6th palace. He sincerely invited all friendly forces and allies to attend the ceremony. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the entire Third Universe instantly exploded. The Immortal Dynasty, which had originally wanted to express their stance, once again fell silent. The different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace also disappeared. After all, the marriage between the 6th palace and the Immortal Dynasty was already the general trend of the human clan. It was just that the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe could not stir up any waves without solid evidence. Chapter 3196. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Grand Wedding Ceremony. After Xianxia announced the wedding of his beloved daughter to Prince Xian, the situation immediately reversed. Although the various races of the Federation from the Second Universe still insisted on investigating the truth, at least the dissenting voices within the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the everlasting dynasty disappeared. This alone was enough to dissolve the heavy pressure that the 6th palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces was under. In the blink of an eye, the situation in Universe 3 had reversed. Originally, all the experts in the starry sky were discussing the unexpected changes in the Death Star vortex. But now, the hottest topic had become Prince Xian's wedding ceremony. Although Prince Xian had been sent to the Death Star Zone, he was, after all, a direct descendant of the royal family, and his reputation was extraordinary. Suddenly announcing his marriage without the permission of the royal family elders was a crime of disobedience. In addition, the Elder Cabinet had already made it clear that he was not allowed to step out of the Death Star Zone or return to the everlasting star of the imperial capital. Now, not only had he left the Death Star Zone, but he had also run to the Cultivation Camp Star Zone. Even if he had encountered an accident in the Death Star vortex, such as a spatial crack, he still had to give a clear explanation to the elder cabinet of the imperial capital. Therefore, even if the royal family did not approve of the marriage, they still issued an edict in the end. The royal family's elder cabinet, Long Ziwen, was ordered to represent the royal family and go to the 6th palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces. As soon as this edict was issued, the 5 princes' manors on the everlasting star of the imperial capital immediately laughed in schadenfreude. Old 18th, let's see how you deal with this. Patriarch Ziwen is clearly condemning you. I'm afraid he's going to make a scene at the wedding ceremony. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that I can't go and see for myself. It must be very interesting. This kid is really courting death. He's been sent to the Death Star zone, but he still doesn't stop. As soon as he arrived, he offended Patriarch Ziwen. Then, he didn't care about the face of the imperial capital and did such a thing. He must be tired of living. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Prince Xian's legend will be completely destroyed. He will become a negative example. This is the result of being arrogant. In addition, when the news of the marriage reached the heavenly underworld star of the heavenly underworld empire, the master of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Ziying, and the others immediately roared furiously in the backyard of the Xianyuan family. Little bastard. You really aren't a good person. How long has it been? He's actually doing it again. What a playboy. Long Xian, I'm not done with you. Ah. Sigh, this brother-in-law of mine doesn't have it easy either. This is the trouble of being a celebrity. Just a small matter like the blowing of leaves in the wind actually caused such an uproar. Other than him, there's no one else. At the same time, Huai Dongzi led the troops of Black Firmament City and withdrew from the Death Star Zone. The fleets and experts of the other forces and races that had gathered in this star zone also withdrew. This was because the Death Star vortex, which was supposed to be the source of the devouring source crystal, was already empty. It was basically impossible to find any more devouring source crystals in the Death Star Zone. In other words, this important resource, whose purpose had not been disclosed for the time being, was considered extinct in the Death Star Zone. The originally bustling Death Star Zone quieted down in the blink of an eye. However, Prince Xian's Triumph City was still the same as before. The strange thing was that although Naples wanted to lead his fleet to the cultivation camp to pick up Yi Xian after the news of the marriage from the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates came, this matter was directly stopped by the wretched Mosquito Butcher. The reason was not given at all. Since Mosquito Butcher's cultivation strength was exposed, he was now the guardian of Triumph City. If he did not agree, no matter how much Naples tried, it was useless. In the end, he could only leave the matter unsettled. Yi Xian did not know about all this at first. However, since he entered the purple bamboo forest, some experts from the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates would come every other day. They would walk around the edge of the bamboo forest and observe the situation inside. Occasionally, some of them would talk about the recent situation outside. Yi Xian listened a few times and roughly grasped the situation. For the past few days, Yi Xian seemed to be sitting cross-legged in the purple bamboo forest, seemingly cultivating and consolidating his cultivation. However, in fact, he had been secretly investigating the immortal purple spirit root deep underground, as well as the huge black shadow in the area below. Although he had not been able to find out the details of the huge black shadow, if it was just to collect the immortal purple spirit root, he had more than 80% confidence. Just as he was about to make a move, Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. Since this so-called wedding banquet was so lively, with guests from all over the place, he might as well make a big fuss and trick that old ghost Tian Qianzi. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get rid of the resentment in his heart. After making the decision, Yi Xian quietly took out his devouring doppelganger while no one was paying attention. After concealing all the aura with the perfect vibration secret technique, he ordered it to quietly go underground. However, he did not go too deep to avoid alerting the enemy. He always felt that the huge mysterious black shadow deep underground was a little strange, and a feeling of uneasiness lingered in his heart. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the wedding date was approaching. 3 days ago, a large number of disciples in the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates had already begun to busy themselves with decorating the entire 6th Palace Peak's ancestral land with a festive atmosphere. As far as the eye could see, there was a grand bright red wedding dress. 2 days before the wedding date, Zhao Lingyang had already ended her seclusion this time. With a light veil covering her face, she came to the purple forest bamboo where Yi Xian cultivated under the protection of more than 10 maids behind her. she softly called out to her handsome brother. Her tone clearly revealed a sense of uncontrollable excitement and joy, and even her voice was slightly trembling. Yi Xian was so scared that he shrank his neck. Not only did he not dare to make a sound, but he also retreated further into the depths of the bamboo forest. The ugly ghost was wearing a veil. Half of her body was hugging the lute, and half of her face was covered. The shocking effect of her appearance must be even more extraordinary. The white hairs on his back faintly stood up. In the end, after the group of maids called out to no avail, they turned around and left while giggling. Perhaps it was because they were preparing for the wedding 2 days later, but from this day on, the group of maids never entered the small courtyard again. This gave Yi Xian some peace and quiet. The next night, Xianxia sent someone to deliver a set of bright red wedding clothes and left a message. Tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. At that time, guests from all directions will arrive. The bridegroom must arrive early to welcome the guests. After that, the disciples of the palace will come to welcome them. Yi Xian sneered. He left behind the bright red wedding clothes and did not say anything else. At night, the guests of the other 9 celestial palaces arrived one after another. Among them, there was even a palace master who had a close personal relationship with Xianxia. The rest were all vice palace masters who came as representatives and were properly arranged by Xianxia. As for Elder Long Ziwen of the immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, as well as the top experts from various Federation clans of the Second Universe, presumably, they would only arrive at the wedding ceremony the next day. Chapter 3197. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Goddamned Hob. The next morning, Yi Xian got up and left the purple bamboo forest. As for the devouring doppelganger, it stayed behind and hid all of its aura, lying dormant under the bamboo forest. He didn't change his red wedding robe at all, and it was directly turned into powder. After leaving the bamboo forest, he casually strolled in the surrounding secluded areas, as if the lively scene on the peak of the giant mountain had nothing to do with him. At this time, the inside and outside of the main hall of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates, which was located in the central area of the giant mountain peak, was already bustling with noise and excitement. The large square outside the hall was filled with people. Although there weren't many people in the hall, they were all high-level leaders of various forces and clans. The lineup was quite luxurious. Xianxia was full of smiles as he sat in the seat of honor in the middle of the main hall. The row on the left was filled with guests from the other 9 palaces, who were at least at the level of deputy palace master. The row on the right was from various forces and clans outside the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace. Among them, the imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, who represented the immortal dynasty, sat close to Xianxia. Below him were the high-level representatives of the Second Universe's Federation, such as the Inji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. There were more than 10 of them. This result didn't include the many accompanying experts standing behind them. Otherwise there would be more people. All of them had a straight face and looked quite unfriendly. Even Long Ziwen, who belonged to the same human clan as the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, had a dark expression. He was waiting for Yi Xian to appear so that he could interrogate him on the spot. The other experts of the Second Universe's Federation also had the same thought. Yi Xian was the only survivor among all the experts who entered the death and death spiral. They had to ask Yi Xian face to face regarding the secrets and inside information. However, the latter had yet to appear. Even if they were angry, they could only force themselves to hold it in. Otherwise, without solid evidence, they couldn't find any clues. It would be rude to disturb the situation, and it would be unreasonable. Brother Xianxia, Long Xian is the main character today. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Isn't this a little neglectful of the guests? As if he was getting impatient from waiting, a high-ranking member of the Oxhead race snorted and went straight to the point, asking about Prince Xian. Xianxia subconsciously furrowed his brows. He had already sent people to search for him. They should have found him by now, but for some reason, he still hadn't shown himself. Just at this moment, Yi Xian, who was dressed in a white robe, slowly walked in from the main entrance of the 6th Palace as if he was strolling idly. He was dressed in plain white clothes, and it was impossible to tell that he was the main character of today's wedding banquet. His expression was also extremely indifferent, without a trace of joy. Xianxia furrowed his brows once again. The anger in his heart had already started to boil. This brat seemed to be a thorn in his side. He needed to be taught a lesson. deliberately not wearing a festive red robe. This was clearly going against him, wanting to embarrass him. 18th brother, how dare you? Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Long Ziwen, who was sitting to his right, glared at him and suddenly scolded. As a direct descendant of the immortal royal family, who allowed you to privately form a marriage alliance with others? Do you still have any respect for the Dorm Elder Pavilion? Humph, you were just sent to the Death Star Zone, and you immediately left the place of your own accord. Are you trying to betray the royal family? This interrogation was extremely harsh. The moment he opened his mouth, it was the crime of betrayal. Long Ziwen's attack at this moment was not only to embarrass Xianxia, but also because of his personal grudge with Yi Xian. The dozen or so high-ranking members of the Federation of the Second Universe looked at each other. They were not in a hurry and just watched coldly. The high-ranking members of the Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp on the left were like Xianxia. Their faces darkened. They were all from the human race, and Long Ziwen had come on behalf of the immortal royal family. His attack at this moment was clearly the royal family's intention. This was not giving them any face. Among them Murongju, the master of the 7th Palace of the 10 Ultimates, who was on good terms with Xianxia, harumphed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could reply coldly, Yi Xian, who'd already stepped into the main hall, curled his lips and choked. He rolled his eyes and glared at Long Ziwen. You old bastard, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Which eye of yours saw me privately forming a marriage alliance with others? And who told you that this prince deliberately left the Death Star field? Has your brain been eaten by a rock in a latrine pit? That day, so many people saw me helplessly hide in the Death Star vortex and then appear in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. Can't you see the trick behind this? Do you really think that I want to come to this wretched place? If I didn't accidentally fall into a trap while running for my life, how could I have been teleported here? To think that you are an elder of the imperial family. When you saw the juniors of the imperial family being detained and imprisoned by others, you didn't even think about rescuing them. Instead, you scolded your own people first, calling you cheap and praising you. Hua! Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, the hall was already in an uproar and completely exploded. The meaning of his words was already very obvious. The so-called marriage alliance was simply forced, and it was not his intention at all. More importantly, these words also revealed the reason why Yi Xian appeared in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. He was actually teleported directly from the Death Star vortex. However, within the Death Star vortex, the upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe had already carefully investigated it and did not see the so-called teleportation array at all. From the looks of it, it was clearly a one-time one-way teleportation array. Such a teleportation array had inexplicably appeared in the Death Star vortex, and the destination of the teleportation was the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. Even if this was not irrefutable evidence, it could at least be listed as a major point of suspicion. The upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe immediately perked up. They had finally found conclusive evidence. For a time, the auras in these people's bodies surged, and their eyes shone with a bright light. They all turned their heads and looked at Xianxia, who was sitting at the top of the main hall. As for the latter at this moment, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth wide in shock as he stared blankly at Yi Xian, who had an indifferent expression on his face. His entire mind was in a complete mess. This brat. Was he not afraid of death? He actually dared to reveal the truth in public? Could it be that he had forgotten that he was the one who personally cleaned up the killing void array to silence them? What are you staring at? You can't be dumbfounded, right? This prince hasn't finished speaking yet. Turning his head to look at Xianxia, Yi Xian curled his lips again. He raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia, saying, "This old bastard is not a good person." He wanted to use this prince to relieve the pressure, but he was worried that this prince would not like his ugly daughter. In the end, he played dirty and threw this prince directly into the void-killing array on the north side of the peak. They destroyed most of the thousands of battleships, fortresses, and strongholds inside, but they deliberately left a few small fries for this prince to clean up. Saying that it was a sign of allegiance, did they really think this prince would be scared? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy main hall instantly exploded. This time, apart from Xianxia and the upper echelons of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, even the upper echelons of the various races of the Federation on the right side of the main hall, including Long Ziwen, looked at Yi Xian differently. There was a strong sense of strangeness. Chapter 3198. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. How infuriating. As Yi Xian threw out one bomb after another, the entire Sixth Palace's main hall was in an uproar. Everything happened too suddenly. Not to mention Xianxia and the other higher-ups of the Celestial Palace, even the higher-ups from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, as well as the Imperial Elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty, were completely at a loss. Their minds were in chaos, and for a moment, they did not know how to react. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang, who was dressed in red and had a red veil covering her face, walked in from the side of the main hall under the protection of more than a dozen personal maids. Just as she stepped into the hall, she happened to hear Yi Xian's words. Therefore, as her body shook violently, Zhao Lingyang immediately stopped in her tracks. She was stunned for a moment or so, then she covered her face and sobbed, turned around and ran away. Miss, wait. This is too infuriating. This guy actually called you an ugly ghost. Could it be that he's blind? This is too disappointing. Prince Xian, you actually dared to bully Sister Lingyang. Little Huan will never like you again. More than a dozen maids stamped their feet. Some of them directly chased after her, while others turned around and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. After leaving behind some words, they turned around and left. Long Xian, you've gone too far. You're killing me. Before Yi Xian could react, Tian Chenzi, who was sitting at the head of the main hall, suddenly stood up in shock. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bursting with an undisguised strong killing intent. As he roared, he waved his hand, and the huge Sixth Palace's main hall strangely disappeared in an instant. The surrounding environment had completely changed. Although they were still in the central territory at the peak of the giant mountain, there was a continuous rumbling of thunder above their heads. Thunderclouds rolled, and a murderous aura rose. The great protective array of the Sixth Palace was fully activated, and everyone in the main hall was enveloped by the power of the great array. Almost at the same time, Tian Chenzi, who had stood up in shock, and the other 9 upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace suddenly withdrew. Their figures hid within the sect-protecting array of the Sixth Palace, appearing and disappearing within the lingering mist of the array, making it difficult to see clearly. In the distance, the disciples of the Sixth Palace who were in charge of different affairs also shot out. They were naturally very familiar with the great protective formation of their own sect. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only the higher-ups of the Federation of the Second Universe, who were originally sitting on the right side of the main hall of the Sixth Palace, and the accompanying experts were left outside the hall. There were hundreds of experts in total, including Long Ziwen and Yi Xian. Caught off guard, they were all trapped in the great protective array of the Sixth Palace. This was clearly the rhythm of silencing them on the spot after they were exposed. Although it was difficult to clean up the aftermath, it was better than having the truth exposed on the spot. If that was the case, the Sixth Palace of the 10 Ultimates would become the target of public criticism in the entire Wan Luo Federation. No, they had to include the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan. In this way, there would be no place for them in the 3 universes. Even the entire 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace would be implicated and would be affected. Because of this, when Tian Chenzi suddenly made up his mind to take such a risk, although the 9 upper echelons from the other Heavenly Palaces were shocked and even unwilling, none of them really objected. This was a matter of great importance, and they could not be considerate. As the huge main hall of the Sixth Palace disappeared in an instant, the roar of thunder resounded in the sky, and an invisible pressure poured down. The accompanying experts of the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation, who were originally outside the main hall, had already gathered behind Long Ziwen and the other top experts. Only Yi Xian stood alone on the other side of the Peak Ouyang domain, as if he was unwilling to be associated with them. He stood alone and proudly opposite them. There was no surprise or joy on his face, and he was calm and indifferent. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of peerless and independent supreme aura that made people look askance. It was also at this time that the group of Cosmic Light Realm experts, including Long Ziwen, after their faces darkened, the cultivation in their bodies instantly surged, and they had already raised their voices and reprimanded sternly. Tian Chenzi, is your Sixth Palace going to betray and become an enemy of the entire Federation? In my opinion, I'm afraid it's not just the Sixth Palace, right? I'm afraid that the entire Tenju Celestial Palaces has the same intention. Are the 2 camps of the human clan finally going to split? From now on, the Federation will have one more enemy. The human clan's camp of cultivators? I advise you not to make a mistake. In order to cover up your mistakes, you didn't hesitate to drag the huge 6th palace and even the entire 10 celestial palaces down with you. Xianxia, have you thought it through? Do you really have the strength to kill us all in one fell swoop? Fortunately, the Yingji clan and the Wood Spirit clan sent 2 supreme experts of the universe realm. Otherwise, wouldn't we really have to die here today? Afterward, they can make up whatever they want. In the face of the unexpected change in front of them, although the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation from the second universe were furious, they did not panic. Following the sound of mockery and ridicule, a tall, white-bearded old man in a silver robe and a middle-aged strong man with green hair and a beard under his cheeks stepped forward with a sneer and walked to the front of the crowd. These 2 experts were the core high-level members of the Yingji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. They both had the terrifying cultivation of the 15th realm, the universe realm. Like Xianxia, they were supreme experts of the universe realm. Existences of this level could not be completely wiped out by the sect-protecting formation of the 6th palace of the 10 celestial palaces. Even if they were severely injured, they could still escape with injuries. With the 2 of them present, it was clearly unrealistic for Xianxia to think of killing them to silence them. He might have done so out of impulse. Now that he was reminded by these words, he probably regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. This was clearly a bad move, and it was extremely bad. Sure enough, after a short silence, in the depths of the 6th palace's sect-protecting formation in the distance, the gloomy-faced Xianxia quickly appeared and stepped out. Behind him were 9 people, who were the high-level members of the other 9 palaces. Their faces were even uglier than Xianxia's. Those who did not know better would think that they had just eaten a dead baby. They were full of bad luck and resentment. Fellow friends, you have misunderstood. You are all guests from afar. How can the 6th palace be negligent? As for the matter of silencing them, it is even more nonsense. It is purely a misunderstanding. After cupping his hands, Xianxia forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. After saying that, he suddenly changed the topic, and a cold light burst out from his eyes as he glared at Yixian, who was standing in front of the various experts. The reason why I activated the sect-protecting formation was because I was worried that this thief would escape. This person harbored evil intentions, and kept saying that he was looking up to my beloved daughter, saying that he was willing to marry into the 6th palace. Who would have thought that he would turn his back on me in public today, and even said some things that were not true, clearly wanting to disrupt the harmony between the various races of the Federation. His heart is to be killed, and he must be taken down today. Chapter 3199. Just destroy the formation and blow it up. Xianxia, no matter how wrong Longxian is, he is still a direct descendant of my eternal dynasty. How can we allow you to bully the weak and capture him as you please? Without waiting for Xianxia's explosive shout to finish, the face of the elder Long Ziwen, who represented the immortal dynasty, had already sunk as he retorted in a stern voice. Although he had a personal grudge with Yixian, he still had to protect the face of the royal family of the eternal dynasty under such circumstances, even if it was just for show. What are you saying, fellow Taoist Ziwen? Longxian harbored evil intentions, framed me, and wanted to bring chaos to the 6th palace. How can I not do anything about it? At worst, we won't hurt him. We'll just hand him over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for a public trial. Besides that, this exalted one is an almighty figure of the universe. How can I personally deal with such a junior? Xianxia seemed to have seen through Long Ziwen's perfunctory intentions and smiled faintly. He pointed to a blue-robed young man behind him and said, "This battle will be fought by Gudarozi. He is also a new junior and his cultivation is also at the Black Hole realm. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" This? Long Ziwen frowned and seemed to be lost in thought. However, Yixian could tell at a glance that this was obviously a pretense. It was obvious that he was going with the flow and didn't want to interfere in this matter anymore. He immediately snorted coldly but did not point it out. Instead, he curled his lips and revealed a look of disdain. Anyone could see what he meant. Long Ziwen's old face was slightly hot, but he pretended not to see it. Seeing that he didn't say anything else, the upper echelons of the various clans from the second universe secretly sneered. They walked out from the crowd and stood in front of the 2 supreme beings of the universe. The silver-robed old man from the Yingji clan snorted lightly. He ignored Xianxia and turned to look at Yi Xian. Child of the Long family, since your temper is to my liking, if you can tell me everything that happened in the Death Star vortex in detail and provide me with some clues, I will guarantee your safety. Even if there is a dispute, I can guarantee that I will hand you over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for investigation and public trial. I will never let you fall into the hands of evil people. I should thank you, Senior. However, I'm afraid that the 6th Palace of the 10 Absolutes won't be able to keep me here. You don't have to worry about it. After cupping his hands, Yi Xian still had a carefree expression and didn't care in the slightest. He actually directly refused the good intentions of this great figure from the Inji clan. When he saw the great figure frown when he heard this, he immediately continued. As for everything within the Death Stellar Vortex, I've indeed seen and heard it, so I'll naturally speak frankly. The truth cannot be hidden forever. All the battleships that hid in the Death Vortex of stars, including the powerful warriors in the universe, have indeed died. Only I and Xianxia's devouring clone are left. The Death Stellar Vortex of stars nurtured a large crystal egg. Its entire body was the devouring origin crystal. After we entered, perhaps because Xianxia's primordial spirit had already entered the egg, the giant egg immediately exploded. A crystal body appeared, opened its eyes, and used its devouring ability to tear apart all the battleships on the spot. All the experts who fell out of the battleships were sucked dry. And the reason why I was left behind, as you can see, was because Xianxia had prepared an overt scheme to resolve the crisis. After all, in order to nurture his devouring clone, the entire vast star region had turned into a land of death. It was truly a great disturbance. He was afraid that this matter would blow up, so I escaped with my life. I was captured by the devouring clone, stepped into the one-way transmission formation, and returned to the 6th Palace. Oh, that's right, he still has a backup plan. The appearance of the devouring doppelganger, this old guy actually changed it to look like this junior. Obviously, he is preparing to blame this junior when this matter is exposed. This is something that I have to explain in advance. There were lies in these words. As long as Yi Xian's devouring clone was not captured, no one would know the truth. But it was clear that everyone was inclined to believe Yi Xian's words. Even the higher-ups of the other 9 palaces behind Xianxia frowned and looked displeased. They were obviously blaming Xianxia for hiding something from them. The devouring clone was clearly in his hands, but he said that Long Xian had taken it away. I see. What a big deal. He paid the price of the destruction of an entire star region just to nurture a clone of yours. Xianxia, aren't you afraid of angering the public? There have been rumors in the outside world that Xianxia's status in the 6th Palace is very high, far higher than his status in the Shao Palace. It is suspected that this is a clone of Xianxia, and it seems that it has been confirmed. The primordial spirit in this clone was prepared by him for the devouring clone. That's right. No wonder Xianxia did not hesitate to self-destruct that day. It turns out that the body was already something that could be given up. Later on, the primordial spirit did indeed rush into the Death Star vortex. Even the child of the Long family could come to the 6th Palace through the teleportation formation. How could Xianxia not know? Why did he not appear today? With the means of Xianxia, what is it to reconstruct a body for the Shao Palace? It is obvious that the primordial spirit has already entered the devouring clone. Quickly hand it over. As these words came out from the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the Second Universe, Yi Xian's words were completely confirmed. It was reasonable and reasonable. Even if Xianxia had 100 mouths, he would not be able to defend himself. Little brat, you are slandering me. What are you waiting for? If you don't do something, I will kill you on the spot. You are killing me. Yi Xian's trick really angered Xianxia. Even the higher-ups of the 9 palaces next to him were suspicious. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He immediately roared. The last roar was obviously directed at the blue-robed young man. The latter's body trembled, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and rushed out, heading straight for Yi Xian. Whoosh! The power of the perfect level 9 black hole surged out of the blue-robed young man's body like a giant waterfall. It instantly turned into a giant hand that was about 100 feet long. It covered the sky and the earth and slammed down on Yi Xian. Rumble! At the same time, the sound of thunder came again from the top of the giant mountain. The great protective array of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates actually responded at this moment, and released an invisible pressure that pressed down on Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the 10 Ultimates immediately cried out softly. How can a mere Black Hole Realm Junior of the 6 Palaces have such means? He can actually summon the Great Protective Array to assist him? Only the Deputy Palace Master can have such authority. Too shameless, Tian Chenzi. Do you dare say that this blue-robed young man is not another one of your clones? How can a perfect level 9 black hole use such a method against a level 1 black hole? How shameless! Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. No wonder Tian Chenzi dared to send a black hole realm cultivator to deal with him. How could he not know that he had killed an origin realm cultivator before? After all this time, he was waiting here. Chapter 3200. One arrow collapses the heavens, break the formation? Just blow it up with one arrow? Hearing these words, the surrounding experts were all stunned, their expressions becoming strange. The broken formation Yi Xian was talking about was the ancestral land Great Protective Formation of the 6th Absolute Palace. It was probably not much weaker than the Star Defensive Formation of the Immortal Royal Capital's Immortal Star. Yet, here he was saying that he could break it with one arrow? This was absolutely impossible. No one took it seriously. Some of the experts had already curled their lips when they came to their senses. Some of them even sneered sarcastically. At the same time, the front end of Yi Xian's raised left arm suddenly blazed with brilliance. A giant golden bow in the form of energy appeared without warning. Yi Xian held the bow in his hand. The shape of the giant bow was simple and ferocious. The bow's body was clearly the body of 2 humanoid creatures. Yi Xian held their connected feet in his hand. What connected the energy bowstrings were the 2 humanoid spirits' gaping mouths. Wang. Following the appearance of the giant golden bow, a golden light flashed in the middle of the bowstring. A dazzling golden energy arrow quickly condensed. As the arrow was drawn and released, an extremely sharp and invisible intent instantly burst out, causing one's scalp to go numb and giving birth to an inexplicably strong sense of oppression. The arrow was still on the bowstring, but it already showed an unstoppable momentum. This is a divine ability? What a sharp arrow intent. It seems to be able to cut through everything. It has a terrifying pressure that can reach the heavens. What kind of divine ability is this? This energy arrow seems to contain an incomparably majestic force. It has the aura of cultivation, the power of blood and qi, and even a faint vitality. Heavens, is Long Xian crazy? Although the power of this divine ability is impressive, the price is too high. After shooting this arrow, will he still be able to stand steadily? All around, many experts spoke out in surprise. Some cried out in alarm, while others whispered. When Yi Xian heard this, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. This arrow had indeed absorbed a large amount of cultivation energy from his body, and even a little bit of his life force had been injected into it. However, the current Yi Xian was far from what he used to be. In a short period of time, after experiencing 2 large increases in cultivation, his foundation was already extremely strong. Although he was still unable to display the strongest power of the divine ability of the heaven-falling bow, he could completely control the amount of energy he consumed when shooting the arrow. He did not use his full strength for this arrow. He poured about 80% of his cultivation power, the same amount of spiritual power, and a little bit of his physical qi, and even weaker vitality. The arrow shot seemed to have a miraculous effect, as if it was a part of flesh and blood, as if it was an arm, as if it was a finger's finger. Swish! As Yi Xian released the 3 fingers on his right hand, the energy arrow that was already fully drawn instantly whistled through the air, causing an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. As if it had teleported, it directly arrived in the sky above and pierced into the palm of the giant palm of cultivation. Boom! Without any suspense, the huge hand of cultivation suddenly exploded. The blue-robed young man suspected to be Tian Chenzi's clone opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face immediately became as pale as paper, tottering on the verge of collapse. Under the backlash, he had been heavily injured, losing all of his battle prowess. But this was far from over. As the blue-robed young man's giant palm exploded, the golden energy arrow that pierced through the palm streaked through the air like the fastest meteor. Its sharpness did not diminish in the slightest, and it instantly plunged into the surging thunderclouds even higher up in the sky. Immediately after, A series of even more violent explosions rang out, resounding endlessly, and the entire giant peak seemed to shake a few times. The layer of rolling thunderclouds in the sky that was condensed from the supreme array power of the sect protecting great formation of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes was completely penetrated, and a hole with a diameter of about 10,000 feet appeared, as if a gap had collapsed in the sky. A single arrow had collapsed the sky. The scene shocked everyone. Even Xianxia, the silver-robed old man from the Federation of the Second Universe, and the green-haired man, opened their mouths reflexively and slightly raised their heads to look at the sky. Shock was written all over their faces. When this arrow was shot out, they could clearly feel the change in Xianxia's cultivation. The originally abundant cultivation energy instantly disappeared by 80 to 90%, but even so, he was only in existence that had just entered the 8th level of the Starry Sky realm, and was only at the 1st level of the Black Hole realm. Even if his physical strength and cultivation were to be completely exhausted, it would still be impossible for him to possess such terrifying power. Even a supreme almighty of the universe realm would need to use his full strength to break the sect-protecting array of the 6th absolute palace. What a weird technique! Not only is it able to instantly condense and compress one's cultivation base into an arrow for a killing blow, but it also has an invisible amplification effect, greatly increasing the power of the arrow. This is a desperate attack that far surpasses one's cultivation base, and it already has the qualifications to be a trump card. That's right. It's indeed shocking. The attack of a black hole state cultivator has an effect close to that of a universe state cultivator. Its power is at least hundreds of times stronger. It's too shocking. The silver-robed old man and the green-haired man exclaimed in shock. There was even envy in their eyes. The power of the arrow was truly amazing. If they could master it, not only would they be invincible in the same level, but they would also be able to kill the 16th level experts of the star state, who had surpassed the universe state. As expected of the best of the younger generation of the dynasty, you do have some skills. Unfortunately, although this technique is amazing and terrifying, it's like a broken boat. Once the arrow is shot, you won't be able to continue the battle. In the distance, Xianxia was still in the thick fog of the protective formation at the edge of the mountain peak. His figure was faintly visible, and there was also a hint of greed in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision as he spoke. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. How dare you destroy my protective formation? I won't let you go today. I must suppress you. Boom! Thunder rumbled, but Xianxia didn't move. He only slightly raised his hand and formed a seal in the air, causing a 3,000-meter-long claw to appear out of thin air. It enveloped Yixian's body like a cage and quickly closed. He clearly wanted to take advantage of the fact that the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man were unprepared to capture Yixian at lightning speed. Aside from the great hatred in his heart, the main reason was probably because he had his eyes on Yixian's heaven-falling bow divine ability. He wanted to interrogate the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man before they could make a decision. Don't you think your table manners are too ugly? In order to get this prince's fallen sky bow, you don't even care about the face of the universe state. Yixian sneered. He was not afraid at all. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and his voice became sharp. Since even the universe state doesn't care about face, what else do I have to worry about? You only have yourself to blame for everything. Don't blame me later. The great calamity of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates today is all because of you. As soon as he said this, there were exclamations all around. What was going on? Did he have more powerful means? Chapter 3201. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin with a purple bamboo forest, 100 meters underground. Just as Yixian took out the fallen sky bow and shocked everyone with his arrow, the devouring avatar, who had been hiding under the bamboo forest, also took action at the same time. His figure quickly descended, approaching the immortal purple spirit root that was 1,000 meters below. This action was also very important. Once he successfully obtained the immortal purple spirit root and quickly refined it, Yixian's system title exploration mission would be completed instantly. At that time, even if his original body was in trouble in the peak central territory, he could activate the universe coordinate jump ability at any time. Just this alone would make him invincible. The distance of 1,000 meters was passed in the blink of an eye. The devouring avatar, who was diving quickly, suddenly stopped. About 10 meters to the right, a purple root that was half a palm long and 2 fingers thick came into sight. To be named after the immortal, This thing was obviously extraordinary. The purple gold brilliance was restrained, and the surface of the spirit root was covered with mottled lines, exuding a thick and ancient aura. After a slight hesitation, the devouring avatar suddenly made a move. The devouring talent was fully activated, and an invisible force wrapped around the immortal purple spirit root and pulled it closer in an instant. Rumble! Almost at the same time, deep in the ground under his feet, a dull roar suddenly came, and the surrounding soil and rocks gently shook. It felt as if there was a terrifying giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years under the ground, and at this moment, it was suddenly disturbed. The giant beast turned over, and the earth was turned upside down. What was even worse was that with this huge roar coming from the depths below, the immortal purple spiritual root that was wrapped by the avatar with an invisible devouring force and was about to be absorbed into the avatar's body to start refining suddenly became incomparably heavy at this moment. It seemed to be connected with the entire giant peak, and it was difficult to move for a while. It couldn't be absorbed into the body. The expression of the avatar suddenly changed, and his heart sank. He gritted his teeth and was about to make a move again, using all his strength to forcibly absorb the immortal purple spirit root. From between his eyebrows, a small exquisite tower of about 3 inches suddenly appeared, protruding out like a vertical eye, embedded in the middle of the avatar's eyebrows. It was the Tower of Desolation that was moved into the avatar's body by the headless baby corpse. For some reason, at this moment, it appeared on its own initiative and began to show its power. Hua! The sound of a waterfall suddenly rang out, and a grey chaotic fog poured out from the Tower of Desolation. Like a mini river, it quickly flowed and fell on the immortal purple spiritual root in front of the devouring treasured body. Without waiting for the devouring treasure body to come back to its senses, the grey chaotic fog had already wrapped around the immortal purple spiritual root. In an instant, it retreated into the Tower of Desolation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, the small pagoda disappeared from the space between the clone's eyebrows and went back into his body. Screech! Rumble! At the same time, in the depths of the ground below, there was another roar. It was far louder than before, and there was even a sharp cry like a phoenix. The surrounding soil and rocks shook even more violently. The giant beast did not just turn over, but seemed to want to break out of the ground and rush up. What was even worse was that with the sound of the phoenix's screech, the surrounding soil and rocks were also affected by some kind of force, becoming extremely tight. In an instant, it gave the avatar a feeling of being trapped in a sticky swamp, and it was unable to quickly escape. In addition, there were countless thick and thin purple roots spreading out from all directions. They should be the roots of the countless purple bamboos in the purple bamboo forest on the ground above. They were not visible before, but now they suddenly appeared together as if they had a life of their own. They intertwined together to form a large net, surrounding him from all directions. This was clearly the rhythm of not being able to escape even if he had wings. The complexion of the avatar changed again. He hesitated for less than half a second, but then he clenched his teeth and made a decision. He activated his devouring innate skill again, and an invisible devouring force burst out of his body. This time, there was no specific target. In the blink of an eye, a vortex black hole with a diameter of 10 feet appeared around his body, enveloping the avatar. His body disappeared as he hid in the vortex black hole. The next moment, some of the soil and rocks closest to the vortex black hole quietly loosened, and the mysterious force on them was swallowed up, so they were no longer like a sticky swamp that bound creatures. Whistling from the upper right, the first dozens of purple bamboo roots that approached from the upper right also suddenly stopped at this moment without any suspense. The originally extremely rich purple in the roots quickly dimmed, and the energy was swallowed up, invisibly sinking into the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. They withered in an instant. Moreover, this strange momentum of defeat was still rapidly spreading outwards, and the range of its influence was gradually increasing. Screech! Screech! Rumble! In the depths of the ground below, the angry roar like the cry of a phoenix came again, 2 times in a row. All the soil and rocks were no longer just shaking, but began to undulate like waves in the sea. There were waves and there were waves. There was no doubt that the entire giant peak was affected, and it shook easily. If the underground was so turbulent, the ground above must have already been shaking. With such a big movement, this was definitely not a giant beast turning over. The endless huge shadow in the depths of the ground should be struggling with all its might, and it was about to completely recover. At that time, it would break out of the ground, and its real body would soar into the sky and descend. The avatar, who hid in the vortex black hole, seemed to feel the danger. Although its figure did not appear, it urged the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. While it was swallowing the energy in the soil, rocks, and purple bamboo roots, it slowly but continuously floated up. The aura from below was getting stronger and stronger, and it was too terrifying. It could not stay here any longer. On the ground, in the central area of the peak, just as the immortal purple spiritual root was successfully absorbed by the chaotic gray fog from the Tower of Antiquity and refined in an instant, Xianxia heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal purple spiritual root. Grade: Starry Sky Treasure. Quality: Innate Spiritual Root. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the immortal purple spiritual root. System Title Exploration Task completed. Current title: Interstellar Trailblazer. Interstellar Trailblazer. This title has a halo effect. On the basis of the original title of the first 3 levels, it adds a primary plane coordinate jump ability. Primary plane coordinate jump. The system ability to perform a coordinate jump between different universe planes, ignoring the barriers of the universe planes, and directly jump to the destination. The primary level is limited to the adjacent universe planes connected by the universe wormholes. Ding! The system explanation is complete. Do you want to perform the coordinate jump immediately? Did I succeed? Xianxia was instantly energized. In such a short time, not only did he obtain a section of the innate spiritual root, which was a starry sky treasure, but he also obtained the coordinate jump ability to cross the universe planes. Chapter 3202. Seal Demon Subduing Leader. What happened? There seems to be movement underground, and it doesn't seem to be small. Damn it! It's actually the purple bamboo forest? Stinking brat, what did you do? This sovereign has an extremely bad feeling, as if something big is about to happen. Following the sound of the system beep in Xianxia's mind, the first rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. The surrounding experts even felt the ground beneath their feet slightly shake. After being stunned for a moment, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. As for the palace master of the 6th palace, Xianxia, his expression suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were about to split open as he stared at Xianxia and roared. At the same time, the 3,000-meter-long claw print condensed to the extreme, turning into a claw-shaped cage, trapping Xianxia in a space of about 10 feet, and quickly shot towards Xianxia. You're quite fast. Xianxia, do you think this sovereign is blind? Either we keep him here, or we fight. Within one breath, it's up to you. Swish! Swish! Seeing that Xianxia had already been captured and was currently flying towards Xianxia from within the claw imprint cage, the silver-robed elder and the green-haired man seemed to have finally made their decision. At the same time, they let out a fierce shout, and a boundless and mighty force surged out from their bodies, causing the surrounding space to vibrate and resonate, causing a muffled thunderous sound to ring out. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle that could happen at any time. If Xianxia did not remove the claw print cage within one breath, these 2 supreme experts from the Federation of the Second Universe would not hesitate to attack with all their might. Once a battle of this level began, it would be very difficult to end it. At this moment, like Xianxia, the other upper echelons of the 9 palaces who were hidden in the fog of the sect-protecting formation had a hint of hesitation on their faces. Unfortunately, in the end, they still chose to remain silent. This kind of silence represented their support. They were also tempted by Xianxia's heaven-falling bow ability. 10 extreme heavenly palaces. Do you want to start a war with the imperial dynasty? How can you take away the direct bloodline of my dynasty as you please? Stop immediately and leave old 18 behind. Otherwise we will fight. We are all humans. Once the 2 strongest factions turn against each other, the consequences will be severe. You have to consider it carefully. At this moment, the imperial court's elder, Long Ziwen, who had already given up on supporting Xianxia, suddenly changed his mind. His cultivation surged as he sternly reprimanded. This matter was started by all of you. The imperial court will not be responsible for any consequences. How interesting. In the blink of an eye, this prince has become a hot commodity that everyone is fighting over? What a bunch of shameless bastards. Within the claw print cage, Xianxia stood proudly with his hands behind his back, and he muttered softly as if he was muttering to himself. A wisp of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face, and he actually sighed in the end. Alas, what a pity. All of you are bound to be disappointed. This prince seems to not have reached the point where I can be bullied by others. Lightning Emperor Seal. Rise. Yi Xian suddenly shouted the last sentence. Then, as if in response, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within his body. Boom. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, an azure gold light whizzed out from between his eyebrows and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into an ancient fist-sized seal that hung about a foot above Yi Xian's head. Endless azure gold light burst out from the seal and condensed behind Yi Xian. The light burst out, and it actually evolved into a strange scene that illuminated half of the sky. The aura of this scene was simple and unadorned, and it revealed a dense and desolate aura. It was like a distant expanse of the starry sky. Hazy green mist and golden radiance suffused the sky, and at the deepest depths of it, an enormous golden lotus was blooming extremely brilliantly. It emanated boundless golden light, and it seemed as if it was nurtured by the heavens and the earth and was born from space. It was extremely enormous, and even the stars seemed extremely weak and tiny before it. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was clearly a lotus seed. It was a mysterious azure green color, and its shape was actually like a seal. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, extending and retracting endlessly. It was exactly the same as the thing hanging above Yi Xian's head. Seeing this strange scene, the divine souls of the surrounding experts shook violently, and the sound of cold air rose and fell one after another. No matter how imaginative he was, he would never have imagined that Yi Xian actually held such an extraordinary lightning emperor seal in his hands. It seemed to have been nurtured from a giant golden lotus with an aura that almost covered the sky. Was this the rhythm of defying the heavens? It was absolutely a natural object, absolutely a starry sky treasure. Rumble. Boom! The strange phenomenon behind Yi Xian was still, but there was always the rumbling of thunder, shocking everyone's minds. Amidst the rumbling thunder, countless tiny golden lightning bolts gradually surrounded the lotus-like golden lightning seal on the lotus canopy, expanding and expanding without end. Around the entire golden lotus, countless green lightning bolts continued to explode, becoming denser and denser. In the end, they turned into countless gigantic golden lightning bolts that destroyed countless stars, and in the end, all of them surged into the golden lightning seal on the lotus stem. Swish! Rumble! At this moment, a weak and sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sound of endless thunder exploding, giving off the feeling of surging thunder in the heavens. Immediately after, the entire strange phenomenon exploded with a brilliant light and instantly collapsed, transforming into a blazing golden light that rapidly spread out like a tide. The degree of heat was so intense that even the supreme experts of the universe realm, such as Xianxia, the silver-robed elder, and the green-haired man, couldn't look straight at it. They subconsciously narrowed their eyes and turned their heads to the side. When they turned their heads again, the golden light formed by the explosion of the strange phenomenon behind Yi Xian had completely spread out. Like melting snow under the scorching sun, it silently and without any suspense, directly destroyed the claw-print cage that imprisoned Yi Xian, merged into the void, and disappeared. The claw-print cage dissipated, as if there was a backlash. Xianxia's figure clearly swayed twice, and his expression was extremely ugly. His face was ashen, and even the corner of his mouth had a faint trace of blood. A sharp light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, Xianxia clearly had the intention to kill. You should be proud of yourself for being able to break free from the divine ability of a supreme being of the universe. Unfortunately, although the power of this lightning stamp is passable, it is still lacking if you want to shake me. It's a little disappointing, but it's only a so-so. Poochie. You old thing, do you think that's the end of it? Just now, I was just trying to create an atmosphere to show my solemnity. The main character is still hanging above this prince's head, so it's obvious that he hasn't activated it yet, okay? But there's one thing you're right about. A dignified supreme expert of the universe being injured just by creating an atmosphere. It's truly disappointing. Shaking his head and sighing, Yi Xian rolled his eyes, then raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia, who was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, and suddenly shouted, "Golden lightning repels evil, green lightning slays demon leader. My seal shall suppress this fiend. Quickly kill him." Swish. Chapter 3203. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nioi Studio Ferocious. Back then, when Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the fourth realm, the planet realm, he had already used a Thunder Origin Pearl to successfully kill a Heavenly Legacy clan upper echelon who was at the ninth realm, the Origin realm. Now, he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Black Hole realm. His control over the Thunder Emperor treasure seal had improved greatly and was far from what it used to be. Because of this, when he used the Rai D seal this time, the strange phenomenon of the Thunder Emperor treasure seal appeared behind him. Even Yi Xian was surprised by this, but it just so happened to help him dissolve the claw imprint cage. It could be considered a small surprise. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape from the claw imprint cage, he would have to spend some effort and methods. At this moment, as Yi Xian suddenly made his move after escaping, a weak ray of light instantly shot out from the azure gold Thunder Emperor seal that was spinning endlessly above his head. Its speed was so fast that even the supreme expert of the universe, Xianxia, was unable to react in time. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. This faint light was a Thunder Origin Pearl. Previously, in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb in the first universe, Yi Xian had condensed a total of 10 Thunder Origin Pearls. He had used one to kill the high-level Tianji clan member Shan Bo, and this was the second one. There were only 8 left in the Thunder Emperor treasure seal. Although the Thunder Origin Pearl looked unremarkable and was only the size of a thumb, in fact, every Thunder Origin Pearl was formed from countless blue Thunder Origin Pearls that were compressed by the power of the Rai D seal to the extreme. Its power was extremely terrifying. When it had just been condensed, it had been able to instantly kill an Origin Realm upper echelon member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now, it had been nurtured in the Rai D seal for such a long time. In addition, Yi Xian's cultivation had skyrocketed to the Black Hole realm. After he used the treasure seal, the power of the treasure seal was far greater than before. This part of the treasure seal's power was imperceptibly applied to the Thunder Origin Pearl, causing its power to increase again. With a combination of the two, the power of the second Thunder Origin Pearl that Yi Xian had blasted out was far more powerful than the first one. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rumble! Gotcha? At this moment, as the Thunder Source bead blasted out, the void along the way was torn apart, leaving behind a thin black line. Endless thunder and lightning descended, densely packed, causing people to feel numb all over. The vast Hu Central Territory was instantly enveloped by a formless thunderous emperor's might. It was so terrifying that even the pressure of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates was weakened or even completely covered. All the experts in the surroundings were shocked at this moment. Their hair stood on end, and the hairs on their backs stood on end. This is impossible. As the target of the Thunder Origin bead, Xianxia felt it the most intensely. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It enveloped his body and mind, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He cried out in shock. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. The young man in front of him, who was only at rank 1 Black Hole realm, was originally like an ant in his eyes. However, the young man had repeatedly taken out powerful treasures. Now, the young man had actually made him feel a sense of crisis that threatened his life. Shame. Anger. This was simply a disgrace to him. A Black Hole realm ant was actually clamoring to suppress a universe master. Moreover, it really made his hair stand on end. No matter what, he couldn't accept this. He was about to go crazy. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human anymore. Ah! The shame and anger that he had never felt made Xianxia completely furious. After roaring furiously, he looked up to the sky and howled crazily. However, he quickly retreated. Although the green gold light, which was full of terrifying thunderous emperor's might, could not kill him on the spot, if he took it head-on, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. It was reasonable for him to be lightly injured, but it was also possible for him to be severely injured. How could a mighty figure of the universe be injured by a Black Hole realm ant? Although it was also humiliating to avoid the attack, at least it was better than bleeding in public. That would be the real end of his life, and he would be left with an eternal mark of shame. At this moment, Xianxia had already made up his mind to kill. While retreating quickly, he planned in his heart that after this attack, he would immediately counterattack with all his strength. He did not even want to use the magical bow and arrow, he only wanted to kill his enemy and avenge his humiliation. Boom! Just as his shoulders shook and his body was about to move, the green gold light, which had already shot close to him, suddenly exploded without warning. The terrifying explosion shook the entire giant mountain, and it shook violently. The rolling mist formed by the power of the great protective array in the sky was instantly dispersed and completely collapsed. Some of the weaker powerhouses directly vomited blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They were on the verge of collapsing. Some of them were the disciples of the sixth palace who had retreated earlier, and some of the followers who had gathered behind the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man. Xianxia, who was closest to the source of this terrifying explosion, was even more shocked, and his qi and blood were a little unstable. Everything was too sudden, and he was caught off guard. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous and weak light would explode before it even touched his body? It was too sinister. Hua! At the same time as the explosion, the originally weak green-gold light, after exploding, instantly poured out a large amount of thunder and lightning, as if a river of thunder and lightning had suddenly appeared in the sky. The amount was so large that it had turned into a tide, and it spread out with a loud bang, drowning the roaring Xianxia in the first moment. The entire lightning river covered a radius of several miles. In addition to Xianxia, the other 9 heavenly palace higher-ups from the other 9 palaces were also affected. Although they were at the edge of the lightning river, they were caught off guard and were also drowned. Ah! Boom! Gotcha! Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Everything happened too suddenly. Retreat quickly. The green-gold lightning river churned endlessly as countless bolts of azure lightning exploded. The dense golden lightning weaved into a fine net that enveloped the area. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, the upper echelons of the 9 palaces all cried out in alarm and anger. Xianxia's voice also rang out, but there were no more substantive words. It was as if he was venting his anger, and this was clearly the rhythm of him being angered to the point of madness. In the distance, the hundreds of experts from the various great powers who had gathered together were completely stunned. The situation was too strange. Prince Xian, who was only at the Black Hole Realm, had actually taken care of all the upper echelons of the 10 great heavenly palaces by himself. Among the 10 of them, Xianxia and the palace master of the other palace were all supreme beings of the 15th great realm, while the other 8 were all supreme beings of the vice palace master level. Their cultivations were all at the 14th great realm, the cosmic light realm. They were caught off guard and were actually wiped out. Too sullen. It was simply savage. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the gazes of the experts towards Yi Xian changed again. This time, even the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man seemed to have some fear in their eyes. Chapter 3204. Undead Dark Phoenix. The great thunderbolt river appeared abruptly. It came quickly and left even faster. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, everything was completely annihilated in less than 3 breaths. The area within a radius of a few miles regained its tranquility. Only the cracks in the void that looked like black lines silently showed the terrifying catastrophe that had happened here a few moments ago. The void was blasted apart, and the earth was charred black. In addition, 10 battered and exhausted figures appeared. The 10 higher-ups of the Celestial Palace were all existences above the cosmic light realm, and 2 of them were universe masters. Obviously, it was impossible for them to be killed so easily, even if they were caught off guard. The 9 people who were at the edge of the Great Thunderbolt River did not even suffer too serious a blow. The extent of the impact was limited. At most, it was slightly more serious than a superficial wound. As for Xianxia, who happened to be at the center of the Great Thunderbolt River territory and was immediately submerged by the endless waves of thunder and lightning, he only had blood at the corner of his mouth and his injuries were slightly more serious. He did not even lose his combat strength. The supreme pressure of a universe master was even more fierce. This was the result of anger. However, even though the 10 of them were unharmed, their current appearances were truly unbearable to look at. They were in too sorry a state. Their clothes were tattered, and their heads and faces were charred black. Xianxia, who was located in the Thunder Great River Center region and had been caught head-on, had all of his hair blown off. His bald head was just like his face, completely black. Only his pair of eyes that were glaring furiously were as red as blood. At a sudden glance, he looked like a braised egg that had come to life. There was even white smoke coming out of his mouth and nose from time to time. It was obvious that this guy had been struck by lightning. A dignified universe master, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes, had been tormented into such a miserable state today. This was more hateful than killing him. At this moment, Xianxia was about to explode with anger. The only thought in his mind was to kill. His eyes were like a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage. Fierce light flashed, and it was about to choose a person to devour. As expected of a universe almighty, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head and sighed. Sigh, his head was blasted into a soy egg, but he's completely fine. He didn't even lose a single limb. He's really freaking resistant. Puh. Hearing this, Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It had nothing to do with his previous injuries. It was completely due to anger. What did he mean by really resistant to beatings? This brat's mouth was too despicable. What did a dignified almighty figure of the universe become in his mouth? Was it a human flesh machine that was specifically designed to be abused by others? Today, you will definitely die. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xianxia gritted his teeth and was about to attack to vent his anger. This kind of thunder pearl is very difficult to condense. Every time you use one, there will be one less. I don't believe that you have the ability to condense a large amount of thunder pearls. Do you dare to use another one? He was indeed a universe almighty. A terrifying existence who could remain unscathed even after his head was blasted into a soy egg. After being struck once, he actually knew the ins and outs of the thunder pearl. From his words, it was obvious that he was certain that Yi Xian didn't have any more thunder pearls. He was no longer afraid. I'm sorry to disappoint you again this time. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. With a thought, he activated the Rai-D seal that was suspended above his head again. With a whoosh, another ray of greenish-gold light shot out. I don't have many thunder pearls with me. I only have about 70 or 80 thunder pearls. Less than 100. It's a little too little, but it's barely enough to plow your 6th palace's ancestral land. What? He really has more? This kid is going to defy the heavens. Such terrifying thunder pearls. If he really has more than 100 of them, who would dare to provoke him? If he keeps blasting them one after another, I'm afraid even a universe almighty would be exhausted to death by him in the end. Rumble. Seeing another ray of greenish-gold light shoot out, Xianxia, who was on the opposite side, was stunned. The expressions of the 9 people behind him changed slightly. They frowned and quickly retreated without hesitation, as if they were avoiding the god of plague. On the side of the experts from various races from the second universe, there was a large number of gasps and exclamations. At this time, the ground under the feet of the experts suddenly shook again. This time, it was even more intense than before. The entire mountain peak was shaken, and a terrifying roar came clearly from the depths of the earth. It was accompanied by a fierce roar that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. It was as if an ancient fierce beast had been awakened from its slumber deep underground and was about to break out of the ground. Hearing this angry cry of a phoenix, the expressions of the 9 celestial palace higher-ups, who had just retreated, changed drastically. It was as if they had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. They exclaimed in horror. This is a phoenix cry? Not good, the dark phoenix has been awakened. Xianxia, what the hell did you do? The 6th palace is finished. The inheritance is no longer safe. There must be a problem with the immortal purple spirit root. Otherwise, why would the dark phoenix wake up early? Something big is going to happen. Xianxia, hurry up and take this kid down. The saint beast of the 6th palace has gone berserk. We need to work together to pacify it. Rumble. Kacha. Hua. Without waiting for the 9 people to finish speaking, the second thunder origin bead had already exploded. Without any suspense, a river of thunder suddenly surged out and covered Xianxia, who was still in a daze, completely drowning him. At the same time, the shaking of the entire mountain peak became even more serious. Rocks rolled down one after another, and accompanied by the sound of explosions, a terrifying crack rapidly extended from the distance. Such a towering mountain peak was actually torn apart by a terrifying force from the depths of the earth. This was the rhythm of splitting one into 2. Swish! As the earth shook, a black light soared into the sky from the depths of the terrifying crack in the distance. It was clearly a vortex that was like a black hole. As soon as it came out, it disappeared into the air. The devouring avatar stepped out with a solemn expression, glanced at the chaos here, and without hesitation, turned around and fled into the distance. Screech! This time, it was incomparably clear and real. The sound seemed to have some sort of mystical power that actually pierced through gold and cracked stone. When it entered his ears, Even Yi Xian's soul couldn't help but tremble slightly. If it wasn't for the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly burning and instantly dissolving, just this phoenix cry's ruthless howl would have caused his primordial spirit to be minimally injured. Along with this terrifying roar that shook the heavens, a black claw-like object suddenly stretched out from the terrifying fissure that was rapidly spreading in the distance. Every claw was over 100 feet thick, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was like the ghost claw of the Emperor of the Underworld that came from the Nine Hells. It stretched straight into the sky and slapped towards the devouring avatar that was fleeing into the distance. F***CK. A single claw is like a towering tree, dozens of feet thick. How terrifying is this beast's body? Even the legendary rock is only like this, right? It can cover 90,000 miles with a flap of its wings. Chapter 3205. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation both ran away in less than 3 breaths of time. The lightning river that appeared after the second thunder origin bead exploded disappeared, and Xianxia's figure was revealed. This time, his head seemed to be even darker, shining with a black light that shone brightly like a black watermelon. At first glance, this was clearly the sign of a braised egg that had successfully transcended the tribulation and was about to be born. The radiance was too dazzling. Unfortunately, although the braised egg's head had turned into a spirit, Xianxia was still the same. He was still unharmed, and his legend of resisting powerful existences had not been destroyed. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Thunder Origin Pearl alone was not enough to shake the supreme Jianghu realm expert. Perhaps in the future, when Yi Xian's cultivation level increased and he could unleash the full power of the Rai-D seal, it would have such an effect. As for now, since the Thunder Origin Pearl was ineffective, the only method left was the headless infant corpse. This was Yi Xian's true trump card, and he did not want to reveal it too early. Coincidentally, the devouring doppelganger had escaped and escaped far away. Although there was a terrifying undead dark phoenix chasing after it, the latter's main body had yet to appear. No matter how long its claws could reach, there was a limit. It would not be able to catch up for a while. Besides, with the desolate ancient inheritance tower, Yi Xian was not worried about the safety of the devouring doppelganger. He had already dug a hole beforehand. Although the devouring doppelganger looked exactly the same as him, most of the experts on the mountain peak thought that it was Xianxia's doppelganger. There was no way to explain the yellow mud falling into one's pants. Yi Xian had already thought of retreating. It was time to escape. The commotion was too big, and the Thunder Origin Pearl could not truly deter the experts. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the devouring doppelganger, it was better to leave it in the cultivation camp. He could use Xianxia's name to devour energy and cause chaos. After all, there was already someone to take the blame. When he thought of this, Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that Xianxia was in a state of shock and could not react for a moment. He turned his head and grinned. The almighty Chen really knows how to play. While my original body is up there enduring the lightning strikes, transcending the tribulation as if I'm taking a bath, my doppelganger isn't idling around either. He's down there playing with the big bird he's rearing. He's not afraid even if his nest is torn down. As expected of an almighty. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "Bye-bye, bro. That blackbird looks fierce. I'm not as tough as you, so I won't get involved. You guys take your time." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian had already issued a command to the system without hesitation. He immediately activated the universal coordinate jump function and jumped to the target's death spiral. The next moment, a faint light flashed, and his figure disappeared completely. In the eyes of the surrounding experts, it was as if he had teleported away. Although this was a little unexpected, the suppressive effect of the Great Protective Array of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates was basically non-existent. The Great Protective Array had collapsed and lost its power. Even an existence of the Black Hole realm could teleport away. Therefore, Yi Xian left very calmly and was not afraid of revealing anything. "Puh! You want to run?" Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ferocious. Before Yi Xian left, he did not forget to put a black pot on his head. This was too infuriating. In addition, when the devouring doppelganger appeared, he completely understood that the immortal purple spirit root must have been stolen. Otherwise, why would the Dark Phoenix be so angry? That damned guy! I didn't pay attention for a moment, and he actually provoked such a huge disaster. The entire sixth palace was almost turned upside down, and even the undying Dark Phoenix was exposed. This was a huge crisis that could no longer be resolved. With a cold snort, Xianxia fully expanded his spirit sense and instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles, searching for Yi Xian's figure. Even if an ant of the black hole realm could teleport, it would not be able to teleport 10,000 miles away. At most, it would be around 1,000 miles. Xianxia was very sure of this. Unfortunately, the result was extremely strange. Not only was there no trace of Yi Xian's original body, but even the devouring doppelganger that had stolen the immortal purple spirit root and infuriated the Dark Phoenix had completely disappeared. Xianxia could not catch a trace of it. Ah! Rumble! Boom! Xianxia almost spat out blood again. Everything that had happened today was too sullen. The sixth palace was turned upside down, the immortal spiritual root was stolen, and the undead Dark Phoenix was exposed. After such a heavy loss, he still had to take the blame for someone else. As a mighty figure of the universe, even if he was carrying a head of a braised egg on his shoulder, he should not be so cowardly. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling and had started to doubt his life. As Xianxia's roar continued, the entire mountain started to tremble violently again. Thunderous rumbles came from the depths of the ground. The terrifying fissure finally spread to the front. 2/3 of the mountain was cut open, forming a huge chasm. The sixth palace of the 10 absolutes was completely destroyed, and the ancestral ground had crumbled. Screech! Amidst the rumbling noises, the undead Dark Phoenix's furious roar soared into the sky from the depths of the heavenly chasm. Then, the giant mountain collapsed completely. All the experts were horrified, and they quickly rushed into the sky, fleeing as far as they could. Some of the weaker disciples of the sixth palace had their souls torn apart by the phoenix's roar. Their Yuan Shen was destroyed, and blood spurted out from their 7 orifices as they fell into the depths of the heavenly chasm. At the same time, a huge black shadow that almost covered the sky rose from the natural chasm. It was indeed a dark phoenix. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was surrounded by black dark fire. It spanned hundreds of miles. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a stream of black light that tore apart the void. It actually disappeared into the horizon in less than half a breath's time. What a terrifying aura! What is the origin of this dark phoenix? Something big is going to happen. A terrifying existence that surpasses the universe has appeared. Once it is angry, it will split the sky. The entire Federation will be affected. This matter is too sudden, and the consequences are unimaginable. We must immediately return to the clan and prepare for the upheaval. We have poked a hole in the sky and provoked a terrifying dark phoenix that surpasses the universe. Xianxia, you must explain this matter. The Federation will soon hold the Tenju Celestial Palace accountable. In the midst of the shock, the silver-robed elder, the green-haired man, and the other high-level members of the Federation of the Second Universe exclaimed. There were even warnings and reprimands. After they finished speaking, they all turned around and left. Even the imperial family elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty and was also from the human camp, did not stay. With a cold look in his eyes, he glanced at Xianxia and left in a huff. Facing all this, the eyes of the sixth palace master, Xianxia, flickered incessantly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not say anything. On the side, the 9 high-level members and powerful figures from the other celestial palaces looked at each other with furrowed brows. In the end, the fifth palace master who had a good relationship with Xianxia sighed faintly and turned to look at Xianxia. The sixth palace has been destroyed, the spiritual root of inheritance is lost, and the dark phoenix of the ancestral land has fled in anger. This place is worthless. There is no reason to stay. Chapter 3206. Enraged demonic dust. Xianxia and the other 9 upper echelons of the celestial palaces left in a hurry. The loss of the immortal purple spirit root was one thing, but the key was that the exposure of the undying dark phoenix was a matter of great importance. The consequences were hard to predict, and it had already affected some kind of arrangement of the entire Tenju celestial palaces. For this reason, Xianxia even put aside his monstrous resentment towards Yi Xian for the time being. As for the messy sixth palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace, there were 3 deputy palace masters to clean up the mess. Besides, he still had countless doppelgangers here, so it was enough to clean up the mess. With the departure of Xianxia and the other high-level figures of the Heavenly Palace, the area around the giant peak where the Sixth Palace was located fell into a complete silence. The experts of the Sixth Palace who had retreated because of the collapse of the giant peak all returned one after another. All of them looked extremely sad, and their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Everything in front of them was too messy and shocking. The entire giant peak had completely collapsed, and a deep chasm-like crack ran through the entire giant peak from west to east. The ancestral land of the Sixth Palace was completely destroyed. Even if a supreme existence who had surpassed the supreme being of heaven and earth used a heaven-defying divine ability, it would not be able to recover from such a degree of collapse. The Sixth Palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace controlled an extremely vast star area in the third galaxy occupied by the human clan. There were many disciples in the palace. Not to mention the outsiders, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Sixth Palace stationed in and around the ancestral land all year round. This was only the number of official disciples, and some of the outer disciples were even more. The entire Sixth Palace was definitely a behemoth, and the giant peak where the ancestral land of the Sixth Palace was located was the spiritual symbol of this behemoth. But now, this spiritual symbol had completely collapsed. The calamity had come so suddenly that the disciples of the Sixth Palace who had gathered around the giant peak were still in disbelief. Their angry expressions were more or less filled with confusion and bewilderment. On the peak of a mountain not far away, 7 or 8 female figures stood there silently, gazing into the distance. Their gazes all fell on the giant peak of the Sixth Palace's ancestral ground that had completely collapsed. The woman in the lead had a graceful figure. She wore festive red makeup, and her face was covered with a layer of red light gauze. At this moment, she was standing at the edge of a dangerous cliff at the peak of the mountain, allowing the mountain breeze to caress her body and flutter the corners of her clothes. She actually emitted an otherworldly bearing that caused others to be dazzled, and she seemed like an immortal lotus on the precipice, peerless and independent. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, lifting up a corner of the woman's red veil. Immediately, a beautiful and flawless face was revealed. However, there were tears on her face, and her eyes were filled with grief and confusion. This woman was none other than Zhao Lingyang, who had covered her face and left from the main hall of the Sixth Palace. The 7 people standing behind her were her maidservants. Originally, there were 13 of them, but as the unforeseen events continued to happen, they were caught off guard. When the master and servant group hurriedly left the ancestral ground of the 10th and 6th palaces, several maidservants unexpectedly perished. To the current Zhao Lingyang, the unforeseen events that happened in a short period of time had completely overturned everything she had before. The home that she had grown up in was gone. Half of her close friends and sisters had also suddenly perished. Even her father, Tianqianzi, who had doted on her since she was young, did not know if he could return safely after going to Tianju Palace to apologize. Or when he would return. Compared to this heartache, the grief of being humiliated and ignored by Prince Xian was really nothing. At this moment, all the grief and indignation in Zhao Lingyang's heart had unknowingly transformed into bitter hatred that was engraved in her heart. It was even to the extent that the light muttering from her mouth seemed as if it came from the 9th level of hell, and it revealed a ghastly coldness that caused one's mind to tremble. Is this my heart tempering in the mortal world? Immortal mortal world? Ha! If the so-called great Tao of immortals actually requires the pain of the mortal world to cultivate one's Tao heart, then I don't want it. Although the great Tao of immortals has its Tao, it is definitely not a lonely mountain path. The mortal world is too painful, and the great Tao does not know the way. From today onwards, I, Zhao Lingyang, will no longer have any sorrow or pain. From now on, I will abandon this mortal world and the immortal path without hesitation. From now on, I will no longer fall into the demonic path. Long Xian, there will finally be a day when I will kill you and offer your head to Mo Chen. Along with the soft muttering coming out of her mouth, the aura emitted from Zhao Lingyang's body also rapidly changed. In just a short minute, that fresh, otherworldly, and unparalleled arrogance and tranquility completely disappeared, transforming into a bone-chilling coldness, callousness, ruthlessness, and boundless resentment that wreaked havoc, and killing intent that soared to the heavens. Boom! Screech! Like a sudden clap of thunder, the cultivation power in Zhao Lingyang's body crazily surged at this moment. Her cultivation, which was originally at the origin 7th stage, actually increased explosively, directly crossing a large realm and stepping into the grotto heaven 7th stage. She raised her head and let out a shrill howl, overflowing with hatred and resentment. Even her long black hair seemed to have been assimilated by some kind of mysterious power. As it danced wildly in the mountain wind, it was actually dyed with frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, the black hair on her head had completely turned into snow-white silver hair. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang had completely transformed. From her body to her divine soul, nothing was left behind. The proud daughter of the heavens had fallen to the demonic path in anger. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Oh my god, your hair. What exactly happened? Lingyang, you look so scary now. Can we not be like this? It's too scary." As Zhao Lingyang raised her head and let out a shrill howl, the black hair on her head was instantly dyed with white frost. The few maidservants who had witnessed all this with their own eyes were already scared out of their wits. As they pleaded softly, they subconsciously retreated slowly. Even their bodies were trembling. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang suddenly became incomparably unfamiliar in their eyes, causing them to be fearful and not dare to approach her at all. "Even you are going to abandon me and leave?" Zhao Lingyang suddenly turned around. Her head of silver hair fluttered in the wind, and the veil on her face had long since been lost, flying away with the wind. What entered into the field of vision of the maidservants was a face that was savage to the extreme. It was peerlessly beautiful and evil, and it was faintly discernible while being enveloped by a layer of faint black qi. Moreover, its gaze was even like 2 sharp blades, and its invisible oppressive gaze actually revealed a strand of coldness that caused one's heart to tremble and suffused with killing intent. "Since you're not willing to accompany me in the demonic path, then I'll send you on your way. Go on your way first." Boom! An explosion shook the heavens, and a dense black qi that was vast and boundless yet cold to the extreme suddenly surged out from Zhao Lingyang's body without any warning. It did not stop at all, and in less than half a breath, it had already arrived with a loud bang, completely enveloping the few maidservants who were retreating in shock not far away. Screech! Just as the figures of the maidservants were submerged and disappeared in the blink of an eye in this shocking demonic qi, a familiar phoenix cry suddenly came from somewhere in the void in the extreme northeast of the mountain peak. Chapter 3207. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Return. In the central domain of the third universe, on the east side of the Death Star field in the crevice between the 2 human factions, in the deepest part of the Death Star vortex, where a shocking change had occurred and caused a huge commotion, a ray of light suddenly appeared without warning and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! As the almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the air entered Yi Xian's ears, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The universe coordinate jump is complete. In the next moment, a feeling of weakness that he hadn't felt in a long time surged over like a tide, completely occupying Yi Xian's entire body and mind. The side effects of using the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability finally arrived after completing this coordinate jump. Yi Xian's current cultivation was far from what it was in the past. When he used the Heaven-Falling Bow this time, he had only used less than 90% of his cultivation power to condense the energy arrows into the giant bow. Such a strong sense of weakness should not have come. It was all because Yi Xian had immediately performed the universal coordinate jump after using the Heaven-Falling Bow this time before he could recover from his condition. After all, he had crossed the distance of more than half of the universe in a matter of seconds. During the entire process, whether it was his body or his divine sense, the pressure he had to endure could not be ignored. It seems that my cultivation is still too weak. If I perform this kind of coordinate jump next time when I'm seriously injured and about to die, won't I faint on the spot after completing it? After checking the condition of his body, Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. Then, he waved his hand and took out a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in his body. He threw all of them to the devouring system and immediately ordered the system to absorb the star core origin at full speed. After doing all this, he sat down cross-legged and suspended in the void in the deepest part of the Death Star vortex. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, absorbing the star core origin with all his strength to refine it and recover his condition. Half a day later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there was a gleam in his eyes. After sparing no expense and throwing out a large amount of star core origin to absorb, he had completely recovered in less than a day, and his combat strength had reached its peak. Unfortunately, the expected system notification did not appear. After waiting quietly for about 10 seconds, Yi Xian smiled bitterly again and shook his head with a self-deprecating sigh. In order to recover as soon as possible, He took out the star core origin from his undying world and fed it to the devouring system. Not only was there a huge amount of them, the grade was also shocking. There were a total of 3 Class 9 colored star cores. According to his estimations, the simultaneous use of 3 ninth grade 9 colored pills would not only allow him to quickly recover, but would also allow him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation base. He was the only one who dared to think of such a thing. The key was that he had been pleasantly surprised too often in the past. He had almost gotten used to it. As a result, he was unexpectedly unable to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, causing him to faintly feel a sense of loss in his heart. Could it be that after entering the black hole realm, even the effects of Class 9 colored star core origin have been greatly weakened? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian felt even more uneasy. If this was really the case, it would be a big problem for him to increase his cultivation base in the future. Although he had a lot of cultivation resources in his hands and had many types, in terms of energy grade, other than the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals that he had obtained from the primordial cage, which he had always kept and did not dare to use casually, there was no other type that could surpass the Class 9 colored star core origin. In fact, although the Class 9 nine-eyed golden crystals were not inferior to the Class 9 colored star core origin in terms of energy grade, and even surpassed it by quite a bit, the attributes of these two cultivation resources were different. The star core origin was a general-purpose cultivation resource. Whether it was the human race, the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, or even the demon kin and the mech race, all of them could smoothly absorb the energy from the star core origin. After absorbing it into their bodies, all they had to do was refine it. As for the speed of absorption, that was another problem that had nothing to do with the star core origin. However, the Class 9 nine-eyed golden crystals were completely different. This kind of cultivation resource only had an excellent effect on increasing and strengthening one's mental strength. Its effect on the cultivation base and divine sense of the human race was basically zero. It was completely negligible. This also applied to all other grades of multi-eyed sense crystals and even ordinary demonic sense star crystals. Therefore, even though the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in Yi Xian's possession were of better quality, it was impossible to use them to replace the Class 9 colored star core origin and absorb them at critical moments in the future to break through the bottleneck of the cultivation base and make a quick breakthrough. Moreover, there were only 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in total. When the mental strength source core evolved in the future, Yi Xian would have to rely on them, so he did not dare to squander them easily. It shouldn't be because my cultivation base has reached the black hole realm. Otherwise, why would those whose cultivation base is far beyond the black hole realm be so eager to obtain the Class 9 colored star core origin? Could it be because I've already used a few of them before? My physical cultivation base and divine sense have an obvious resistance to this kind of top-grade star core origin energy. Because of this, the breakthrough effect of the Class 9 colored star core origin energy has been greatly weakened. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his mind worked quickly as he quickly analyzed the various possible factors that could have caused this unexpected situation. Gradually, he came up with an answer. Although this was only a guess at the moment, it made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It had not been easy for him to enter the ranks of the black hole realm experts. He had been looking forward to continuing to work hard and rushing to the Grotto Heaven realm, the Void realm, and all the way to the Universe realm in the shortest time possible. But now, it seemed that if he did not solve this problem and find a cultivation resource that could replace the Class 9 colored star core origin, or at least the energy level of the star core origin, the speed of his cultivation base improvement would come to a halt. It would be difficult for him to make rapid leaps and bounds like before. Fortunately, I've obtained a large amount of devouring origin. Although the devouring origin has been reduced to a system currency after entering the big space environment, and I can no longer refine and integrate it to improve my bloodline and cultivation base by directly absorbing its energy. But the devouring origin is obviously extraordinary. Even in the big space environment, the top forces, including the Heavenly Legacy clan and the various races of the Federation, are still scrambling for it. This alone shows its value. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's spirits were suddenly lifted. His originally depressed mood instantly rose again, and he even became a little excited. All the top forces of the 3 universes, including the Celestials' Legacy clan, were in desperate need of devouring source crystals, but none of them had leaked any information about the specific uses of this rare resource. This was far too abnormal and bizarre. Could it be that the devouring origin crystal has other uses? They don't even know about the devouring system and haven't mastered it? Chapter 3208. Gold Squandering Cave. After all his efforts, Yi Xian was greatly disappointed. The data in the devouring system's internal database regarding the source of devouring had not changed at all. Everything that could be learned was the same as before. Even after Yi Xian provided various clues and asked the system to make an evaluation and analysis, there was no particularly constructive new discovery. All his efforts were in vain. It seems that my thinking is still a little too simple. Since the major forces of the three universes are so keen on devouring source crystals, they must know some unknown secret. It's a pity that the information has been sealed so tightly that not a single bit of it has leaked out. In the end, Yi Xian could only helplessly give up for the time being. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the Tower of Antiquity has been transferred to the devouring clone. Otherwise, Xianxia, as the remnant soul of the sixth palace master of the 10 ultimates, would most likely know some inside information. But now, it's hard to count on him. Xianxia's remnant soul had been directly thrown into the 9th floor of the Tower of Antiquity through the devouring system. Even if it was still lingering at death's door and had not fallen, there was no way to summon it in a short time. Then, Yi Xian thought of Uncle Kong and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. He was still not very clear about Uncle Kong's identity. The latter had always avoided this question, but according to Yi Xian's estimation, even if he was not a high-ranking member of the imperial family of the Immortal Dynasty, he must have an unusual relationship with such an existence. He might know a little about the secret of devouring the source crystal. After returning to Planet Triumph, he could definitely contact the Immortal Star and give it a try. As for Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, needless to say, this old man was at least on par with the 6th palace master of the 10 ultimates, Xianxia. Back then, he had roared and forced the 6th palace master, Huai Dongzi, to retreat thousands of miles away. It could be said that his ferocity was monstrous. Since then, the old man had become even more mysterious to Yi Xian than the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Yang Kai hadn't had the time to investigate this matter before, but now that everything in the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes had come to an end and Yi Xian's true body had returned to the Death Star field, after arriving on Planet Victorious Return, he would definitely investigate this matter as soon as possible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai could ask Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher about the secrets of devouring source crystals. After calming down, Yi Xian entered the exchange shop to check. Yi Xian's harvest from the previous incident in the Death Star Vortex could be said to be extremely astonishing. He'd obtained more than 56,000 origin devouring crystals, and the other hundreds of rare minerals were nearly 10 million. The other rare minerals were not cultivation resources. Most of them were important elements and materials needed for refining and technological manufacturing. Yi Xian planned to hand them over to Naples after returning to Planet Victorious Return. The development of Victorious Return and the entire fleet needed to be accelerated, so these mineral resources were urgently needed. As for the 56,000 source devour crystals, Yi Xian planned to keep some of them and use the rest to exchange. After the devour system was upgraded to Starry Sky rank, all the products in the exchange shop had been completely updated. There were some things that even Yi Xian was envious of, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to exchange for them. Now, the opportunity had finally come. He even hoped to see if he could find the urgently needed cultivation resources in the exchange shop that could be used to replace the level 99 colored star core origin and had better energy quality. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian plunged into the exchange shop and browsed excitedly. In the exchange shop that came with the system, the host could exchange for all kinds of things, such as divine weapons, elixirs, martial arts, treasures, puppets, and so on. Before stepping into the Starry Sky, Yi Xian had used the devouring origin to level up the system and obtain some powerful bloodlines, such as the Sword God bloodline, the War God bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, and so on. Every bloodline had different abilities, but unfortunately, after entering the vast Starry Sky, all of these bloodlines were cleared by the system. At the same time, the exchange shop had also been updated, providing a large number of universe-level bloodlines that could be exchanged. However, although there were countless races in the universe, most of them had bloodlines that were not up to standard. The system had given him a Source Devour crystal, but Yi Xian had never used it. A single Source Devour crystal could only be exchanged for the most common bloodlines and treasures in the exchange shop. Now, Yi Xian had a lot of Source Devour crystals, but because he had the Supreme Primordial Golden Divine Dragon bloodline and the mutated evolution of the Demonic Dragon attribute, it was as if he had two Supreme Primordial bloodlines at the same time. Therefore, he was not interested in the universe-level bloodlines that could be provided in the exchange shop. Some of the universe-level bloodlines were quite good, such as the Immemorial Thunder Dragon bloodline, the heavenly demon fire phoenix bloodline, the giant-tailed celestial fox bloodline, the golden flame godly eagle bloodline, the feathered winged rock bloodline, the sky-swallowing colored python, the Vajra chief wolf, and so on. If he were to exchange for them, he would need at least hundreds of source devour crystals, and at most thousands of source devour crystals. Yi Xian had been envious of them before, but now his vision was completely different. In addition, the exchange shop also had a large number of cultivation methods, divine weapons, magic treasures, and even battlesuits, battleships, fortresses, and so on. Yi Xian carefully reviewed them one by one, and soon found a problem that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Of the large number of treasures and resources that could be exchanged, nearly half of them were things that Yi Xian did not need, or he already had something similar in his hands. After all, he had first taken away all the resources that the Demonkin Scout Corps had collected in the graveyard of the meteorite for decades, then ransacked the Demonkin Star area, and extorted a lot of treasures from more than 10,000 Federation elites in the Myriad prison. His collection was already extremely rich and varied. Because of this, in the blink of an eye, only half of the items and treasures that Yi Xian still had exchange value were left in the system shop. Of course, even half of the items was still a huge number. The problem was that among the half of the top-level resources, 80% of them were things that Yi Xian did not have the right to exchange for. He did not even have the qualifications to check their specific attributes. Except for an obscure product name, everything else was displayed with question marks, including the number of source devour crystals required to exchange for them. Obviously, these top-level resources were not available for the time being, and some conditions had not been met yet. Although the remaining 20% did not have this problem, the exchange threshold was frighteningly high. Thousands of source crystals were required to exchange for them, and there was no one with less than 1,000 source crystals. Instead, there was a dazzling array of items that cost tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of source crystals. Seeing this, Yi Xian's back was dripping with cold sweat. He suddenly felt like an ordinary person shopping in a high-end luxury store. It was too scary. He originally thought that he should be quite rich, but after carefully looking around, he suddenly found that he had tens of thousands of source crystals in his hands. After all, he was still not out of poverty. Chapter 3209. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Calamity Dragon Pill. After circling around, Yi Xian was disappointed in the end. He had hoped that he could temporarily replace the 9-colored Star Core origin, but he could not find a better cultivation resource in terms of energy quality. Perhaps in the small half of the items whose exchange price was still a question mark, there would be some among the items that were not normally released. But the result was the same. Even if that was the case, it was meaningless now. Yi Xian did not even have the qualifications to exchange for it. Disappointed, he had no choice but to put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. He continued to browse the other items and gradually understood what he should do. From the moment he first entered the Starry Sky environment until now, when he finally stepped into the Black Hole realm and became a true Starry Sky powerhouse, Yi Xian's path could be said to be extremely difficult. If it wasn't for his heaven-defying luck, he probably would have died countless times already. What was embarrassing was that Yi Xian had to rely on external forces to resolve the various dangers he encountered during the process, such as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn and the Headless Infant Corpse. Although these external forces were indispensable for Starry Sky Masters and were part of their overall strength, it was inevitable that they would rely on them at the beginning when their cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, they would die young before they could grow up. But now it was different. Entering the Black Hole realm meant that he had officially entered the ranks of the true Starry Sky Masters. The future path of growth would be even more difficult. Being a Universe Master was only the starting line of a higher level. When the time came, it would even involve the comprehension and control of the universe's Starry Sky principles. From now on, Yi Xian had to rely on his own strength, step by step, to become truly strong through the trials of life and death. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to go further on the Starry Sky path. He decided to improve his combat strength as much as possible and make preparations for this. In terms of cultivation strength, he could only improve step by step. He already had the best bloodline, cultivation methods, and magical powers, so he did not need them for the time being. However, there was still room for improvement in the 3 basic treasures of a Starry Sky Master: the armor, the combat weapon, and the warship. At the very least, he had to upgrade all of them to quasi-Starry Sky treasures. In addition to the indestructible glass armor, there were still 2 more treasures that needed to be upgraded. They were the Dongshu shuttle and the Devil Blood Star Tier's sword. These two treasures were both at the epic star grade. The Dongshu shuttle had undergone 6 fusions, while the Devil Blood Star tier sword had undergone 5 fusions. Very quickly, Yi Xian found 2 exchange items from the exchange shop. They were the items that were most suitable for fusing with them and increasing their grade. Other than that, he also exchanged for 2 extremely rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He planned to use them to improve his bloodline and abilities. There were 4 items in total, but they consumed 90% of Yi Xian's 50,000 devouring origin crystals. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few thousand crystals left. Although it was a little painful, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and submitted the exchange request. The next moment, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The exchange is successful. 4 treasures have been selected. The total amount of devouring origin crystals required is 50,800 crystals. The system has automatically completed the exchange. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously probed his body. As expected, there weren't many devouring origin crystals left in his undying world, so they should have been directly consumed by the system. After all, the exchange items provided by the system store couldn't appear out of thin air. Bloodlines, divine abilities, cultivation techniques, and the like could be stored in the system as data. However, Yi Xian had exchanged for heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals. They were all physical objects. The system had digested the devouring origin crystals and used a mysterious method that Yi Xian could not understand to transform the energy. It created the 4 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. Such a method was too shocking. After entering the starry sky environment, this was the first time that Yi Xian had exchanged for treasures from the system shop. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. At the same time, the system notification in his mind did not stop. It continued to ring out, briefly introducing the 4 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Great 5 Elements Annihilation Disc Array. Offensive Treasure, Solidifying Disc Array. It can transform energy into 5 types of annihilating lightning. It can be divided or combined. It can affect the whole body. If divided, it can penetrate the Earth's crust and destroy mountains. If combined, it can destroy an area and fall into the void. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality: Flawless Perfect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Withered Demon Blade. Replica. It is said that before the heavens and earth were separated, there was a great demon that lost its memory. The evil in its heart was no longer there. It hid in the depths of the void and was in chaos all day long. One day, the evil completely recovered. The great demon was born and turned into a withered blade. It shone with a black light and killed countless living things. The souls of the dead were destroyed. It was the Withered Demon Blade. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality: Flawless Replica. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Avicii Origin Crystal. Energy Crystal, condensed from the endless Avicii 9 underworlds. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality: Pure and flawless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Calamity Dragon Pill. Refined according to the ancient recipe, it is necessary for a great flood dragon to transform into a dragon. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality: Excellent grade with slight flaws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Please check and confirm. As soon as the last notification sounded, Yi Xian felt a slight tremor in his body. In the blink of an eye, 4 different top-grade treasures appeared in his body. They were the items that the system had given him. A crystal the size of an egg, dark and shiny. This Avicii Origin Crystal was condensed from the endless Avicii 9 underworlds. He wondered if it could increase the power of the fallen sky bow. After all, it was the bloodline ability of the ancient Xianxia. The aura of the latter was similar to this Avicii Origin Crystal. There should be hope. A golden elixir shaped like a dragon's eye. This elixir was specially prepared by Yi Xian for the black gold dragon scale in his Sea of Consciousness. Since it was a special elixir for the flood dragon to transform into a dragon, it should have some effect on Yi Xian's devil dragon bloodline. He might as well give it a try. As for the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc, it was only the size of a palm. It looked like a compass, but its surface was engraved with countless obscure runes. It had a strong ancient aura, and there was also a faint sense of endless sharpness. Yi Xian planned to use this formation disk to perform the 7th system fusion with the Dongshu shuttle. If there were no accidents, once the fusion was successful, the Dongshu shuttle's attack power would be greatly improved. After the previous 6 fusions, the shuttle was already relatively perfect. The speed formation, defense formation, and concealment formation were all present. There was also the use of space folding technology in the shuttle. In addition, the short-distance space jump and long-distance wormhole jump ability had been perfected. The only shortcoming was the main cannon of the shuttle. After all, the shuttle was less than 500 meters long. No matter how big the caliber of the star-obliterating cannon was, it could only reach 200 meters at most. It couldn't even blow up a giant fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. After getting used to the terrifying power of the 20,000-meter death ray cannon in the space fortress, Yi Xian couldn't stand the power of the star-obliterating cannon in the Dongshu shuttle. Chapter 32:10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Withered Demon Blood Blade. The last treasure to be exchanged was called the Withered Demon Blade. Just the name of this blade was already amazing. Previously, when Yi Xian browsed through this type of magic treasure in the system exchange shop, he was immediately attracted by it and quickly confirmed that he would exchange for this blade. Unfortunately, it was just a replica, which made him feel rather regretful. Even so, its grade was still at the epic star grade. Its appearance was eye-catching pitch black, and the shape of the blade was extremely ferocious and domineering. Although it did not leak any aura, it imperceptibly gave off a domineering aura. It could be said to be overflowing with demonic intent. This blade was prepared by Yi Xian for the Devil Blood Star Tier's sword. The two were one sword and one saber. He wondered what form they would take after the successful fusion. In fact, Yi Xian preferred the Withered Demon Blade. Although the sword was strong, the saber was more domineering. He was more inclined towards the latter and was already looking forward to it. Just as Yi Xian was excitedly playing with the 4 treasures to be exchanged, the system notifications sounded in his mind again. 2 consecutive notifications asked Yi Xian if he would like to activate the supplementary system immediately and begin the fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused. Devil Blood Star Tier Sword, Withered Demon Blade. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused. Dongshu Shuttle, Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc. Will you fuse them immediately? Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative reply. Moreover, he wanted to fuse them together. After making the decision, he waved his hand and stored the Withered Demon Blade and Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc into his body again. At the same time, he handed the Dongshu Shuttle and Devil Blood Star Tier Sword to the Devouring System, including a large pile of Star Core Source that he had just taken out from the Undying World to use for the fusion. There were originally 1,000 mosquito beasts, 1,000 soldier ladles, and 1,000 demon slaves led by Gue Hai Yi Dao in the Dongshu Shuttle. If the system was to fuse, all life forms in the shuttle would have to evacuate in advance. However, there was no need to consider this problem now. When Yi Xian started his preparations outside of the Death Star Vortex, he had already sent out all the forces in the Dongshu Shuttle. Once all the preparations, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host. Fused. Devil Blood Star Tier's Sword. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to host. The 7th fusion of the Dongshu Shuttle has begun. Progress 1. Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief, but his heartstrings were inexplicably tight. From the beginning to the end, although he had fused his weapons, armor and battleships many times, he had never failed. So far he had succeeded 6 times in a row, and the Dongshu Shuttle had succeeded 7 times in a row. However, the further they progressed, the greater the chances of failure. Similarly, the further they progressed, the greater the losses to Yi Xian would be. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little anxious at this moment. However, the more successful the fusion was, the more time it would take to continue the fusion. This was really a torment. This fusion of the battleship and the battleship would take at least 6 or 7 days to produce a result, which really made people speechless. Not long after, Yi Xian finally calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. He threw this matter to the back of his mind and took out some weeping soul beasts. Since he was bored, he could cultivate his spiritual power to pass the time. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Yi Xian entered a state of cultivation. Soon, he forgot about everything and let time pass. He was neither surprised nor happy. After a few days, Yi Xian finally exited from the state of cultivation. As soon as he opened his eyes, the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. The fusion of the battleship and the battleship had finally been completed. Congratulations to the host. Devil Blood Star Tier's sword has been successfully fused for the 6th time. Treasure obtained, Withered Demon Bloodblade. Grade: Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. Quality: Flawless Perfect. Congratulations to the host. Dongshu Shuttle has been successfully fused for the 7th time. Grade: Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. Quality: Flawless Perfect. As expected, the fusion of the two treasures was carried out at the same time, and the result was still a success. There were no accidents, which made Yi Xian relax. What surprised him was that after the two treasures successfully completed the fusion, their grades were both upgraded to Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure, which surprised him. At this point, Yi Xian's three most basic Starry Sky Absolute Treasures, the battle armor and the battleship, had all reached Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. If news of this spread out and was known by others, it would probably cause an earthquake. This kind of man-made treasure was not comparable to those natural treasures like the Rai Di Seal. Basically, Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure was the peak. Except for the life fortress of the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, Yi Xian had never heard of a second man-made Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. After completing the 7th fusion, the name of the Dongshu shuttle did not change, but the runes engraved on the surface of the shuttle were more complex. They were so densely packed that if one looked at them carefully, they would make one dizzy. This should be the result of the Grand 5 Elements Annihilation Array disk being completely integrated into the shuttle, turning into an array pattern that covered the entire shuttle. As for the extent of the increase in the Dongshu shuttle's attack power and the specific power of this array after it was activated, Yi Xian did not investigate it for the time being. When he had time later, he would find a suitable space to activate this array and blast it a few times to find out. After waving his hand and storing the Dongshu shuttle into his body, he turned his gaze to the Withered Demon Bloodblade. Yi Xian did not like the name of the Devil Blood Star Tier sword to begin with, but the Withered Demon Bloodblade sounded much more pleasing to his ears. More importantly, after completing this fusion, the form of this combat weapon had clearly undergone an earth-shattering change. Previously it was a sword, but now it was a saber. Moreover, it was a completely black and glossy, covered in fine blood runes, and its form was incomparably ferocious and domineering. It could be said to be perfect. Yi Xian's eyes burned fiercely as he fiddled with it for a long time with fanaticism. However, he could not find a single flaw in it. He was too satisfied. Only when his emotions calmed down again did he suddenly remember the sword spirit that was born in the Devil Blood Star Tier sword. After this fusion, the Star Tier sword had completely changed, turning into a heaven-shaking demonic blade. Could the original sword spirit have been erased because of this? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly injected his consciousness into the demonic blade to investigate, but the result was a false alarm. The demonic blood of the sword spirit was still there, but its aura had changed. Amidst the familiar bloodthirsty demonic aura, there was clearly a very mysterious demonic aura, which was even more astonishing. However, it had fallen into a deep slumber, as if some kind of change was brewing. This is clearly the effect of the Withered Demon Bloodblade's demonic aura, causing the sword spirit to transform and evolve. This is simply a pleasant surprise. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian quickly understood and became even more delighted. After this transformation, the demonic blood of the sword spirit would only become stronger. When this transformation was superimposed on the Withered Demon Bloodblade, the most direct effect was that the demonic aura of the blade would become even stronger. Yi Xian was very much looking forward to it. He could not wait to immediately feel the supreme demonic aura of this peerless demonic blade. The word sword spirit and demonic blood are not very appropriate, but blade spirit sounds really awkward. Chapter 32:11. The crisis of the remaining chapters: battle weapons, battle armor, and battleships. When these three most basic Starry Sky personal treasures were upgraded to Quasi-Starry Sky grade, Yi Xian's battle prowess instantly soared by a large margin. But that was not the end of it. The Avicii origin crystal and the Calamity Dragon pill were still not used. If nothing unexpected happened, these two items should be able to enhance both Yi Xian's fallen sky bow and the power of the demon dragon's bloodline, greatly increasing his combat strength. In addition, with the help of the 3 combat armors, Yi Xian's overall combat strength would definitely be reborn. It would be incomparable to his current strength. However, considering that it had already taken him several days to fuse with the weapon, plus the time he had spent in the 6th palace of Shijue, it had already been half a month. Yi Xian was really worried that something would happen in Triumph City, so after pondering for a while, he immediately dispelled the idea of continuing to stay here and use up the Avicii crystal and Calamity Dragon transforming pill in one go. I can only put this matter aside for the time being and return to Planet Victorious Return first. Once the situation stabilizes, I'll deal with it again. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately kept the withered demon bloodblade into his undying world. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle and stepped into it. Very quickly, he turned into a streak of purple light and flew off in search of the exit. Half a day later, he finally found the void passage to leave the Death Star vortex. Yi Xian was relieved. Without hesitation, the Dongshu shuttle's speed increased sharply. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an almost undetectable ray of light and rushed out of the Death Star vortex, heading straight for Planet Triumph. Although only 10 days had passed, the changes in the Death Star field were as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. It was completely different now. For thousands of years, the entire Death Star field was practically filled with experts from various races. It appeared to be extraordinarily bustling, like a Starfield-grade void mine. Although the conditions were harsh, the people were quite prosperous. But now, with the disappearance of the source of source crystals, this dilapidated Death Star field instantly lost its original attraction and value. So almost all the starry sky masters who had been lurking here had evacuated. Even the Tenju heavenly palaces and the immortal dynasty's majestic bases in this star field, Black Sky City and Old Sioux City, were the same. Black Sky City was originally a city-shaped magical weapon, so it was very convenient to take it and leave. As for Old Sioux City, what should be torn down was torn down, and what should be abandoned was abandoned. It no longer had its former grandeur, and was in ruins. Only Yi Xian's Triumph City was still rooted here. Not only was there not a single soul to be seen in this vast expanse of stars, it was even to the extent that even the boundless space and countless stars of various sizes had completely withered and died, and it revealed a shocking feeling of loneliness and desolation. Yi Xian drove the Dongshu shuttle at an extremely fast speed and streaked across the void. Along the way, he didn't see even half a figure of a starry sky master. Even though he was mentally prepared, this kind of boundless desolation still shocked him slightly. The uneasiness in his heart gradually grew stronger, and he was afraid that his triumphant return would be like this. Everyone had already left. With continuous leaps and bounds, Yi Xian used less than a day to rush from the eastern death region to the Triumph City in the western star field. The familiar majestic city was reflected in his line of sight. Clearly, it was still holding the defensive light shield and had not been abandoned. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally relieved. With a thought, the Dongshu shuttle turned into a purple light and plunged into the surface of the giant planet. Soon, he arrived in front of Triumph City. Then, he took a step forward and waved his hand to store the Dongshu shuttle in the undying world within his body. His figure flashed, and he had already passed through the defensive light shield and entered the majestic city. Everything in the majestic city was as usual, in good order, and there were no changes. With old devil Mosquito Butcher here, no one dared to lightly offend the heaven's might of heaven and earth. Of course, Yi Xian was an exception. Now he was already infamous. Many starry sky masters' expressions changed when they talked about him, and they didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Even some of the more powerful forces and races had developed fear. This time, the 6th palace of 10 ultimates had been tormented miserably. Even the heaven and earth mighty expert's head had been blasted into a glossy black braised egg. It was really too cruel and too terrifying. Even the experts in Triumph City were scared out of their wits. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian suddenly return, their expressions changed one after another. Although they weren't alarmed, the expressions on their faces were incomparably strange. Yi Xian was confused, and after a moment of realization, he was immediately embarrassed. Naples, Ying Tai, Guihai Yidao, Li Wan, and the others quickly rushed over after hearing the news. Old devil Mosquito Butcher was still the same as before. When he saw Yi Xian, he grinned and scowled as he jogged over. Yi Xian immediately felt a strong wretched aura rushing towards him, and he immediately frowned. A grand heaven and earth mighty expert, yet he didn't have the dignity of a master at all. He was so filthy that he could compete with a pimp. This old thing's wretchedness was definitely incurable. It had long since seeped into his bones. From this, it could be seen that he wasn't pretending before. It was his nature. Yi Xian's expression was strange, but he felt a little better. At least on this point, the old guy wasn't deliberately deceiving him. As for concealing his cultivation, that was even less of a problem. There were countless experts in the vast starry sky. How many of them didn't do this? After being surrounded by his subordinates and exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xian found an opportunity and quickly dispersed the others, leaving behind only old ghost mosquito butcher. There were too many questions in his heart, so he didn't have the mood to consider anything else. He only wanted to immediately resolve his doubts. Unfortunately, the old guy was really hard to deal with. As soon as he heard Yi Xian ask about his identity and origin, as well as his purpose and scheme for deigning himself to be Yi Xian's servant, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher immediately began to play Tai Chi, evading the topic. In short, he didn't say anything serious. After talking for a long time, Yi Xian still didn't get any useful information. The doubts in his mind were still there, and there was no progress. In the end, he helplessly stopped. This was a heaven and earth mighty expert. If he didn't say anything, who would dare to force him to answer? Before, it didn't matter if he didn't know the identity of the other party. Now that he knew, if Yi Xian still considered himself the master and scolded him, he would be asking for humiliation. However, he didn't give up. There would be plenty of opportunities to beat around the bush. One day, he would find out all the truth. After putting this matter aside, he immediately asked about the secret of the devouring source crystal and confessed that he needed a cultivation resource to replace the level 9 colored planetary core origin. The effect of the 9-colored planetary core origin when breaking through the bottleneck seemed to be almost useless to him. He had encountered this problem when he had just entered the black hole realm. Obviously, it was quite serious. He still had a long way to go. I don't know much about the devouring source crystal, but I think it must have some special use. You have to inquire about this from the everlasting dynasty. Ordinary people don't know much about it. As for the fact that the effect of the level 9 colored planetary core origin gradually weakens after entering the black hole realm, it's even more impossible. I've never heard of it. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher immediately took over the topic. He looked at Yi Xian, who was staring at him like an idiot, and shook his head and sighed. There must be something wrong with you or your cultivation method. Yi Xian's mind exploded. It was as if he had been enlightened and instantly came to a realization. Chapter 32:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Another path of evolution. Yi Xian had obtained the Dongshu scripture from the official auction house of the Heavenly River planet using a high-grade star core. It was known as a top-notch starry sky treasure level technique, and its value was immeasurable. Unfortunately, it only had the cultivation method for the first 8 realms, and it was severely damaged. Otherwise, it would not have fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. The original owner would not have put it up for auction, and the other experts who participated in the auction would not have missed it easily. They would have fought endlessly for it. Before Yi Xian started cultivating this technique, he had actually thought about it carefully before he finally decided on it. At that time, the black hole realm was too far away for him, and he could not touch it in a short time. He could have cultivated this technique while searching for the cultivation method for the 8th realm and beyond. He had the devouring system as his foundation, so he was quite confident. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. In less than half a year, his cultivation realm had soared to the level 1 black hole, but he had long forgotten about looking for the follow-up cultivation method, so he had never looked for it at all. It was only today that he suddenly realized that a crisis had quietly befallen him without him noticing. Now that the path of cultivation had been cut off, Yi Xian's cultivation would stop at the level 1 black hole realm before he found the next cultivation method, and it would be difficult for him to advance any further. This technique was known as a starry sky treasure level technique, and its value was immeasurable. The sea of stars was vast and boundless, so it was not realistic to want to find the next cultivation method in a short time. Although Yi Xian did have some clues, and if he wanted to, He could find the person who had entrusted him with the technique from the official database of the Heavenly River planet. However, it was meaningless. If there was any hope of finding the next cultivation method, the other party would never give up the first half of the incomplete technique. In addition, the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the headless infant corpse originally had hopes of gathering the complete void dimension art. The former had an extraordinary origin. Most of the bloodline secrets and supernatural abilities of the Desolate Era's creatures had been passed down in the tower. Even if it wasn't complete, all of the inheritances were weaker versions. If the tower really had the inheritance records of the Dongshu scripture, it would not only contain the cultivation method for the first 8 realms, no matter how incomplete it was. At least, it would allow Yi Xian to have no worries in the short term. The headless infant corpse was the same. Its origins were far too astonishing. It could command all existences on its side during the War of the Ancients, including Supreme Master Huang. If the Dongshu giant tortoise had participated in that battle, it would be of great use to Yi Xian even if the headless corpse only knew bits and pieces of information regarding the whereabouts of its inheritance. It could guide him in the right direction, and it would be much easier for him to find it. Unfortunately, all of this was just wishful thinking. Yi Xian was basically certain that both the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the headless infant corpse were completely unaware of the Dongshu giant tortoise's cultivation method inheritance. This was because the Dongshu giant tortoise had never appeared in the ancient battle that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance. Even though it should be a supreme being from the same faction as the headless infant corpse, golden divine dragon, and other existences, it was just too mysterious. Back then, it didn't participate in the battle, so there was a high chance that it was still alive, not dying yet. Even if the Dongshu skill, which represented its bloodline inheritance, had appeared, it couldn't have appeared before or after the ancient battle. There had to be more to it. If Yi Xian tried to find it from the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the headless infant corpse, it would be in vain. There are thousands of paths to cultivation. Although there are differences in power and speed of advancement, in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Since the path of this skill has been cut off, why don't we change to another path and take another path of evolution? We can cultivate while looking for the remaining parts of this skill. Why should we worry about it? Seeing Yi Xian frowning and worrying, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes again. Obviously, he didn't take this matter to heart. He said in an extremely relaxed tone, for example, the gene cultivation fluid popular in the human race's science and technology camp is a good choice. The biggest drawback of this path is that high-grade gene cultivation fluid is hard to come by, and its value is too high. It's not a problem for you at all. What's there to hesitate about? Yi Xian was stunned. At first, he was a little tempted, but then he reacted immediately. He glared at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and said, "Can you not come up with so many lousy ideas? It's enough that the path ahead is cut off once. How can I make the same mistake twice? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Yi Xian had some understanding of the evolution path of using gene cultivation fluid to break the shackles of the human body's potential and break through the bottleneck to improve one's realm. This evolution method was efficient and direct. If the gene cultivation fluid was effective, one could immediately break through the bottleneck and enter the next minor realm. Even if it failed, one could at most try a few more times. The level 1 gene cultivation fluid was suitable for the first major realm, the core realm. The level 2 gene cultivation fluid could only be used after one entered the meteor realm. Otherwise, one could not bear it and would face the danger of exploding. The gene cultivation fluid used by black hole realm experts was level 8. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid corresponded to the 9th major realm, the origin realm. In other words, if Yi Xian decided to take this path of evolution, he could at least enter the 10th major realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, because he could get his hands on the level 9 gene cultivation fluid at any time. But that was all. After entering the Grotto Heaven realm, he would still face the dilemma of having his path cut off. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid was the highest level available in the Everlasting Dynasty. Yi Xian had never heard of the so-called level 10 gene cultivation fluid. Even if you end up in the Grotto Heaven realm, it's still better than being stuck in the black hole realm, right? The difference between two major realms is like heaven and earth. Mosquito Butcher did not agree with Yi Xian's point of view. He shook his head and said, "This evolution path of using gene cultivation fluid to break the shackles of the human body is completely different from the cultivation method you practice. They do not conflict with each other. No matter how far you go, as long as you can find the next cultivation method of the Dongshu formula, You can continue to practice it at any time. It will not affect you. Besides, don't think that this path is destined to stop at the Grotto Heaven realm. This saying is outdated, because the level 10 gene cultivation fluid has been successfully developed. Just a few days ago, the entire dynasty was shocked because the family that developed the level 10 gene cultivation fluid revealed even more shocking news. The bottleneck of the development of the gene cultivation fluid that had been stagnant for many years has been broken, and a milestone has been achieved. Perhaps one day in the near future, level 11, or even higher, gene cultivation fluids will be released one after another. This evolution path that has been stagnant for many years can finally take a big step forward again. What? There is such a thing? I have only been away for a few days, and even the level 10 gene cultivation fluid has been developed? The news was so shocking that Xianxia almost could not believe it. However, Mosquito Butcher would not joke about such a thing. Besides, he could find out the truth after checking it later, so he believed it immediately. He immediately asked, "Besides, has the news been confirmed? Is the family that claims to have developed the level 10 gene cultivation fluid reliable? How dare they say that they will be able to develop the level 11 gene cultivation fluid of higher quality soon? Don't they feel that they are just trying to impress the crowd?" Chapter 32:13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Opportunity and Turbulence, it's that powerful? Xianxia was shocked. The level 9 liquid could allow a black hole to enter the origin, while the level 10 liquid could allow the origin to enter the Grotto Heaven. That was true in theory, but it might not be effective in the first try. Even in the early stages, the Starry Sky experts who used the gene cultivation liquid to break through the bottleneck of a major realm often had to try many times before they succeeded, let alone in the later stages. But now, this newly developed level 10 liquid had helped that Starry Sky expert break through on the spot. This was definitely not a coincidence. It seemed that this family was telling the truth. They had indeed made great progress in the research of the gene cultivation liquid, setting a new milestone. The path of technological enhancement in the human camp had ushered in a new opportunity. It was about to shine brightly. Cultivation power, physical power, and spiritual power. These were three different kinds of power, all of which would eventually reach the pinnacle. Xianxia had originally cultivated three paths at the same time. In the past, he mainly cultivated the hollow dimension technique, while his physical power and spiritual power were only supplementary. Now, he was only temporarily adjusting the direction of his focus. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart calmed down and he quickly made a decision. He had the primordial divine dragon's bloodline to temper his body, and with the help of the gene fluid to break through the shackles of the human body, he would definitely improve at a godly speed on this path of body cultivation. Now that the latter part of the hollow dimension technique is missing, the path of cultivation is cut off. Before we find the next part of the technique, we can only go on the path of body cultivation to break the shackles of the physical body. However, the gene cultivation liquid after level 9 has been monopolized. This situation is too passive. Our lifeline is in the hands of others, and we will be restricted in the later stages. At this point, Xianxia's eyes flashed. The gene cultivation liquid must be in our own hands. If others can make it, why can't we? You want to develop the gene cultivation liquid yourself? The wretched mosquito slayer nodded. This idea is feasible. And now that the opportunity has presented itself, we can't miss it. In the human camp of science and technology, there are many families that develop the gene cultivation liquid. Each of them has different secret techniques. If we can combine the secret techniques of each family, we will most likely have a greater breakthrough. Unfortunately, the human race has always been like this. Be it inheritance or secret techniques, they have never shared them. The concept of the big families is too deep-rooted. But this time is different. The success of the level 10 liquid is like a bomb that has touched the nerves of all the families. The family that developed the level 10 gene cultivation liquid is the name of Tuoba Art. And is. They obviously want to use this opportunity to obtain some secret techniques from other families to create the gene cultivation liquid in the later stages. Therefore, after the release of the level 10 gene fluid, the Tuoba family has issued a call for all the top families in the three empires to gather on the Heaven Warring Planet to discuss. At this point, Mosquito Slayer narrowed his triangular eyes and grinned at Xianxia. The Shenyuan family of the heavenly underworld planet is one of the families that received the invitation. If you are going to the heavenly underworld planet, you better keep a low profile when you meet the Xianyuan family. I heard that a few days ago, there were angry roars from the Xianyuan family from time to time. The chosen wealthy son-in-law has been womanizing again and again. Every time, he makes such a big scene. He is simply unscrupulous. This matter has become a laughing stock in the heavenly underworld planet. Old man Xianyuan is furious. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly had a headache. This must be caused by the news of his marriage with the ugly woman in the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes. Previously, there was the disturbance of concubine Mei ordering him to quickly return to the dynasty to complete the marriage. Not long after, there was another. It was inevitable that the Xianyuan family would be laughed at. Although it was all a misunderstanding and Yi Xian was innocent, he was not without responsibility. When he first visited the Xianyuan family, it was just a normal visit, but he gave them a level 9 colored gene cultivation liquid. Who would have thought more about it? Therefore, this misunderstanding was getting bigger and bigger, bringing confusion to the Xianyuan family. Yi Xian felt a little guilty. No matter what, I must go to the heavenly underworld planet. Haven't I been sent away? Well, it's fine if I don't use the title of prince. It's just a change of identity. It's no big deal. After the follow-up itinerary was set, Yi Xian quickly asked about the current situation of the human race in the 3rd universe. Whether it was the change in the Death Star field or the disturbance in the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes before he returned, it was no small matter. You still have the nerve to ask this. The entire Wan Luo Federation is about to collapse because of you. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes at the mention of this matter, and then explained everything clearly. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. In short, the situation was too chaotic, and it was more serious than he had imagined. First of all, the various races of the Federation in the 2nd universe had launched an attack at the same time. They had suffered heavy losses this time. Only a few starry fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters had escaped from the fleet stationed in the Death Star field, and almost all of them had been wiped out. Now, it was basically certain that the formation of the Death Star field was caused by the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes, Xianxia, in order to nurture a clone. Even if the 10 absolute celestial palace kept denying it, the various races of the Federation in the 2nd universe did not buy it at all. They put pressure on the Wan Luo Federation headquarters and demanded severe punishment. Otherwise, they would not give up and would withdraw from the Federation. They even claimed that they would not rule out the possibility of war with the 10 absolute celestial palace. In fact, in addition to the various races of the Federation in the 2nd universe, the crisis and pressure that the 10 absolute celestial palace faced included the Tianji clan in the 1st universe, as well as the immortal dynasty in the human race's science and technology camp in the 3rd universe. The Tianji clan had also suffered heavy losses this time. Although there was no movement at the moment, they were definitely brewing some kind of big move. The internal strife in the Federation this time was a rare opportunity. If the various races of the Federation in the 2nd universe and the 10 absolute celestial palace really fought, the Tianji clan would most likely take advantage of the situation to invade. The dynasty was obviously very angry. In the face of the revolt of the various races of the Federation in the 2nd universe, the immortal dynasty, which was also part of the human race's formation palace, had actually remained silent. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia had forced the dynasty's direct bloodline Prince Long Xian into a marriage alliance, and wanted to borrow the dynasty's power to resist the various races of the Federation in the 2nd universe and resolve the crisis. Just the truth of the formation of the Death Star field and the accidental exposure of the undead Dark Phoenix was enough to make the dynasty dissatisfied. The 3rd universe was shared by the human race. Because of his own selfish desires, Xianxia had actually destroyed such a vast star field. It was really hard for people to accept. And the exposure of the undead Dark Phoenix undoubtedly proved that the 10 absolute celestial palace definitely had some kind of shocking arrangement. This was not an ordinary starry sky beast, but an existence that only existed in some ancient legends. It was evil and ferocious, like the desolate evil dragon and other ancient life forms. It represented calamity and destruction and was extremely inauspicious. But it was hidden deep within the ancestral land of the 10 absolute celestial palace, which was shocking. And this was only the 6th palace of the 10 absolute celestial palace. What about the other 9 celestial palaces? Did they also have a similar ancient existence hidden in the snow? What did they want to do? Chapter 32:14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation. It was terrifying to think about it. In short, Xianxia is in deep trouble because of you this time. His efforts were in vain, and the destruction of the Sixth Palace's ancestral land is a small matter. The key is that you have implicated the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. Apart from the external crisis from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Second Universe Federation, the Tenju Celestial Palace is already in chaos internally. At this point, the expression on Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's face became more and more strange. That devourer treasured body should have been refined into a doppelganger by you, right? Although Xianxia strongly denied it and insisted that the doppelganger was yours, he was framed as a scapegoat. But no one believes this kind of talk. Even Tianju Palace asked him to personally capture the person. Obviously, they also have some doubts. However, after the devouring doppelganger escaped that day, there was no trace of it. Even Feng Duanfeng was the same, completely disappearing. It is said that Xianxia has been like crazy in recent days, mobilizing all the experts of the Sixth Palace and doing their best to search. He is going crazy. Oh, by the way, your wife seems to have disappeared too. On that day, the undead Dark Phoenix's pursuit failed and returned to the collapsed Sixth Palace's ancestral land. Someone saw her being taken away by a black light that emitted a strong dark aura. Since then, she has disappeared with the undead Dark Phoenix. It is said that when the Braised Egg Spirit heard about this, he vomited blood on the spot. Braised Egg Spirit. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. The image of Xianxia's bright head that had been blasted into a black sparrow by the Thunder Origin Pearl immediately surfaced in his mind. He immediately felt awkward and rubbed his nose, too embarrassed to say anything else. Isn't it just a braised egg spirit? I didn't expect you to have such a method. It's simply amazing. The mighty Qianquan of the 15th realm couldn't recover. I guess he will be like this in the future. Until now, he still has an oily black head. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher laughed even more wretchedly. That scene must be very enchanting. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Sigh, a braised egg spirit running around like crazy, crying. Just thinking about it makes me drunk. It's a rare sight. Cough. Couldn't recover? Could it be that he was struck so badly that his form? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt even more embarrassed. He coughed twice and quickly changed the topic. That's right, what is the origin of that undying Dark Phoenix? Is it very shocking? In any case, it shouldn't have appeared in the current world. It's related to the Desolate Era. I won't say much about it, as I don't know much about it. If you want to find out more about it, you can ask around. How would I dare to talk about it? At the mention of this, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher became serious for once. His face was solemn. Yi Xian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he clearly caught Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher glancing at his left chest. That was where the tattoo of the zombie lantern was. As his heart trembled, he suddenly remembered that the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to have said something similar. Originally, he said that he would give Yi Xian a good fortune, but later, when he learned about the existence of the headless infant corpse, he laughed at himself. The Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher in front of him was obviously the same. Could it be that he had also sensed something? The reason why he stayed by Yi Xian's side and refused to leave was all because of the headless baby corpse? Was the so-called heaven measuring spell so powerful that it could deduce the mysteries of heaven? If so, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher must know the origin of the headless baby corpse. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He almost asked more questions, but at the thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, he finally gave up. These two old guys were equally mysterious. The former immediately shut up when the headless baby corpse was mentioned. How could the latter be an exception? It would be a waste of time to ask, and it would only alert the enemy. It was better to pretend that he didn't know and find a chance to beat around the bush later. As for the undead Dark Phoenix, according to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, it seemed to be related to the Desolate Era. This was too shocking. Yi Xian was shocked. Was it really a creature of the Desolate Era from the same era as the giant golden dragon and the desolate ancient Yuxia? Yi Xian's mind raced as he recalled the battle of the Desolate Era that he had seen several times in the inheritance scenes. Vaguely, he did catch a wisp of aura. In the battle in the Desolate Era far away in the inheritance scenes, it was exactly the same as the aura of the undead Dark Phoenix that he had felt in the Sixth Palace of 10 Ultimates. And it was very likely that the relationship between the two was not bloodline inheritance. It was very likely that they were the same existence. An undead dark phoenix from the Desolate Era actually lived until now? Not only did it survive the Great Battle of the Desolate Era countless years ago, but it was also related to the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, the overlord of the human cultivation camp today? A chill suddenly rose from Yi Xian's back, almost making him shudder. If all this was true, he would be in big trouble. In the Great Battle of the Desolate Era that he had seen in the inheritance scenes of the Heaven-Falling Bow, the existence suspected to be the undead dark phoenix in the distance was clearly the power of the enemy camp. Although his strength was not comparable to the likes of the desolate ancient Xianxia and the golden divine dragon, he was definitely not weak. He should be on the same level as Lord Void Ladle, a top-notch mighty figure second only to the supreme desolate ancient. Yi Xian did not dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. Even if its strength was far less than before for some reason, and the strength it showed was only beyond the 15th realm of heaven and earth, what if it recovered in the future and returned to its peak strength in the Desolate Era? Besides, since the undead dark phoenix had appeared, who could guarantee that there were no similar creatures of the Desolate Era hidden in the ancestral lands of the other 9 palaces? All this was extremely frightening. Yi Xian did not dare to think too much about it. His back was already dripping with cold sweat. What was the secret behind this? How could it be related to the enemy camp of the Desolate Era countless years ago? What was the relationship between the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace and the enemy camp of that battle? What was their plan? There is no need to worry about the devouring doppelganger. He can protect himself. Let him be alone in the cultivation camp controlled by the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace for a while and grow quickly. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian instructed the wretched mosquito slayer, "As for me, since I am going to leave for the Heavenly War Empire, don't reveal the news of my return to Triumph City, lest Xianxia is attracted. He knows the details of the devouring doppelganger. If he can't find him there, he will most likely turn around and kill his way here. So what if he comes? I already have old scores to settle with him. Why should I be afraid of him?" When Xianxia was mentioned, the wretched mosquito slayer's face immediately sank. There was obviously an old grudge between the two, which made Yi Xian have various guesses in his mind. A demon had an old grudge with the 6th master of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace. This matter was indeed fanciful. Of course, you are a mighty figure of heaven and earth. Naturally, you are not afraid of him. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Not only him, Xianxia? Even if the undead dark phoenix is attracted, it doesn't matter, just drive it away. Ugh! Old devil mosquito slayer was speechless, but he was still as shameless as before. He grinned at Yi Xian, his wretched aura blowing in his face. Get ready. Ask Naples to send me some gene cultivation fluid. I want everything from level 1 to level 9. Chapter 32:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Breaking the shackles. Yi Xian didn't know much about the details of the gene cultivation fluid research. Many of the core technologies were kept secret by some of the big families. Even if they were all stored in the Devouring Systems database, he could only gather some well-known information. Of course, if he wanted to obtain the core secret techniques in the hands of the big families, he could use his personal space communication system to hack into the other family's internal star network and steal it directly. In fact, this was one of the many plans Yi Xian had in mind when he embarked on the path of gene fluid research. In a nutshell, the genetic cultivation fluid was actually a type of super-energy biological potion that was blended with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in proportion. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines in the universe, or some minerals that were melted through special means and mixed in. There were even materials such as the essence, blood and bone marrow of those void ferals. In short, it was extremely complicated and could be said to be all-encompassing, containing countless changes. Anything was possible. In the entire human race's science and technology camp, there were countless families and forces that researched the gene cultivation fluid. Even some individual cultivators were passionate about this path and never tired of it. However, the research forces and families of the countless big and small countries under the 3 big empires could only concoct level 1 to level 7 fluids. Level 8 fluids could only be concocted by a few of the top families in the 3 big empires' imperial capitals. As for level 9 fluids, only a few of the top families on the imperial capital's immortal planet could concoct them. Even the Shenyuan family on the heavenly underworld planet did not have this ability. The concoction of the gene fluid required a huge amount of natural treasures. The purity and ratio of each type had extremely strict requirements. When all these requirements were mixed together, The changes were simply unimaginable. Therefore, the difficulty of concocting the gene fluid would increase exponentially with every level. The difficulty was certain, but the most important thing was still the foundation and experience. However, this time, the Tuoba family of the Heavenly Battle Empire's imperial capital, Heavenly Battle Planet, had actually skipped the accumulation of experience needed to concoct a level 9 fluid. They had directly obtained the ability to concoct a level 10 fluid. Even the top families on the imperial capital's immortal planet were left behind. This matter not only shook the entire empire and shocked everyone, but in the eyes of some existences, there were many suspicious points. Without a doubt, it wouldn't be long before all the top-notch families in the entire dynasty that were researching genofluids gathered on the Heaven Battle Planet. Yi Xian had long since understood this, so he was not in a hurry to set off. If he wanted to make some gains on the Heaven Battle Planet, he needed to make some preparations before setting off. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping wood. Not long after Mosquito Butcher left, Naples and the others arrived and chatted with Yi Xian for a while. In the end, they left behind a small space box and left. The small box contained the genetic cultivation fluid that Yi Xian needed. It contained everything from level 1 to level 9. Although the level 9 liquid was precious, it was not easy to concoct it. The top families on the Undying Star could only concoct 10 vials of it every year. The entire human race's science and technology camp could only produce a few dozen vials of it. Even so, aside from the normal consumption, the dynasty would leave behind some of it every year as a reserve resource. Even the Wan Luo Federation's contribution point exchange warehouse had a lot of it. Yi Xian had exchanged for 3 vials in one go. From this, one could roughly estimate the amount of level 9 liquid in the dynasty's treasury. It was not enough to squander freely, but for some important members of the royal family, 10 vials could be easily obtained. This time, before Yi Xian left the Undying Star and was sent to the Death Star field, not only did he extort a lot of resources from the dynasty through Uncle Kong's efforts, he also personally went to the 5 princes and extorted them one by one. In the end, he took away a huge amount of resources from the Undying Star, and the genetic cultivation fluid was one of them. Before establishing Triumph City, Yi Xian had only kept some of the treasures. The rest were all given to Naples as reserve resources for the development of Triumph City. In this small space box, there were 10 vials of level 1 to level 9 liquid. It was enough for Yi Xian to use. The genetic cultivation fluid stimulated the human body's blood and cells to unearth their potential, causing genetic changes and breaking the shackles of the human body. This would allow the evolution of life levels and the transformation of strength. This was an independent evolution system. Even though Yi Xian was now a black hole-level existence, if he wanted to embark on this path of genetic evolution, he would still have to start from the level 1 liquid. Different levels of genetic cultivation fluid had different colors. The level 1 liquid was as red as blood. Although its energy was not very strong, it was very unique. The level 1 liquid stimulated the human body's potential and completed the first transformation of the cell's genes. It was equivalent to opening the first door on the path of genetic evolution, allowing ordinary people to step into the hall of genetic evolution and become a star core rank, 1 starry sky powerhouse. Yi Xian was now a powerful existence in the black hole level, so the energy contained in the level 1 liquid did not have much effect on him. Yi Xian did not expect the level 1 liquid to increase his strength in any significant way. This was indeed the case. The stimulation of the level 1 liquid on his flesh was very weak. If he did not feel that all the cells in his body were slightly numb, he would even suspect that the first vial had failed. After that, Yi Xian swallowed the vials one by one. The first vial was effective, and in less than an hour, he had swallowed a total of 8 vials. Yi Xian did not feel anything after swallowing the first 7 vials. Only when he swallowed the last vial of the level 8 liquid did he finally see the effect. The level 8 liquid could allow a peak galaxy level 9 existence to directly step into the black hole level 1 existence. Although Yi Xian was already at the black hole level 1 existence, that was the power of his cultivation and not the power of his physical body. After swallowing the last vial of the level 8 liquid, he immediately felt as if all the cells in his body were being strongly stimulated. Apart from that, he could even faintly feel the invisible chains that represented the shackles of the human body's potential. They were in his body, entangling all the cells in his body, imperceptibly imprisoning his strength. They were all over his body. Finally, as the strong stimulation of his cells gradually faded, Yi Xian clearly felt that these invisible shackles had lessened a little. This was the effect of the level 8 liquid. Yi Xian stopped after that. He was currently unable to consume the level 9 liquid. Its effect was to allow a peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 8 starry sky expert to directly break through to the origin level 1 level 9 origin level. Yi Xian's physical body was only at the black hole level 1, so it was still too early. He had to wait until his physical body reached the peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 1, before he could continue to consume the level 9 liquid and step into the origin level in one go. The evolution of my physical body's physical body has begun. Furthermore, my physical body's physical body has synchronized with my cultivation. I have also reached the black hole level 1, so the next step is to use all kinds of methods to push my physical body's physical body all the way to the peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 1. Chapter 32:16. The Descent of Calamity. The better choice Yi Xian was referring to was the other two treasures he had obtained from the exchange store not long ago in the Death Star Vortex: the Avicii Origin Crystal and the Calamity Dragon Pill. Avicii Origin Crystal. Energy crystal formed from the accumulation of endless Avicii 9 hells. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Rank. Grade: Pure and Flawless. Calamity Dragon Pill. Refined according to an ancient recipe, a miraculous pill essential for the transformation of a flood dragon into a dragon. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Rank. Grade: Excellent with slight flaws. Currently, Yi Xian had already opened the path to the evolution of the human body and could continue to cultivate like before. However, the energy from the star core would no longer be used to increase the power of the void cave technique. Instead, it would be used to temper his body and increase the power of his blood and qi. However, there were many other ways to achieve this kind of physical evolution besides the energy from the star core source. For example, the strange fruits borne by some strange trees in the universe could also be consumed if they had the effect of tempering one's meridians and bones. They would also have the effect of improving one's vitality. Of the two treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for from the system's exchange store, the Avicii Origin Crystal was prepared for the Heavenly Fallen Bow's divine ability. It shouldn't have any effect on the increase of his physical body's vitality, but it could increase the power of Yi Xian's divine ability, which was also beneficial to his combat strength. As for the Calamity Dragon Pill, it was prepared for his demonic dragon bloodline, and the improvement of his bloodline was actually the growth and transformation of his vitality. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, if this Calamity Dragon Pill really had a miraculous effect, his current level of vitality would definitely be able to achieve a metamorphosis, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the second-order black hole. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to consume the Calamity Dragon Pill and absorb the Avicii Origin Crystal at the same time. This was because there was no conflict. The Avicii Crystal was a crystal. Yi Xian could not directly consume it like an elixir. He could only hand it over to the devouring system, and let the system absorb its energy and channel it into the small golden bow suspended above his knowledge sea. There was no need for Yi Xian to interfere or pay too much attention to this. He could completely immerse himself in refining the medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon Transforming Pill. After making the decision, he immediately took out the two treasures. He threw the Avicii Metacrystal to the devouring system in his body, and the Calamity Dragon Pill into his mouth and swallowed it immediately. After that, Yi Xian went to the courtyard outside and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The reason why he didn't stay indoors was because he was worried that the demonic dragon's phantom image would appear behind him again. He was afraid that the aura would soar into the sky and tear the entire house apart. Ding! Congratulations to host for discovering Avicii Crystal. Would you like to absorb its energy immediately? At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out. Yi Xian immediately gave a confirmation. At the same time, he instructed the engulfing system to directly inject the energy into the small golden bow after the absorption was complete. Then, he focused on the matter of absorbing the medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon Transforming Pill. This pill was miraculous. It melted in his mouth and turned into an invisible hot energy that directly rushed into Yi Xian's knowledge sea and entered the black gold dragon scale. Boom! Roar! As Yi Xian expected, as the invisible hot medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon Transforming Pill rushed into the black gold dragon scale, the originally silent dragon scale was immediately activated. A surge of majestic demonic dragon pressure surged out, and at the same time, a clear dragon roar rang out. A phantom image of a demonic dragon covered in mysterious black gold dragon scales appeared behind Yi Xian and soared thousands of meters into the sky. Fortunately, The starry sky energy shield covering the entire Triumph City was several thousand meters in height. Otherwise, the energy shield would have been shaken by such a strike. But even so, all the masters in Triumph City were still alarmed. They all turned their heads to look in the direction of Yixian's central city castle, their faces filled with amazement and shock. The demonic dragon was a creature that could no longer be found in this world and only existed in ancient legends. Although what they saw at this moment was only a phantom image of a demonic dragon and not its real body, it was enough to prove that Yixian's body contained some kind of ancient demonic dragon inheritance. How could it not cause one's heart to surge with emotion and be indescribably excited? As for the outside world, Yixian didn't care. This was Triumph City, the safest place for him. Even if he didn't set up any defenses while cultivating, he didn't need to worry about any danger. At the same time, as the power of the black gold dragon scales was fully activated, the phantom image of the demonic dragon appeared behind Yixian and soared into the sky. The invisible heat that represented the medicinal efficacy of the Tribulation Dragon transforming pill, after being converted by the black gold dragon scales, was quickly regurgitated and rushed out like a raging river from the black gold dragon scales. As soon as it entered Yixian's knowledge sea, this raging river instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny streams that radiated out of Yixian's knowledge sea and began to nourish Yixian's every cell, every inch of his flesh, blood, and bone marrow. Walala! From this moment on, Yixian once again sensed the fine chains wrapped around the countless cells in his body. These chains represented the shackles of the human body's potential, imprisoning power. This time, the feeling was even clearer. Moreover, as the countless streams of the Tribulation Dragon transforming pill flowed past, the countless shackles that densely covered every cell in Yixian's body actually began to emit strange clanking sounds, as if they were being pulled and torn apart by an invisible force. An indescribable sharp pain suddenly came, and Yixian felt as if his entire body was being ruthlessly cut by countless invisible knives. This was the effect of the Tribulation Dragon transforming pill's medicinal efficacy pulling at the shackles, causing the transformation and evolution of his flesh and blood cells. The more intense the pain, the more obvious the medicinal efficacy of the pill was. Once this transformation and evolution was completed, the shackles of Yixian's flesh and blood cells would be torn apart even more, and the power of his blood and qi would soar. Understanding this, Yixian immediately became excited. At this moment, it could be said that he was feeling both pain and happiness. This feeling was too overwhelming, and it was indescribable. At the same time, the 9 netherworlds' fiendish energy of the Avicii origin crystal had also been completely absorbed by the devouring system. The entire Avicii origin crystal could be said to be of perfect quality. After the energy was absorbed, the crystal directly disappeared, leaving not a single trace behind. It turned into a pure black energy with a faint blood-red tinge, and was directly injected by the devouring system into the small golden bow suspended above Yixian's knowledge sea. Screech! Following the injection of this pure black 9 netherworlds fiendish energy, the small golden bow suspended above Yixian's knowledge sea was also completely activated. An incomparably tyrannical roar resounded, and behind Yixian's back, where the demonic dragon phantom had just dissipated, in an instant, another terrifying phantom appeared, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Countless experts in Triumph City once again turned their heads to look at the phantom behind Yixian. Their bodies trembled, and they felt a chill. Chapter 32:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The heavenly eye reappears, screech. This screech was filled with boundless chilliness and murderous intent. It came from the primordial Yuxia. The 1,000-meter-tall illusory figure that appeared behind Yixian was a sinister Yuxia with demon wings on its back and a giant golden bow in its hand. It was exactly the same as the primordial Yuxia that Yixian saw in the Heaven's Fall Bow's inheritance. No, there was still a difference. The only difference was the energy arrow that appeared on the giant golden bow in his left hand. In that epic battle, even the primordial Yuxia's true form had gradually drawn the bow to its fullest. The Heaven's Fall arrow that soared into the sky was entirely golden, just like the Heaven's Fall bow. When Yixian used the Heaven's Fall bow's ability, the Heaven's Fall arrow that appeared on the bowstring was the same. However, at this moment, the heavenly meteor arrow that was condensing on the primordial Yuxia's bow behind Yixian. Although the main color was also brilliant gold, there were clearly some black and red patterns within the dense brilliant gold that was its natural color. These patterns caused the Heaven's Fall arrow to emit an even more ferocious aura. It was probably the effect of the black and red Avicii origin crystal. The Avicii origin crystal from the 9 underworlds had indeed enhanced the Heaven's Fall Bow's ability. It was as if the bow had been reborn. Unfortunately, although this kind of transformation was a good thing and the might of the heavenly fallen bow had become stronger, a calamity had descended upon Yixian because of this. To be more precise, the calamity wasn't caused by the Avicii origin crystal's transformation. There were 2 factors that caused the calamity. First, the mutated demon dragon's shadow appeared, exuding a dense primordial aura. Then, the mutated primordial Xianxia appeared, exuding a similarly dense primordial aura. The true forms of these 2 existences were the strongest primordial supremes in the distant primordial era, and they belonged to the same faction. 2 such auras had appeared in a short period of time, and both of them were mutated. The ancient auras were extremely strong, and in the end, all of this finally attracted the attention of some kind of power. This mysterious power could perhaps be called the will of the heavenly Tao. Ever since he experienced the primordial cage in the Demonkin Star region, Yixian had been thinking about one thing, and that was whether the will of the heavens existed in this environment of space. He had thought about this question for a long time, and in the end, he was inclined to deny it. The level of the will of the heavenly Tao was too high. The galaxy was so vast. If there was really a starry sky-level will of the heavenly Tao controlling this endless galaxy, how powerful would it be? Perhaps even the primordial heavenly Tao of the primordial era could not compare to this, right? This was too terrifying, too unrealistic. It shouldn't exist. In his opinion, although there was the great Tao of the starry sky and thousands of laws in the vast starry sky, the will of the heavenly way, which was like the ruler of all things, should not exist. Yixian had also never heard of any expert in the starry sky who would face a heavenly tribulation when breaking through a realm. This just so happened to confirm his guess. However, all of this was completely overturned at this moment. Rumble! Boom! In the instant that the 1,000-meter-tall desolate ancient Xianxia appeared behind Yixian, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly sounded out from the boundless galaxy outside of Victorious Return City's starry sky barrier. A canopy of cyan thunderclouds was rapidly gathering, and in the blink of an eye, it had already extended for tens of thousands of kilometers, occupying nearly half of Victorious Return sky, and was still expanding. This was clearly the rhythm of a heavenly tribulation. The countless army commanders in Triumph City were all stunned. Was someone about to undergo a heavenly tribulation? In the starry sky environment, this was simply a matter of legend, something that no one could imagine. What the hell is this guy doing? He actually attracted the attention of the will of the heavenly way? How is this possible? Looking up at the sky this time, even the wretched mosquito butcher, whose cultivation was at least of the 15th great realm, showed an extremely dignified expression, even slightly pale. He muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on? This shouldn't be. Isn't the great Tao of the starry sky the convergence of thousands of laws? How could the will of the heavenly way appear? This is too shocking." No, the cyan tribulation clouds are not condensed by this plane itself, but by crossing through the void. In the end, the wretched mosquito butcher's eyes lit up as he examined the countless cyan thunderclouds in the sky above Triumph City. He finally discovered something and immediately exclaimed, "In the deepest part of this vast thundercloud, there is clearly a strong aura from another plane." What is that? A giant closed heaven's eye? A heavenly eye of the great Tao? What is its origin? It is actually cyan, hidden behind a crack in the void. That is another plane. It is precisely because it sensed something, even if it is in a deep sleep at this moment, it actually subconsciously tore open the void, and the endless cyan thunderclouds descended. Roar! At the same time, as the sharp pain of all the flesh and blood in Yixian's body completely disappeared, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded again. The phantom of the demonic dragon that had just disappeared appeared again, side by side with the desolate ancient Xianxia, who was almost fully drawn, behind Yixian. The eyes of the 2 powerful supreme beings were full of strong killing intent as they looked at the crack in the void in the depths of the cyan thunderclouds. They seemed to have also sensed something. It was a very familiar aura, but it was very weak now, as if it was in a deep sleep. The efficacy of the Calamity Dragon Pill was completely absorbed and the shackles on countless flesh and blood cells in Yixian's body were torn a little more. It was indeed useful. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of the physical strength of Qi and blood has increased. Current realm. Black hole level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of the physical strength of Qi and blood has increased. Current realm. Black hole level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The desolate ancient divine skill Skyfall Bow has completed its transformation. Its power has skyrocketed, and the evolution is gratifying. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The level of the demonic dragon bloodline has increased. The power of the related demonic god bloodline has skyrocketed by 10%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. When the system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian opened his eyes. The moment his consciousness returned, he was stunned by everything in front of him. Looking up into the distance, the power of the demon soul pupil between his eyebrows bloomed, and there seemed to be an invisible light shooting out of it, entering the deepest part of the cyan thunderclouds high in the sky of Triumph City. With the help of the demon soul pupil's ability to see the source, Yi Xian clearly saw a crack in the void. The void on the other side of the crack had a strange aura. It was definitely not the third universe, but another distant mysterious world. Cyan Heaven's Eye? When the tightly shut cyan eye entered his line of sight, Yi Xian was instantly overwhelmed with shock and cried out involuntarily. It was too familiar.
Chapter 222. Crimson red force surged out from Chu Liyue's body and enveloped her like a blazing flame. The aura on her body had already risen to its peak. Chu Liyue only saw that there seemed to be an invisible hand on the water droplet that steadily drew a second line. Bang! In her mind there was a soft and clear sound. Her internal and external injuries quickly healed and the force in her dantian was even more abundant than before. In the next moment she suddenly opened her eyes. A faint red glow flashed across her clear and sharp eyes. Rank 2 warrior. She looked at her palm and felt the surging force in her body. She couldn't help but smile. She finally broke through. After such a long wait, her previous efforts were not in vain. Although she didn't know why she suddenly broke through today, but at this very moment, it was indeed a good thing for her. Seeing Chu Liyue break through, the originally quiet plaza became restless again. Chu Liyue raised her hand and kept the crystal barrier. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Situ Ziyue, who was standing opposite her, and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. Situ Ziyue quietly sized up Chu Liyue and unconsciously frowned. Chu Liyue's breakthrough this time actually didn't take too much time. It only took about the time for an incense stick to burn. But after breaking through she was obviously different from before. The most obvious thing was that the aura on her body was much stronger than before. In addition, the injuries on her body seemed to have mostly healed because of the breakthrough just now. She had only broken through from a rank 1 warrior to a rank 2 warrior. How did Chu Liyue's body undergo such a huge change? He raised the Ling Xiao saber in his hand and the icy blue force quickly enveloped it. The strange pattern on it was faintly discernible. This time, you shouldn't have any other reason to delay the match, right? It's time to end it. Chu Liyue chuckled. What a coincidence, I think so too. As she spoke, she picked up the black crystal Shen formation again. With a thought, force gushed out. Buzz buzz. The black crystal Shen formation shone brightly. Soon streaks of light flew out again. It quickly formed a huge Shen formation under Chu Liyue's feet. The originally dimmed Buddhist lotus slowly bloomed once more. Situ Ziyue sneered. Do you think you can win by using the same trick twice? The Ling Xiao saber in his hand suddenly slashed down. Falling clouds of flowers. Following this shout, the pattern on the blade suddenly moved. Then a small cloud creeper flower suddenly bloomed. The trumpet flower slowly moved along the groove on the blade. With every inch he moved, the trumpet flowers grew a little bigger. When it slid to the tip of the blade, the trumpet flower was almost as big as a lantern. Go! Situ Ziyu shouted in a low voice. The trumpet flower flew up gracefully, falling towards Chu Liyue. Compared to the Buddhist lotus blooming under Chu Liyue's feet, the trumpet flower was much smaller. It was not even as big as one of the petals. However, no one dared to underestimate this cloud creeper flower. It slowly flew forward, and cracks gradually appeared on the ground that it passed by. One could see how strong its suppression was. Chu Liyue looked up and glanced at it. Even though there was still a distance between them, she could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in it. The indescribable suppression made her body tense up, and she found it hard to breathe. Falling clouds of flowers? Isn't that one of the 3 ultimate moves of the Ling Xiao saber? Situ Ziyue can actually use it now. It seems like he's really going to break through and become a stage 5 warrior. The force in his body is actually so abundant. He seems to be only 21 years old this year. Speaking of which, he's even younger than Rong Jin, but he's only one step away from becoming a stage 5 warrior. If he breaks through, he'll probably become the youngest stage 5 warrior. Seeing the trumpet flower in the air, the crowd couldn't hide their shock as they discussed fervently. Rong Jin, who had been watching this competition from the side, had a cold expression when he heard this. He was the most famous genius in country Yaoqin, but he was indeed lacking compared to Situ Ziyue. In the past few years the two of them had fought a few times, but Rong Jin lost more than he won. This was especially so in the Qingjiao competition last year, where he lost completely. He originally thought that after a year of cultivation he could catch up to Situ Ziyue and even surpass him. However, looking at the current situation, the gap between the two of them had become even bigger. Not mentioning other things, just the Buddha lotus formation that Chu Liwei used just now already required a lot of effort for him to deal with it. Thinking of this, he felt even more aggrieved. His jaw tightened and the surrounding aura was as cold as ice. The trumpet flower was getting closer and closer. However, if the surrounding people took a closer look, they would notice that Chu Liwei wasn't panicking at all. She retracted her gaze and quietly looked at the black Shen formation in her hands. Success or failure depends on this, muttered Chu Liwei softly. Then, she injected all the force in her body into it without holding back. Pong. A sound suddenly came from the black Shen formation. Situ Ziyue chuckled. You're about to die, yet you still don't regret. Suddenly, the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth froze. His eyes were filled with shock. He saw that under Chu Liue's feet, under the Buddha lotus that was slowly blooming, countless rays of light were gathering. In just an instant even more petals had formed. Chu Liwei had actually activated the second layer of the Buddha lotus on the Black Shen formation. In other words, she had used her own strength to activate the full power of this level 4 Shen formation. Looking at the Buddha lotus that was passionately blooming with layers of petals, Situ Ziyue's heart suddenly felt uneasy. It wasn't that he didn't know the power of a level 4 Shen formation. At this moment, the trumpet flower had already flown in front of Chu Liwei. Chu Liwei suddenly waved her hand in front of her. That Buddhist lotus also suddenly moved forward according to her will. Its speed wasn't fast, but the distance between the trumpet flower and Chu Liwei was already not far. Therefore, it didn't take much time for the Buddha lotus and the trumpet flower to confront each other. Buzz. The petals of the Buddha lotus swayed gently. The trumpet flower's flying speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Buzz. The layers of petals swayed with the wind. The trumpet flower had completely stopped. It was hanging right above the Buddha lotus. Chu Liue's clear voice instantly rang out, "Close." As her voice fell, the petals of the Buddha lotus started to close gradually. The trumpet flower seemed to have lost control and fell down. The layers of petals instantly closed up and completely covered it. Situ Ziyue's face suddenly paled a little. After some time the Buddha lotus bloomed again. Its petals were already damaged by a lot. It was obvious that it had used up a lot of energy in the fight just now. However, the Buddha lotus that was originally aggressive now looked like it had been defeated. It fell to the ground dispiritedly without any signs of life. Situ Ziyue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 223. At the same time his aura quickly weakened. Ling Xiao blade was connected to him. Now that his move was broken, he would naturally suffer a backlash. He was furious and indignant. He wanted to stand up immediately, but he was too anxious, and anger attacked his heart. This movement caused him to fall to the ground and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a ghost. "Brother?" Situ Xianxia frantically stood up and rushed toward the competition venue. But when she reached the side of the venue, a voice suddenly traveled to her ears. "Eldest Princess Situ, if you go on stage now, it'll be considered his loss." Situ Xianxia's body froze, and she stopped in her tracks as she turned around. Chu Liwei was standing on stage and looked at her lazily in a seemingly smiling manner. Situ Xianxia clenched her fists in her sleeves. "Chu Liwei." "Yes, I'm here." Chu Liwei seemed to not hear the anger in Situ Xianxia's voice as he lifted his chin. "I think your brother still wants to fight. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to go up now." Situ Xianxia was so angry that her face changed. She looked at Situ Ziyue again. Standing closer, she could see the messy blood stains on his face and body even more clearly. Her heart seemed to have been harshly stabbed with a knife, and it hurt immensely. "Brother." Situ Ziyue heard her voice and looked up with much difficulty. "Xianxia, go back." As he spoke, he supported his body and tried to stand up. But his internal injuries were too serious, so he fell down again when he stood up halfway. Situ Xianxia's eyes were quickly filled with tears. In her heart, her brother had always been the most outstanding warrior genius. He was always high-spirited and full of vigor, proud of himself. When had he ever been in such a pathetic state? And the person who caused all of this was Chu Luiyue. Brother? Situ Xianxia wanted to persuade him not to continue, but anyone could tell that he no longer had the strength to fight. Even though Chu Luiyue's strength was depleted and his lips were pale, he wasn't injured. If the two of them continued fighting, the outcome wouldn't change. Instead, it would make her brother's situation worse. But she couldn't say this out loud. Her brother was such a proud person. How could he admit to losing to a rank 2 warrior? Chu Luiyue looked at Situ Ziyue with a smile. If you still want to continue, I will accompany you to the end. In other words, if Situ Ziyu did not take the initiative to admit defeat, she would continue to fight to the death. Everyone looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Before the match, before the time it took for an incense stick to burn, who would have thought that Chu Luiyue would gain the upper hand in the end? Moreover, he was actually able to force Situ Ziyu to such an extent. Qing Han finally couldn't stand it any longer. Xianxian, help your brother down. Situ Xianxian glanced at him hesitantly before she finally lifted her skirt and prepared to go on stage. No. Situ Ziyu shook his head, his brows tightly knitted together. If he were to step down now, wouldn't he lose completely? Bring him down. Qing Han's voice became much harsher. Situ Xianxian paused in her steps, but she still stepped forward in the end. Everyone fell silent for a moment. This meant that Situ Ziyue had lost. Brother, let's go down. Situ Xianxian held his arm and said with heartache. Situ Ziyu was furious as he angrily waved his arm, wanting to fling her away. However, his actions were weak, and he couldn't even break free from Situ Xianxian's grip. Situ Xianxian bit her lower lip and finally understood why her mentor directly asked her to help her brother down. He's actually so severely injured. Situ Xianxian helped Situ Ziyu up without any explanation. Brother, let's talk when we get back. Situ Ziyu didn't want to leave with his tail between his legs. That would be a huge humiliation. However, he knew his own body's condition very well. Even if he continued to stay, he wouldn't have any chances of winning. He stared deeply at Chu Luiyue, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. Chu Luiyue ignored him and continued to wave with a smile. Take care. Situ Ziyu spat out another mouthful of blood. Situ Xianxian's heart tightened, and she finally couldn't help but turn around and stare at Chu Luiyue. She enunciated each word clearly and said, Mentor once told me not to be depressed when I lose and not to be arrogant when I win. If not, I don't know when I'll suffer a huge setback. When that time comes, it'll definitely be very painful. Chu Luiyue blinked. Director Qing Han is indeed a person of virtue and prestige, and his words are very logical. However, her gaze turned and landed on Situ Ziyu as she regretfully said, Unfortunately, it's a pity. Your brother doesn't seem to have heard of this before. Look, he suffered a huge setback in front of me, didn't he? Situ Xianxian was stumped. I've never seen such a shameless person who inverts right and wrong. Situ Ziyu was about to faint from anger. He raised his arm as if he wanted to do something, but it drooped down weakly in the end. I hope you'll always be so smug. Situ Xianxian stared deeply at Chu Luiyue and didn't say anything else as she turned around and left with Situ Ziyu. Chu Luiyue watched the two of them leave and her lips curled up. Thank you for your blessings. I'll definitely work hard. Situ Xianxian's heart was in turmoil. How did that person interact with such a woman? Scheming, cunning, scheming. What exactly is he thinking? Could it be, just because of that face? Situ Xianxian's heart was filled with thoughts. Even after she brought Situ Ziyu away, her heart still couldn't calm down. However, Chu Luiyue didn't even care about them. She only cared about one thing now. Elder son, according to the rules, I'm now in the second round, right? Sun Zhongyan's heart couldn't be described with the word, shocked. Chu Luiyue's series of performances had already made him extremely proud and elated. When he thought of that possibility again, he really couldn't like Chu Luiyue anymore. Of course. He looked around and said confidently, Tian Zhongyan, this is the first round. For this round, Tianlu Academy's Chu Luiyue wins. Qin Jiao competition's preliminary ranking. Chu Luiyue succeeded in his challenge and is ranked first. His low and deep voice instantly reverberated throughout the entire square. Mobile users, please browse the internet for a better reading experience. Chapter 224. Chu Luiyue actually succeeded in her challenge. Sun Zhongyan's voice was like a clap of thunder that instantly woke everyone up from their shock. That's right. She had challenged Situ Ziyue, who was ranked first. Now that Situ Ziyue had admitted defeat, she naturally became first. Even though they had seen the competition with their own eyes, this fact was still unbelievable. Not only had Chu Luiyue won, but she had also broken through in the process. This sounded like a fairy tale, but it had actually happened before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Even the Tianlu Academy crowd was dumbfounded and could not recover from their shock for a long time. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly before she left the stage. However, she did not return to her seat directly. Instead, she walked toward Chuning. Father. When Chuning saw her coming down, she quickly walked up to her and grabbed her arm. She looked her up and down and asked nervously, are you okay? The competition had been so intense just now, and he had watched from the side with trepidation. Chu Luiyue spread her hands and smiled until her eyes curved into crescents. You're a stage 5 warrior. Can't you tell if I'm injured? Chuning had personally checked her and found that other than using too much force, she did not have any serious problems. Thus he was relieved. Upon hearing this, he could not help but laugh. So what if you're a stage 5 warrior? Now you can defeat a peak stage 4 warrior. I'm afraid that before long even I won't be your opponent. He was worried, but he was also proud and happy. The competition just now could be said to have been a perilous one. He was very clear that if Yuer had not broken through at the last moment, they would have definitely lost this round. Fortunately, it was a close call in the end. Chu Luiyue winked playfully. How is that the same? Father will always be the most powerful in Yuer's heart. However, this time you can finally rest assured, right? After the Wanling Mountain incident, Chuning did not say anything on the surface, but she knew in her heart that he was traumatized. Even when both of them were at home, he would often call her name. If he couldn't see it for a while, he would be nervous and anxious. After experiencing the loss of his daughter, he began to worry about his gains and losses. Chu Luiyue wanted to make him feel at ease, so he didn't play any extra tricks on the field today and went all out. Now that he won against Situ Ziyu, Chuning was clearly much more appeased. How could Chuning not know what she was thinking? Emotions surged in his heart and even his eyes became a little hot. He squeezed Chu Luiyue's shoulder. His lips moved, but his throat seemed to be choked. After a while he said, is naturally the best. Chu Luiyue smiled obediently. Then I'll go back first. Maybe someone will challenge me later. You should also go back and sit down. Chuning agreed and urged her to get some rest. The two of them separated and returned to their respective positions. However, Chuning's gaze never left Chu Luiyue's body. He watched her walk back, watched the crowd from Tianlu Academy cheering enthusiastically, and watched countless people looking at her with envy and amazement. Chuning let out a long sigh. His eyes were slightly red, but he couldn't help but smile. His was no longer the cowardly girl who could be bullied by others. Now she was like the sun in the clouds, shining brightly. Chu Luiyue's return was once again welcomed by the people from the academy. However, she keenly sensed that the atmosphere seemed to be different from yesterday. How should she put it? Everyone seemed to have an inexplicable respect for her. Whether it was their speech, actions, or anything else, they seemed to be more reserved than before. The way they looked at her was also a little strange. Chu Luiyue touched her face. Is there something on my face? Everyone was silent for a moment. Xiang gave her a thumbs up. You have the glow of a genius. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Xiang's glib tongue was just like a dog's mouth. Nothing good could come out of it. She looked at Mu Hongyu. What's wrong with them? She just went up to fight. Why did she feel that something was wrong when she came back? Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub and looked at Chu Luiyue. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Luyu, did you deliberately hide your strength before? That was Situ Ziyu. She actually won too. She even made him vomit blood. Think about how arrogant he was before. In the blink of an eye, he was completely defeated. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. Which time are you talking about? Mu Hongyu was speechless. How many times? She closed her eyes. Pretend I didn't ask. Her brain must have short-circuited for her to ask such a question. From the moment she entered the academy until now, which one of her achievements didn't show her extraordinary talent and strength? To think that she always felt that the gap between them wasn't that big. I must cultivate diligently in the future. Sinhu nodded vigorously. Me too. Gu Mingfeng looked up at Chu Luiyue and gave her a meaningful look. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She returned to her seat and sat down. The surroundings gradually quieted down, but the curious and amazed gazes did not decrease at all. She didn't care and planned to close her eyes and rest. However, Siting suddenly spoke up. Who gave you the crystal barrier? Chu Luiyue looked at him in confusion. Oh. Si Ting narrowed his eyes. The person you like? Chu Liwei paused and nodded slightly. Yes. Si Ting was silent for a moment. You seem to really like him. With that he turned his head. Chu Liwei was stunned. Why did Si Ting say that so strangely? Didn't she just use the crystal barrier? But seeing that he didn't seem to want to talk about it, she didn't ask any more. She took out the small silver ball and played with it in her hand. Si Ting sighed softly in his heart. At this moment he could finally let it go completely. He thought that it was just an excuse, but he didn't expect it to be true. Perhaps even she herself did not realize that when she mentioned that person, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile, just how moving it was. He didn't know who had the luck to win her heart. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 225. After Chu Liwei won this round, the situation in the arena immediately changed. The remaining few people looked at her from time to time with different expressions, but they were obviously more serious. They thought that Chu Liwei would be at the bottom of the last 10 people, but who knew that she would defeat Situ Ziyue and take first place? This time they had to re-evaluate Chu Liwei. Previously, when she was a Stage 1 warrior, she defeated 2 Stage 4 warriors consecutively. After breaking through to Stage 2, she even defeated a Stage 4 warrior. This result was enough to make Chu Liwei famous. If they wanted to take first place, they had to surpass Chu Liwei. Sun Zhongyin looked at a young man from Nanfeng Academy. Xianxia, it's your turn to choose. Xianxia was ranked 9th in front of Chu Liwei. According to the rules, it was his turn to choose one of the top 5 to challenge. Xianxia seemed to be prepared. He went up the stage and cupped his hands at a young man from Taiyan Academy. Nanfeng Academy's Xianxia challenges Taiyan Academy's Su Tingfeng. Seeing him make such a choice, everyone nodded subconsciously. Clearly they felt that it was within their expectations. Su Tingfeng was ranked 5th. It was obvious that he was the easiest to challenge among the top 5. Xianxia choosing him was the safest choice. Su Tingfeng laughed heartily and with a leap he jumped onto the arena. Please? Seeing the two of them fighting, some people started discussing in private. I was scared to death. I thought that all the new students this year were so powerful. It's enough to have Chu Liwei. Otherwise we won't be able to survive. Actually, I heard that Xianxia is only 16 years old this year, but he's already a Stage 3 warrior. He should be the top among the new students. It's his first time participating in the Qingjiao competition this year, but he directly entered the top 10. He's not inferior to Jiang Yuan at all. It's a pity that Chu Liwei appeared in front of him, overshadowing the others. I think that even if Chu Liwei isn't the top warrior this year, she will still be famous. Her future is limitless. With the intense battle between Chu Liwei and Situ Ziyue as a comparison, the battle between Su Tingfeng and Xianxia seemed much more ordinary. Although Xianxia was talented, there was a gap between him and Su Tingfeng. After a tough battle for half an hour, he lost regretfully. Su Tingfeng cupped his hands at Xianxia politely. You let me win. Xianxia chuckled bitterly. It's indeed not easy. I wonder. He couldn't help but look at Tian's side. To the end, to the stage, to the stage, to the stage. The surrounding people were still discussing her battle in low voices, but there wasn't the slightest bit of pride in her eyes, as if she wasn't the one who had won. Was to the top to the stage to the end. Xianxia was ashamed of his inferiority. Su Tingfeng followed his gaze and his expression changed slightly. He rubbed his glabella with a slight headache. Originally he thought that his ranking could be higher, but it seemed like it would be difficult. The next 2 matches were very fast. In the third match, Tianlu Academy's Qin Huai challenged Nanfeng Academy's Shi Wanwan. In the fourth match, Nanfeng Academy's Li Ziyuan challenged Xiao Wenling from the same academy. The 3 people after Chu Liwei all tried their best to challenge people with lower rankings, but they still failed. Chu Liwei watched seriously as she adjusted her breathing. She couldn't tell who would become her opponent later on, so she had to take this chance to observe their abilities. Both Shi Wanwan and Xiao Wenling were intermediate Stage 4 warriors. Judging from the competition, they weren't as good as Situ Ziyue. This also meant that they couldn't threaten her for the time being. She turned her gaze and looked at Rong Jin. Rong Jin, who was in second place, became the last person to be chosen. His opponent was Taiyan Academy's Huan Jingchua. Huan Jingchua was in 6th place, and he was already an intermediate Stage 4 warrior. If it were the previous Shi Wanwan or Xiao Wenling, they might have a chance of winning. However, Rong Jin was a peak Stage 4 warrior and he was stronger. His chances of winning weren't high. The two of them stood in the arena and faced each other. Both of them were tall and had handsome appearances. Just by standing there, they attracted the attention of many women. I didn't have the chance to fight you last year and I've always regretted it. This time it's finally perfect. Huan Jingchua chuckled. Please give me your guidance. Rong Jin nodded proudly. It's not guidance, it's just a friendly match. Although he said this, he didn't take Huan Jingchua seriously. There was a difference in abilities between the two of them. Rong Jin had seen Huan Jingchua's previous matches, and he could only be considered average. Rong Jin was aiming for first place in the warrior competition. After he defeated Huan Jingchua, he might have to challenge Chu Luiyue. Thinking of this, he felt frustrated. Let's begin. Huan Jingchua looked at Rong Jin's absent-minded appearance and smiled deeply. Please? Then he made the first move. The moment he moved, his figure disappeared from the spot. Rong Jin suddenly recovered his senses and immediately knitted his brows. How did Heng Jingchua's speed suddenly become so fast? A cold wind came from behind, and Rong Jin immediately changed his direction and threw out a palm strike. Lingyun palm. The wind from his palm whistled. Just as it was about to hit Huan Jingchua's chest, he somehow moved and dodged it again. Rong Jin's palm strike missed. Looking at the smiling Huan Jingchua in the other direction, Rong Jin's heart slowly sank. This Huan Jingchua is not right. Chu Luiyue, who was sitting below the stage and watching the match, suddenly sat up straight. His gaze focused as he stared at Huan Jingchua. Xiyang noticed her interest and couldn't help but ask softly, You also think that there's something wrong with Huan Jingchua? Even though he didn't like Rong Jin's abilities were widely acknowledged. But now Huan Jingchua easily dodged Rong Jin's attack. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment and said, He's an advanced stage 4 warrior. Yes, everyone knows that he's... Wait, you mean Huan Jingchua? Xiyang was shocked and couldn't help but take a few more glances. That's impossible, right? His aura is clearly similar to Jianghu's. Isn't he an intermediate stage 4 warrior? Chu Luiyue didn't explain, but her expression became more serious. Xiyang wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt Huan Jingchua's aura skyrocket. In just a moment, his aura wasn't any weaker than Rong Jin's. The two of them went from being one strong and one weak to being evenly matched. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. This Huan Jingchua will be a strong opponent for me. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 226. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Peak Stage 4 Warrior? So this is Heng Jingchua's true ability? I really couldn't tell how he suppressed his cultivation level previously. I heard that some secret techniques or yuan instruments can hide one's abilities. This is going to be interesting. A battle between two peak stage 4 warriors. I thought he was the unluckiest one and could only challenge Rong Jin, but it's still unknown who will win now. The chaotic discussions entered Rong Jin's ears, and his face turned even uglier. After such a long time, I didn't even realize that Heng Jingchua was hiding his abilities. Now that I think about what Heng Jingchua said, it's ridiculous. Advice? He's clearly at the same level as me, but he said that on purpose. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly in a year. He remembered that Heng Jingchua was only a beginner stage 4 warrior last year. He actually broke through to peak stage 4 warrior in such a short time. No wonder the crowd was shocked. Heng Jingchua's smile deepened. I was just lucky. I just broke through a few days ago. Rong Jin felt even more uncomfortable when he heard this. It took him almost 2 years to break through from beginner stage 4 warrior to peak stage 4 warrior. Heng Jingchua was clearly showing off. Since that's the case, let's cut the crap and see who's stronger. Rong Jin didn't want to listen to him anymore, so he circulated his force and attacked first. He only used 70% of his strength in the previous attack, but this time he used all his strength. Heng Jingchua faced it head-on. The two of them fought hand-to-hand. The battle quickly became a mess. Even though the two of them were at the same level, Rong Jin had broken through earlier and was stronger, so he would definitely have the upper hand. But as time passed, the crowd realized that this wasn't the case. Heng Jingchua calmly received all of Rong Jin's attacks and even seemed to be handling them with ease. On the other hand, Rong Jin gradually realized that Heng Jingchua was stronger than he thought after his consecutive losses. He originally thought that he would win this round, but it ended in a stalemate. Rong Jin's heart gradually became anxious. Looking at the situation in the arena, Sun Zhongyan gradually frowned. I remember that Heng Jingchua wasn't the best before, right? How did he improve so much in just a year? Wen Yen nodded. You're right. The reason why this person was ranked 6th was actually because he was lucky in the previous year's competition. He didn't meet any particularly strong opponents. At that time, It seemed that he was just fighting steadily and steadily. As for other things, he didn't seem to be particularly outstanding. I don't know what happened this year. Sun Zhongyan stroked his beard. Perhaps he encountered some kind of opportunity. Who knows? Wen Yin and the rest exchanged glances and saw the worry in each other's eyes. What they were most concerned about wasn't why Heng Jingchua suddenly became stronger in the past year but whether Rong Jin could win this round. He was publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest students in Tianlu Academy. They all hoped that he would be able to get first place in the Qingjiao competition. As for himself, it was clear that he had the same thoughts. But if he lost this round, he would fall to the bottom 5. Then, the best result he could achieve was only 6th place. This wasn't even as good as his 5th place last year. It was fine if other people lost, but if Rong Jin lost, the entire academy would lose face. Bai Qin rolled his eyes and smiled. Elder son, actually, we don't have to worry too much. No matter what, we still have little Luyu. I'm first now. As long as I can stabilize this position in the future, it will definitely be a great honor. Sun Zhongyan wanted to say something but stopped. Actually, he was still worried. This Heng Jingchua seems to be holding back. Unlike the stifling atmosphere at Tianlu Academy, the crowd at Taiyan Academy finally regained their spirits. Qing Han smiled in surprise. This kid hit it well. Even I didn't know that he had already broken through to become a peak stage 4 warrior. Situ Xingqian had already calmed down, so she smiled and said, Master is always busy. It's normal that he didn't notice such small things. Even though Qing Han was the director, there were many things that he didn't personally ask about. Most of his energy was actually placed on Situ Xingqian. If not, he wouldn't have the idea of letting Situ Xingqian become the top celestial physician in her first Qingjiao competition. No matter what, this kid looks like he's a talent that can be nurtured. When the Qingjiao competition ends, we have to nurture him well. The few teachers behind him nodded when they heard this. You're right, director. Qing Han looked at the stage in satisfaction. How shrewd was his judgment. He could tell with one look that Rong Jin was gradually at a disadvantage. As long as nothing happened to Heng Jingchua, it was only a matter of time before he won. Even though they lost Situ Ziyue, they still had Heng Jingchua. I really want to see if Tianlu Academy's people can still be so smug when Rong Jin loses. Many wounds gradually appeared on Rong Jin's body. Even though they weren't serious, the blood stains on his clothes made him look especially pathetic. However, Heng Jingchua still looked like he was at ease. The contrast between the two was really stark. The crowd's voices gradually became softer as they watched this scene nervously. Heng Jingchua suddenly closed in. Rong Jin was shocked and immediately retreated. However, he was injured, so how could he be faster than Heng Jingchua? The distance between the two kept shrinking. Heng Jingchua finally struck out again. Rong Jin couldn't avoid it and could only brace himself to receive it. A punch flew out. The two of them crazily attacked each other. The messy ripples spread in all directions. At this point, Rong Jin suddenly felt that something was amiss. A chill was spreading from Heng Jingchua's palm to his hand. At the same time, the force in his body suddenly became messy and started to drain rapidly. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately looked up. Heng Jingchua's move was very strange. It's time to end this. Heng Jingchua met his gaze and didn't avoid it. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. His voice, which had originally sounded modest and courteous, was now filled with coldness. Not good, Rong Jin thought. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, Heng Jingchua was faster. His palm turned into a claw and directly grabbed Rong Jin's wrist. The strength in his hand was frightening. This time, Rong Jin's wrist was instantly bruised. How dare you? Before Rong Jin could finish his sentence, Heng Jingchua had already grabbed his wrist and harshly flung it out. The crowd only saw Rong Jin's figure uncontrollably fly out. Then he fell to the ground with a bang. The key was that he fell outside the competition venue. Out of bounds, he was eliminated. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 227. There was an uproar. Nobody expected Rong Jin to be eliminated in such a manner. At this point, Situ Ziyue and Rong Jin, who had the highest hopes for this year's Qingjiao competition, had both been defeated. Rong Jin finally recovered his senses when he heard the commotion around him and realized that he had been pushed out of the arena. I lost. Rong Jin's mind went blank. He never thought that he would lose to Heng Jingchua. He also didn't think that he would fall behind the top 5. This failure directly determined that he had no hope of surpassing last year's ranking. He supported himself with his arms and wanted to stand up, but he realized that he had no force in his body. He looked up in shock and saw that Heng Jingchua had regained his gentle and harmless smile. Thank you for letting me win, Crown Prince Rong Jin. Even though he was smiling, he stood there high and mighty. His eyes and brows were filled with mockery. It was as if he was saying, "You're just SOSO." Rong Jin's heart burned like fire, causing him to lose his rationality. Once he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. His organs seemed to be enveloped by the cold air, which gradually spread to his entire body. His body gradually stiffened and his mind became muddled. Finally, his vision turned black and he fainted. Go and bring him back. Sun Zhongyan immediately frowned and said. Very quickly, someone went forward and helped Rong Jin up. Realizing that he had fainted, Sun Zhongyan hurriedly went forward and carefully looked at his face. His brows furrowed even more tightly. Even though he expected Heng Jingchua to win, it didn't seem to be enough to make Rong Jin faint. However, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with Rong Jin. He glanced at Heng Jingchua but saw that the man had already left. His expression was the same as usual. Xianxia, come and take a look. Xianxia went forward and took Rong Jin's pulse. After checking carefully, he shook his head. He was depressed previously and he fainted because of the blow today. It's nothing serious. The crowd looked at each other and was speechless. They had actually heard a little about Rong Jin being grounded by His Majesty. He could only come out because of the Qingjiao competition. He wanted to use this to make a comeback, but he didn't expect that this series of events would break him down. Sun Zhongyan nodded, feeling slightly relieved. That's good. Bring him back first and let Zhuorong take care of him. Xianxia hesitated. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the same as giving up on the competition later on? How can he fight in his current state? Besides, what's the point of continuing the competition? Sun Zhongyan sighed. As the crown prince, Rong Jin was used to being arrogant. This time he was aiming for first place. Now, not to mention first place, he was not even fated to be in the top 5. If he continued to force himself to compete, it would just be a waste of time. Bai Chen coughed and whispered, "That's right." Then wouldn't Situ Ziyue be unable to continue competing? Although Taiyan Academy did not say anything, it was obvious that Situ Ziyue would not participate in the competition. As such, both sides were in a similar situation, so it wasn't too bad. Xianxia and the others didn't say anything else. Just like that, Rong Jin was quickly taken away. When she passed by Chu Luiyue, she fixed her gaze on him. That was not right. Even though Rong Jin was narrow-minded, he was capable. Heng Jingchua was of the same cultivation level as him, so how could he directly knock Rong Jin out? Liu, what are you looking at? The golden mane bear cub ran out of Mu Hongyu's arms, and Mu Hongyu hurriedly chased after it. She saw that the older Chu Luiyue was staring in the direction that Rong Jin left in. She widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "Are you worried about Rong Jin?" Chu Luiyue looked at her speechlessly. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm just worried about myself." Rong Jin's behavior was really strange. There must be something wrong with that Heng Jingchua. Mu Hongyu patted her chest. "I thought so too. You're not blind. But then again, I think that Heng Jingchua is quite strong. If the two of you fight later, can you win?" Chu Luiyue retracted his gaze. "We'll have to try to find out." After the first round of competition, the new rankings were out. Chu Luiyue was temporarily in first place, followed by Heng Jingchua, Xiao Wenling, Shi Wanwan, and Su Tingfeng. Sun Zhongyan asked in a low voice, "The first round is over and the rankings are out. If anyone is not satisfied with their current ranking, they can continue to challenge us. If no one challenges them, their current ranking will be the final result of the Qingjiao competition." He looked around and swept his gaze across Chu Luiyue and the others. "Now, whoever wants to challenge us, step forward." The entire square was silent. Everyone looked at the few people curiously, secretly guessing who would continue to compete. At this stage, no matter who competed with whom, it would be a bloodbath. However, the glory of being first was something that everyone yearned for. Chu Luiyue was the center of attention. Without a doubt, her position was the most tempting. Finally, someone took a step forward and stood out. Chu Luiyue seemed to sense something. She looked up and saw a smiling face. Even though that face was smiling, there was no hint of a smile in the corners of his eyes. There was only a restless ambition. Taiyan Academy's Heng Jingchua challenges Tianlu Academy's Chu Luiyue. Chapter 228. As expected, Heng Jingchua stood out and went for the first place. In an instant, almost everyone became excited. These two people were definitely the most eye-catching people in this Qingjiao competition. Chu Luiyue was young, but her fighting skills were shocking. It was easy for her to win against someone of a higher level. Heng Jingchua had improved so quickly that he was not to be underestimated. Everyone was curious about who would have the last laugh when the two of them met. Under countless gazes, Chu Luiyue stood up, smiled, and nodded. Please? I didn't expect it to be the two of us fighting in the end. Heng Jingchua cupped his hands and smiled. Chu Luiyue seemed to smile. You should have expected this, right? Heng Jingchua's smile froze for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. Miss Chu, you really know how to joke. Everyone wants to win in the Qingjiao competition. However, I didn't expect to enter the finals. I also didn't expect my final opponent to be you. Chu Luiyue could not be bothered to listen to him. Heng Jingchua obviously came prepared. He purposely hid his abilities previously and only showed his true abilities when he fought with Rong Jin. She was almost certain that he had other tricks up his sleeves. Cut the crap. Let's begin, said Chu Luiyue as she took out the black Xian formation crystal. Heng Jingchua's eyelids twitched. Chu Luiyue's move was indeed difficult to deal with. Isn't it bad for little Luyu to use her killer move the moment she goes up? Asked Bai Chen worriedly. Sun Zhongyan smiled helplessly. What else can she do? Heng Jingchua is an advanced stage 4 warrior after all. The difference between the two of them was huge. If Chu Luiyue did not give it her all from the start, this match would end very quickly. By then she would not even have the chance to use her killer move. However, she used too much energy just now. She definitely hasn't recovered yet. It's already very impressive that she won against Situ Ziyue. Even if she loses this match, she'll be second. Besides, she's not a warrior in the academy. As long as she does her best, she won't have any regrets. Bai Chen thought about it and didn't say anything else. Buddhist Lotus Formation. With Chu Luiyue's clear shout, the first layer of petals slowly bloomed. Immediately after, the second level quickly appeared. The huge Buddhist lotus appeared once again. A powerful pressure silently spread out. Chu Luiyue had used the Buddhist lotus formation twice in a row, but he had almost exhausted all of his strength. However, the power of a level 4 Xian formation was enough to deal with someone at the peak of the 4th stage. As long as he could kill Heng Jingchua with one strike, he would be able to win. Heng Jingchua looked at the Buddhist lotus that was slowly blooming and his expression turned serious. He clasped his hands slightly in front of him, and streams of origin power rapidly condensed. A round ball as bright as the moon gradually appeared in his palm. The sphere looked bright and hot, but in reality, it was bone-chilling cold. Streaks of white mist condensed and shrouded the surroundings. Even Heng Jingchua's hands were covered in a thin layer of frost. Both of them were accumulating their power. Then Heng Jingchua made the first move and threw the sphere in his hand forward. Moon Devour. The sphere quickly flew towards Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue activated the origin power in his body. Close. The huge petals swayed gently and then closed. Just like when he was fighting with Situ Ziyue, Heng Jingchua's sphere gradually slowed down and finally fell into the Buddhist lotus formation, completely covered by the layers of petals. In the arena, only two violent forces were left fighting each other. Although the crowd couldn't see what was happening inside, they could still feel the vibrations coming from the trembling petals. Can Chu Luiyue still win this time? The Buddhist lotus formation has swallowed Heng Jingchua's power again. I don't think it's that simple. Chu Luiyue has already fought once, and now he doesn't have much energy left. The power of the Buddhist lotus formation must have weakened as well. Heng Jingchua is the same. If the Buddhist lotus formation can't stop Heng Jingchua, then Chu Luiyue will lose for sure. Chu Luiyue stared at the cluster of Buddhist lotuses. She could clearly feel that the moon devourer's power was being dissolved by the Buddhist lotus formation. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Heng Jingchua, bang. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the Buddhist lotus formation. The sound couldn't be heard clearly by others, but it immediately alerted Chu Luiyue. On one of the petals there was a hole that was about an inch long. The reason why there was the sound of something breaking was because there was a layer of frost on the petal. As it was inside, and it was only a small area, Chu Luiyue didn't notice it previously. The layer of frost made the petal extremely weak, and it was easily broken by a force that flew out. Chu Luiyue looked carefully and suddenly realized that there was a faint black color on the edge of the broken petal. Something was wrong. Chu Luiyue was alarmed, and she felt a strong sense of uneasiness. She didn't think and immediately retreated. At the same time she waved her wrist and threw out the crystal barrier. The transparent barrier instantly enveloped her. Almost at the same time, countless similar holes appeared on the huge Buddhist lotus. Then the Buddhist lotus suddenly broke. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. A violent aura swept out in all directions. The round ball reappeared in everyone's sight. Compared to the beginning it looked smaller but its power was still there. When the Buddhist lotus broke, it quickly flew toward Chu Luiyue. The crowd exclaimed. Chu Luiyue's Buddhist lotus formation has been broken. This time, Heng Jingxue is definitely going to win. The difference in strength is indeed difficult to overcome. Looking at the situation, Cheng Han's lips curled up. Jingxue's abilities have indeed improved a lot. He can even break through a 4th-level Shen formation. Xingqian, even though your brother is injured, now that Jingxue has stepped in and won first place, it can be considered as helping Ziyue and the entire academy regain face. Situ Xingqian nodded. I wonder if Heng Jingxue can deal with Chu Luiyue like how he dealt with Rong Jin. In this competition nobody was allowed to kill, but it was still possible to injure someone severely. Since Heng Jingxue wants to be first, he must have used all his strength against Chu Luiyue. Thinking of this, Situ Xingqian finally felt a little better. As for the crystal barrier, it won't be too late to ask about it after all this is over. Chu Luiyue looked up at the round, moon-like ball that was rapidly approaching her. The tyrannical power struck the glazed barrier, causing it to retreat. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly jumped. Even if the crystal barrier can protect me, I'll still fail if I go out like this. She made up her mind and suddenly jumped out of the crystal barrier. She wanted to avoid that attack. However, at this moment, she suddenly saw that within the sphere, there seemed to be a faintly discernible mass of black. The sinister and cold aura made one shudder. Her heart skipped a beat. Heng Jingxue actually, mobile users please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 229. Just as Chu Luiyue was about to speak, Heng Jingxue seemed to have sensed something. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly rushed toward Chu Luiyue. He was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Chu Luiyue. Without hesitation he shot out another ray of force. The force merged with the ball, and the power that had been reduced increased again. It also approached Chu Luiyue at an even faster speed. A terrifying pressure came crushing over. Chu Luiyue felt as if her chest was being crushed by a huge rock. Even breathing became difficult, let alone speaking. Her face became even paler. She was about to be hit by the moon devourer. It's over. Chu Luiyue is going to lose. Why did she suddenly come out of the crystal barrier? She's hiding inside. She can't just stay inside. Heng Jingxue is so strong. He can definitely push her and the crystal barrier out of the arena. But this time she really can't turn the situation around. Almost everyone was watching this scene nervously. Some were already shaking their heads in pity, as if they had already predicted the final outcome. However, at this moment, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue felt an itch on her cheek. She looked over and realized that the blood ferret had come out, and it was blocking in front of her. Dumpling, come back. Chu Luiyue was anxious. She gritted her teeth and shouted. Blood was already flowing out of the corner of her mouth. If she could rush to the front at this time, she would be able to see that Tuanzi's eyes were burning with anger. Its fur was already standing up and it was obviously going to rush forward. Heng Jingxue narrowed his eyes and looked at the red furry thing that suddenly appeared in front of him. Blood ferret? Seeing that the blood ferret was full of hostility, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Chu Luiyue, is this your magical beast? Could it be that he was joking? Although the blood ferret was a 3rd-grade magical beast, it had almost no combat ability. Normally it could be played with as a pet, but in a battle like this, it would be of no help to its owner. He had thought that Chu Luiyue was very powerful, but now it seemed that she was just a little girl with an immature mind. She didn't even have a magical beast. This blood ferret was most likely raised by her for fun, wasn't it? What a joke. Hearing his words, the hostility in Dumpling's eyes intensified. Mocking Chu Luiyue was mocking the blood ferret. The next moment, its small as of an eye's eyes. Its speed was extremely fast. Everyone could only see it drawing a red arc in the air. It was actually heading straight for the moon devourer. Hung twos to the end. A mantis is a mantis to stop. The power of the moon devourer was extremely powerful. This time, it was likely that it would directly take the blood ferret's life. Kill to kill it. Chu Luiyue wanted to stop it, but she couldn't say a complete word because of the pressure. Dumpling was too impulsive. Inside the moon devourer's ball was roar. Tuanzi directly pounced on the ball that was emitting a terrible power. Chu Luiyue was stunned. That's not right. She was already out of breath from the pressure, and the blood in her body was in turmoil. How could Dumpling just rush over? How did it get over? Before she could figure it out, something even more shocking happened. Dumpling opened its mouth and bit down. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. Dumpling had bitten a hole in the ball. Its cheeks were puffed up, and its head was almost as big as half its body. Crack, crack, crack. Gulp. Along with this series of sounds, Tuanzi actually chewed and swallowed the piece of meat that it had bitten off. The huge square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Even Chu Liyue's eyes twitched. What just happened? Dumpling ate that thing? Ate it? Although it looked like a glass crystal, it wasn't. It was full of condensed force. Heng Jingchua was stunned. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate this move. Ever since he succeeded, he had always kept it as his trump card. Once he used it, he would never lose. Something like this had never happened before. While everyone was still in a daze, Dumpling opened its mouth again and bit off another big piece. The gap on the ball was even bigger now. As it moved, the force on the ball began to deplete rapidly. Soon it had swallowed half of the ball. Heng Jingchua started to feel uneasy. It couldn't go on like this. He didn't have time to think about what was going on with the blood ferret. He had to stop it, or else he quickly went forward. However, just as he moved, he realized that the blood ferret had grabbed the remaining half of the ball and ran away. As it ran, it ate the ball at an even faster speed. Crack, crack, crack. Heng Jingchua almost went crazy when he heard the sound. His origin power was contained in it. If it was swallowed, he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. However, he soon realized that his speed was not as fast as the blood ferret's. Thus, he could only watch as the sphere became smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until, gulp, Dumpling stuffed the last bit into its mouth and swallowed it. Heng Jingchua's movements suddenly froze, and his body trembled slightly. It was gone. His force was gone just like that. Dumpling, are you okay? Chu Liyue finally recovered. She quickly went forward and looked at it nervously. Dumpling's eyes were wide open, and its body was swaying as if it couldn't stand properly. Chu Liyue was even more worried. I told you not to, burp. Dumpling suddenly let out a loud burp. Chu Liyue was speechless. Why did it look like it was drunk? Before she could react, Dumpling had already turned around and looked at Heng Jingchua. It suddenly spat out a black ball that flew toward Heng Jingchua. Heng Jingchua widened his eyes in shock. It actually spat out that thing? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 230. Heng Jingchua retreated without hesitation, trying to avoid that thing. However, Dumpling had eaten a ball of force and her blood was boiling. She moved too quickly, and Heng Jingchua had no time to dodge. In a moment of desperation, he raised his arm in an attempt to block it. Puchi. Everyone saw a small black ball spit out from the blood ferret's mouth, and it pierced through Heng Jingchua's forearm. Red blood splattered everywhere. A bloody hole appeared on Heng Jingchua's arm. Ah! Heng Jingchua's face turned pale from the intense pain. However, compared to the pain, there was more fear on his face. He raised his injured arm with his other hand, and his whole body was trembling violently from fear. No, no. That thing could not be touched. A cold chill was spreading from the wound. Heng Jingchua's face was ashen. Then he took out a flying knife and stabbed it into the wound, gouging it out viciously. A piece of flesh fell off. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were filled with horror. Heng Jingchua had gouged out a piece of flesh from his arm. What is he doing? Cheng Han stood up abruptly, but he saw that Heng Jingchua did not stop. Instead, he continued to gouge out the flesh around the wound. One piece after another, and some were even attached to the skin. It looked extremely bloody and cruel. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to withstand such pain. However, Heng Jingchua seemed to have gone crazy and he did not stop. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the flesh on his arm had been gouged out, and the white bones were clearly visible. Jingchua, stop right now. However, Heng Jingchua did not seem to hear him at all. His body was trembling as if he was going to gouge out the flesh from his entire arm. Some of the more cowardly people had already covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Even if it was a one-hit kill, it would still be more satisfying than this. His actions were even scarier than killing someone. It sent chills down everyone's spine. Cheng Han looked at Chu Liyue furiously and shouted in a low voice, Chu Liyue, what the hell is going on? What did you do to Jingchua? Chu Liyue spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his hand to wipe off the bloodstain on his lips. She felt the chaotic aura in her body gradually calm down. Only then did she look at Cheng Han unhurriedly. There was a mocking smile on her lips, and there seemed to be ice condensing in her eyes. Director Cheng Han, you should ask Heng Jingchua himself. He knew very well what he had done. What nonsense are you talking about? Cheng Han pointed at Chu Liyue with an ugly expression. Jingchua is in this state because of you. Everyone can see it. You actually want to make a false countercharge. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today, don't even think about leaving. Hearing this, Sun Zhongyan laughed indifferently, but the pressure on his body gradually increased. Brother Qinghan, why can't we talk things over nicely? Why are you threatening the child? Qinghan took a deep breath, but when he saw that Heng Jingxue had no intention of stopping, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Sun Zhongyan, are you trying to cover up for Chu Luiyue? Sun Zhongyan's smile faded a little. Luyu is a student of Tianlu Academy. How can I let others bully him? Qinghan, you're an elder. Before this matter is investigated, it's best that you don't speak nonsense. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating the facts. The two of them went back and forth, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Chu Luiyue hugged Dumpling in her arms. However, she saw it staring at her with a pair of dazed eyes. It tilted its head and rubbed against her palm eagerly and affectionately, as if it did not realize what earth-shattering thing it had just done. Her heart warmed. If it were not for Dumpling, she would have been in danger today. After patting Dumpling, Chu Luiyue looked at the two of them. Elder son, this matter was caused by the student. Let the student settle it himself. Sun Zhongyan looked at her hesitantly. With Qinghan acting like this, he definitely wouldn't take things lying down. How was she going to deal with this? All right. However, don't worry. The academy will definitely not let its students suffer. Chu Luiyue nodded. Thank you, Elder Sunday. Qinghan waved his sleeves fiercely. I'd like to see what kind of explanation you can give. Chu Luiyue did not immediately answer his question. Instead, she walked toward Heng Jingxue. Heng Jingshua's attention was all on his arm at this moment. He turned a deaf ear to everything else. He did not even realize that Chu Luiyue had walked in front of him. In fact, even if he knew, he could not care less. Chu Luiyue looked at him calmly, and her gaze quickly brushed past his bloody arm. She looked like she was smiling but not at the same time. Ah, it's already stained with blood. Then, even if you cut off your entire arm, it doesn't seem to be of any use. Hearing this, Heng Jingshua's movements suddenly froze. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. How could he not know this? He was just holding on to his last hope. Bang. While he was in a daze, Chu Luiyue suddenly lifted her long leg and kicked him hard. Heng Jingxue was not prepared. At this moment, he had no intention to fight. He was directly kicked out by Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue used all her strength this time. The two of them were not far from the edge of the arena. Heng Jingxue flew out and directly out of the arena. Then he fell hard onto the ground. His body left a deep trail of blood on the ground, which made him look particularly pitiful. Chu Luiyue. Qinghan shouted angrily. What are you doing? Chu Luiyue's eyes curved. She smiled very politely. Oh, nothing. I just thought that since we're already at this stage, it's just right to end this competition first. After all, she still wanted to win. Qinghan's chest felt like it was being burned by a ball of fire. He almost could not control himself and went forward to teach Chu Luiyue a lesson himself. Chu Luiyue seemed to have predicted what he was going to do. She spoke first. Director Qinghan, don't you want to know why Heng Jingxue suddenly became like this? Please take a look again. Qinghan turned his head to look. Heng Jingxue fell down from the arena. However, he still seemed to be immersed in that strange state. He did not have time to get up from the ground. The first thing he did was to pick up the flying dagger that was thrown to the side. He gritted his teeth. As if he had made a huge decision, he slashed the dagger at his own shoulder. It looked like he was going to cut off his entire arm. Qinghan lifted his finger. A ray of force flew out and knocked the flying dagger out of his hand. If he lost this arm, Heng Jingshua's future path of cultivation would be filled with difficulties. However, Heng Jingxue hurriedly picked up the flying dagger. It looked like he was going to continue. Chu Luiyue's lips curled slightly. Her tone was cold. Once the 7 coldness poison comes into contact with blood, it will quickly seep into the limbs and bones. Although you seem to be helping him by stopping him like this, in reality, it's equivalent to forcing him onto the path of no return. Chapter 231. 7 coldness poison? Many people's expressions changed when they heard the name. Qinghan was stunned for a moment. 7 coldness poison was highly toxic. Once exposed, it would spread throughout the body. After 7 days, the person would freeze to death. Could it be that Heng Jingxue was poisoned by the 7 coldness poison? He quickly walked towards Heng Jingxue. When he got closer, he saw that there was indeed a thin layer of black frost on his arm. On top of the badly mutilated wound, it looked especially strange. Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Heng Jingxue had such a big wound on his body. The 7 coldness poison must have already entered his lungs and could not be saved. He was completely done for. Cheng Han looked at Chu Luiyue furiously. Chu Luiyue, you are really vicious. How dare you poison someone in the Qingjiao competition? Chu Luiyue sneered. Dean Cheng Han, you should take a closer look. This 7 coldness poison was obviously brought by Hang Jingchua himself. When he attacked just now, he put the 7 coldness poison in the moon devourer. He wanted to kill me without anyone noticing. He did not expect my fiend to see through his plan and turn the tables on him. He is just reaping what he sowed. How can he blame me? She glanced at Hang Jingchua coldly. I haven't held him accountable for trying to kill me. You're lying. Cheng Han immediately recalled that the blood ferret had indeed spat out a ball of black stuff that injured Hang Jingchua. Now that he thought about it, it must be the 7 coldness poison. That thing was obviously spat out from your fiend's mouth. It must be you, Dean Cheng Han, you're so forgetful. Don't you remember that my fiend spat out that thing after swallowing the ball of moon devour? Chu Luiyue patted Dumpling and said slowly. Just as you said earlier, everyone saw it clearly. Cheng Han was speechless. In fact, he had already realized that something was wrong and was starting to feel guilty. However, how could he admit it at this moment? If he admitted it, not only would Hang Jingchua, but he and the entire Taiyan Academy would also be humiliated. They would become the laughing stock of everyone. It was a taboo to use poison in the Qingjiao competition. Sun Zhongyan quickly stepped forward and took a closer look at Hang Jingchua. His expression turned cold. Although I'm not a celestial physician, I can still recognize 7 coldness poison. Cheng Han, you better give everyone an explanation for this matter. Cheng Han's face turned pale and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. Ah! At this moment, Hang Jingchua had already chopped off his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. He let out an extremely miserable shriek that made one's heart tremble. The square was completely silent. Even those who didn't know what the 7 coldness poison was couldn't help but feel fear when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to say a word. Amidst this awkward and tense silence, a voice suddenly sounded. Miss Chu, you keep saying that Jingchua brought the 7 colds poison himself. But do you have any evidence? Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes. Why is this Situ Xingqian so dramatic? What has this matter got to do with her? Situ Xingqian stepped forward and said, although your blood ferret spat out the 7 coldness poison after it swallowed the moon devourer, there's no 7 coldness poison in it. What if the 7 coldness poison wasn't in the moon devourer and the blood ferret brought it with him? A strange light flashed across her eyes. If there's really no problem between you and the blood ferret, why did you leave the crystal barrier despite knowing that the moon devourer was powerful? Eldest Princess Situ, your question is interesting. I'm clearly the one who was harmed, but you want me to prove my innocence? Chu Luiyue knitted his brows. Situ Xingqian calmly said, Jingchua is powerful. Jingchua is very powerful. He is more than 1 level higher than you. He can win against you no matter how he fights. Why would he use such a despicable method? Chu Luiyue laughed out loud when she heard this. It seems like eldest Princess Situ doesn't want to admit that I won against Situ Ziyue earlier. If I didn't see wrongly, he's still resting behind you. It's hard for him to even stand up. Situ Xingqian's expression changed slightly. It's fine to talk about other things, but Chu Luiyue is clearly humiliating me on purpose when he talks about my brother. That's just, since I can win against Situ Ziyue, why can't I win against Hang Jingchua? As for why he used such a method when he's so strong, only he knows. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly, and he revealed a meaningful smile. After all, he even did something to Rong Jin. Once the sentence came out, it was no different from a clap of thunder. After being dazed for a while, everyone was in an uproar. Chu Luiyue's words clearly meant, Luyu, is what you said true? Asked Sun Zhongyan anxiously with tightly knitted brows. He was also poisoned. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. Oh, Director Cheng Han and eldest Princess Situ should also take a look, in case you say that we did something in secret. Chu Luiyue generously lifted his chin. He's still over there. Sun Zhongyan and the rest hurriedly walked over. Zhuorong, who was looking after Rong Jin, was confused. 7 coldness poison? I didn't notice it. Xianxia rushed over first and grabbed Rong Jin's wrist again as his expression became increasingly solemn. He had already checked Rong Jin's pulse once, but he didn't find anything. It was the same this time. What did Chu Luiyue say? He turned around hesitantly. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly asked, how is it? Xianxia and Zhuorong fell silent. Sun Zhongyan's heart sank. At this point, Cheng Han had already walked over. He glanced at the unconscious Rong Jin and coldly shouted, why are you still here? Isn't he fine? How is he poisoned? Chu Liwei, even if you're lying, you can't say something that can't be exposed so easily, right? What else do you have to say now? Chu Liwei looked at Zhuorong. Teacher Zhuorong, please cut Rong Jin's finger. Zhuorong didn't know what was going on, but he still did as he was told. A silver light flashed and a wound appeared on Rong Jin's finger. Red blood quickly seeped out. But soon, the blood droplet quickly condensed and was covered with a thin layer of black frost. Zhuorong was shocked. It's indeed 7 coldness poison. Everyone was shocked. Cheng Han's words were stuck in his throat. Xianxia went closer and carefully checked before saying, it's indeed 7 coldness poison. It's definitely 7 coldness poison. It's just that the dosage is very small so it can't be seen from the outside. As he spoke, guilt and self-blame grew in his heart. We actually didn't notice it earlier. If we let the 7 coldness poison spread, Rong Jin would have died. Zhuorong hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to Rong Jin. Even though it couldn't cure the poison, it could temporarily suppress it. Even Sun Zhongyan was a little scared. Rong Jin was the crown prince after all. If something really happened to him, the academy couldn't escape the blame. Chu Liwei looked at Cheng Han and Situ Xingqian. The person who fought with Rong Jin just now was Heng Jingxue. Could it be that the 7 colds poison in his body was also sent by me through the air? Love Network has a much better reading experience. Chapter 232. Cheng Han was speechless. The 7 coldness poison in Rong Jin's body was the best evidence. Even if he wanted to refute, he could not think of a single word at this point. He only felt embarrassed. This was even more so for Situ Xingqian. Previously, she was the one who suspected Chu Liwei, and she was also the one who asked Chu Liwei to take out the evidence. Now everything was clear. Countless pairs of eyes landed on her, making her feel uneasy. So Rong Jin was poisoned too. This must be Heng Jingshua's doing. Yeah. Chu Liwei never interacted with Rong Jin from the start to the end. How could it be her? I knew it. Rong Jin and Heng Jingxue are clearly of the same level, so how could Heng Jingxue win so easily? It turns out that he used such despicable means. I think that he might not have won the previous competitions with his true abilities. I really don't know how Taiyan Academy teaches people to do such a thing. Also, Situ Xingqian has been speaking up for her academy's people from the start. Heng Jingxue clearly did something wrong, but she's suspicious. Rumors say that she's understanding, generous, and smart. Why can't I tell? Hey, it's just a rumor. You'll only know if it's true when you see it. Don't you think that she seems to be targeting Chu Liwei? Could it be that Chu Liwei offended her because he argued with her the day before? That's hard to say. After all, she's the high and mighty eldest princess. All sorts of discussions were like sharp knives that harshly pierced her body, making her feel extremely embarrassed and in pain. Situ Xingqian had been pampered since she was young. Even her father had never flared up at her. When had she ever been criticized like this? Situ Xingqian felt her face burning, and she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Cheng Han, your student used such despicable means to win in the Qingjiao competition. Don't you have an explanation? Said Sun Zhongyan coldly with a solemn expression. That's right. The nature of this matter is very bad. We can't let it go just like that. Fu Yunshan, who had been sitting at the side and watching the competition, finally expressed his stance with an equally solemn expression. Previously, someone from Nanfeng Academy had also fought with Heng Jingxue. Besides, who knew if there was anyone else besides Heng Jingxue who was doing this? The two of them interrogated Cheng Han, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. I don't know about this either. You are the dean and he is a student of your academy. Whether you know it or not, you have to take responsibility for this matter, right? Sun Zhongyan interrupted him. Cheng Han felt extremely sullen in his heart. He really didn't know. If he had known, he would never have let Heng Jingxue come. Furthermore, he wouldn't speak up for him. Just now, he thought that Taiyan Academy would still be the #1 warrior this year. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did they lose the #1 spot, but they even became the target of public criticism. In a moment of desperation, he could only look at Heng Jingxue and scold him. Speak. Where did you get this from? The 7 colds poison was not a poison that ordinary people could obtain. Heng Jingxue didn't come from a prestigious family and had always kept a low profile in school. This 7 coldness poison really came out of nowhere. However, Heng Jingxue ignored Cheng Han. He just lay on the ground, curled up into a ball and trembled all over. Speak. Cheng Han wanted to walk over and kick him, but he remembered that he had the 7 coldness poison in his body and stopped in his tracks. Heng Jingxue still didn't respond. Chu Liwei frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of something and walked over to Heng Jingxue. Liu, Be careful. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly shouted. Chu Luiyue shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to worry. He took a few more steps forward and took a closer look. When he took a look, his expression changed slightly. He's dying. What? Everyone was shocked. Sun Zhongyan and Fu Yunshan immediately went forward. They saw that Heng Jingshua's broken arm had already frozen, and it had even spread to his entire face. The poison had taken effect. At this stage there was only death for him. He would die soon and there was no way to save him. Why did the poison take effect so quickly? Fu Yunshan frowned and asked. There should still be poison in his body. It was triggered by the 7 coldness poison, so... Sun Zhongyan's words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. If that was the case, it proved that Heng Jingchua was under someone's orders. But in his current state, they would definitely not be able to find out who was behind this. Fu Yunshan was a little anxious. Is there no way to save his life first? Once we find out. Before he could finish, Heng Jingshua's body suddenly trembled violently. He let out a painful whimper between his lips and teeth. It was like a cry of despair in the dark night. It sent chills down everyone's spines. Soon, his movements gradually quieted down. Finally, there was no more sound. Fu Yunshan and Sun Zhongyan looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. Chu Luiyue had already accepted this fact. He gently comforted Dumpling, who was in his arms, and fell into deep thought. No wonder Heng Jingchua was so flustered when he was injured. He was not only worried about the 7 coldness poison, but he was also worried that it would trigger the other poisons in his body. The other poisons must be something that the person behind him used to control him. In the end, he was just a pawn. But who was the person behind him? There was no need for that person to come in first place in the Qingjiao competition. What was the reason? Fu Yunshan thought for a while and said, although he's already dead, if we can find out what the poison in his body is, we might be able to gain something. Qing Han, you won't object to this, right? What could Qing Han say? He could only agree. Since things have already come to this, we should naturally discuss this together. We can also use this opportunity to clear Tai Yan Academy's name. He did not want his reputation to be tarnished because of Heng Jingchua. However, at that moment, a black fog suddenly emerged from Heng Jingshua's body. Cold. Sinister. Chu Luiyue felt a strong sense of uneasiness. In the next moment, the black fog quickly spread and enveloped Heng Jingchua completely. Then, his body started to corrode at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, his corpse transformed into a pool of blood on the ground and completely disappeared. The black fog also dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Only the messy bloodstains on the ground were left, indicating what had just happened. Digression. I went out for a day yesterday and accidentally fell asleep at night. Today's update will be updated at around midnight. I did not update on time, so I owe you one. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 233. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Now there were no clues at all. They could not find anything at all. Qing Han wanted to get to the bottom of this matter more than anyone else. Now that things had turned out this way, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Let's put this matter aside for now. After the Qingjiao competition ends, we'll start investigating immediately. Sun Zhongyan said in a low voice. With such a thing happening, their hearts were filled with worry. However, it was obvious that the other party was meticulous and ruthless. It was definitely not something they could find out in a day or two. The Qingjiao competition had to continue. Fu Yunshan glanced at Qing Han as if he was looking at a joke. At this moment, the people from Tai Yan Academy were probably the ones who felt the most heartbroken. They did not know that such a huge scourge was hiding in the academy. Now that they thought about it, they felt extremely disgusted. Alright. Heng Jingchua is a student of Tai Yan Academy after all. I think we should let Brother Qing Han handle this matter. We'll assist you. How about that? Qing Han almost could not maintain his composure anymore. Whatever you say, it's the truth. Then he turned around and returned to his seat. It was obvious that he did not want to speak anymore. Even so, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. If he did not get to the bottom of this, he and the entire Tai Yan Academy would not be able to clear their names. Not only did he not get first place, but he also got himself into trouble. What was this? Chu Luiyue put away her thoughts and smiled at Xiao Wenling and the rest. Oh right, according to the rules, you guys can continue to challenge me? Xiao Wenling and the rest, who were suddenly called out, shuddered and quickly shook their heads. No. I'm not challenging you. I'm not challenging you either. I am injured. I'm not going to compete. I think my ranking is quite good. Chu Luiyue raised her brows. It was fine if they did not want to challenge her. Why did they make it seem like she was some demon? Looking at them, those who did not know would think that she was very scary. However, she did not know that she was indeed a very terrifying existence in their eyes. No, it should be said that most of the people in the square thought so. The scene of her blood ferret swallowing Heng Jingshua's moon devourer was still deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, and they couldn't forget it. At this time, who would be so reckless as to challenge Chu Luiyue? What if the blood ferret bit his neck? Are you sure you don't want to continue? No, no, no. Several people denied in unison. Chu Luiyue's red lips curved into a brilliant smile. If that's the case, elder son, is the warrior competition over? Only then did Sun Zhongyan regain his senses. That's right. If no one challenged him, then Chu Luiyue would be the true #1 warrior. His originally worried mood immediately lightened up, and the wrinkles on his face bloomed into a smile. I declare. The champion of this year's Qingjiao competition is Tianlu Academy's Chu Luiyue. Heng Jingshua aside, Chu Luiyue winning first place still made everyone from the Tianlu Academy celebrate. One had to know that they had not won first place for 3 whole years. With such a powerful genius, they naturally basked in the glory. Nanfeng Academy was still alright, but Taiyan Academy was utterly humiliated. They were full of confidence when they came, but who knew that things would turn out like this? Cheng Han took a deep breath and kept persuading himself. Being #1 in the warrior competition is not a big deal. There are still Xian Masters and Celestial Physician after them. The 3 Xian Master Academies are considered to be on par. No one knows who will win in the end. However, I still have Situ Xingqian. As long as I can become #1 in the Celestial Physician competition, I can redeem myself. Luyu, after the Qingjiao competition ends, you can choose from any of the 3 academies and enter their library. You can borrow books for free for a month. Have you thought of which academy you want to go to? Asked Sun Zhongyan cheerfully. Chu Luiyue thought for a while and smiled. I haven't thought about it yet. Sun Zhongyan did not mind. Then think about it again. The Qingjiao competition will end in 2 days. It's the same for your selection. Nobody expected this girl to win first place, so it was normal for her to not think about it. Chu Luiyue obediently agreed and returned to her seat. Xiang was dazed. You actually won first place, Luyu? Are you still going to participate in the Shen Master competition? Why not? Asked Chu Luiyue. I'm sitting in the Shen Master seat. Xiang said sincerely, you've already won first place. You've already gotten first place in the warrior tournament and defeated so many people. You don't have to worry about us, do you? Chu Luiyue stared at him intently. Didn't you say that the Qingjiao competition's rewards are very generous? Xiang covered his face in despair. It's all my fault for saying that. The 3rd day of the competition ended just like that. The news of Chu Luiyue winning first place quickly spread throughout the imperial city. At the same time, many people also knew that Heng Jingshua had poisoned her. At night at Crown Prince Mansion, Rong Jin lay on the bed with a pale face. Chu Xianmin was carefully serving him in front of the bed. However, her gaze was somewhat erratic. In actual fact, she was listening to Zhuorong and the Empress talking outside the screen. It's our negligence that caused His Highness to be poisoned. Luckily, the dosage was small, and His Highness had always been strong, so it wasn't very serious. Now that the remaining poison has been removed, he just needs to rest for a while and he'll be fine. This was Zhuorong's voice. In the academy he was the teacher and Rong Jin was the student. However, this was Crown Prince Mansion, so they naturally had to follow the hierarchy. Teacher Zhuorong, you're too polite. If it weren't for you, the Crown Prince would have. The Empress immediately rushed over when she heard the news. Even though Zhuorong said that Rong Jin was fine, she still felt scared. Zhuorong sighed. Actually, the person you should thank isn't me but Luyu. If she didn't discover it early, we wouldn't have known that His Highness was poisoned. Once the time was delayed, it would be really dangerous. The Empress paused. Chu Luiyue. Yes. The Empress was silent for a while before she softly said, she's a good girl. She's a good child. Don't worry, when there's an opportunity, Ben Gong will personally go and thank her. Chu Xianmin unconsciously clenched her fists. Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue again. Now even the Empress said that. Water. A weak moan was heard. Chu Xianmin hurriedly looked at the bed and saw that Rong Jin had opened his eyes. Your Highness, you're awake? That's great. Water is here. Chu Xianmin hurriedly passed the water beside her over and carefully fed him. The people outside heard the commotion and hurriedly came in. When the Empress saw that Rong Jin was awake, her eyes turned red, and she directly pounced on him. Jin, you're finally awake. Chu Xianmin hurriedly retreated, but the empress didn't even look at her. She couldn't help but secretly bite her lips. Rong Jin opened his eyes and asked with difficulty. Did Luiyue save me? You can find a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 234. The empress didn't expect Rong Jin's first sentence to be this. Her face darkened, and Chu Xianmin even lowered her head to hide all the emotions in her eyes. The empress patted Rong Jin's arm. Jin, you just woke up and your body is still very weak. Let's talk about this later. Rong Jin was a little dazed. Actually, he had already woken up and heard most of what Mr. Zhuorong and his mother said. Even though he didn't remember what exactly happened, he clearly heard the key words. Hung Jingchao 7 cold poisoned Chu Liu. Looking at his mother's reaction, it meant that what they said was true. Rong Jin's heart was instantly filled with mixed feelings. He felt very embarrassed when he was rejected when he invited Chu Liu. However, he didn't expect Chu Liu to help him at the crucial moment. If it weren't for her, his life would have been. The young girl's cold appearance appeared in front of him again. For some reason, the anger from being offended had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an indescribable, complicated feeling. She was indeed different from the others. He couldn't help but tightly grab the Empress's arm and anxiously said, "Mother, I have a request. Mother Empress, I have a request. I hope you will grant it." The Empress was shocked. Rong Jin had been the crown prince for many years, and he rarely used such a pleading tone to speak to her. After all, he was her son, and her heart ached for him. Her voice was much gentler. "Jin, there's no need to ask for anything between us. Whatever you want to do, just say the word." Rong Jin looked at her and said word by word. "I want to marry Chu Liu as my crown princess." The Empress's smile froze. Chu Xianmin hurriedly looked up, but she immediately looked down. However, she had already secretly grabbed her sleeves and tightly clenched them. The Empress's voice was cold. "Jin, you still have a fever and your mind isn't very clear. Let's talk about it after you recover." She then stood up to leave. However, Rong Jin was very persistent. "Mother, I've made up my mind. If you don't agree, I'll go and beg father." "You're crazy." The Empress finally couldn't hold it in and suddenly raised her voice. "Don't forget your identity. You're the crown prince." As the crown prince, how could he go back on his words? Previously, Chu Liu was a good-for-nothing. Although he was criticized for canceling the engagement with her, it was more or less reasonable. How could the crown prince's consort be a good-for-nothing? But now, Rong Jin actually said that he wanted to remarry Chu Liu? What would others think? What would His Majesty think? That's absurd. However, Rong Jin didn't seem to listen to her at all as he clenched his teeth. "I only love her. If I can't marry her, then I won't marry anyone else." The Empress almost fainted from anger. What's so good about that Chu Liu? There are so many good girls in the world. Why is Rong Jin so obsessed with me all of a sudden? What exactly did I feed Rong Jin? However, seeing Rong Jin's resolute attitude, the Empress didn't dare to insist. "Allow me to think about this matter again. At the very least, we have to wait until the Qingjiao competition ends." Rong Jin also knew that it was a little overboard to suddenly raise this request, so he didn't force it. Seeing that the Empress had softened her stance, he stopped while he was ahead. "Then I'll thank you first, mother." The Empress looked at him deeply before she turned around and left. Her thin brows were knitted together. Zhuorong was forced to listen to this conversation at the side, and he was also very embarrassed. He found an excuse and left. Very quickly, only Rong Jin and Chu Xianmin were left in the room. Rong Jin lay back on the bed and looked at the curtains above his head in a daze. However, things related to Chu Liu kept appearing in his mind. Thinking about it carefully, even though their engagement had lasted for many years, the two of them didn't have much interaction. Now that he wanted to think about it, he realized that it was the same thing over and over again. Rong Jin was a little disappointed. However, once he thought about how Chu Liu saved his life, he felt a little happy. As long as she wasn't engaged, nobody in the imperial city could fight with him for her. Thinking of this, he looked at Chu Xianmin at the side and hurriedly asked, "Oh, right. Minmin, weren't you very close to Liu in the past? You should know what she likes, right? What kind of jewelry does she like? What does she usually like to do? Hurry up and tell me." Chu Xianmin almost sneered out loud. What a joke. The crown prince, who used to avoid Chu Liu like the plague, actually wants to remarry. He even started to ask me what Chu Liu likes. I've never had such thoughts about her. I really didn't consider her at all when I asked all these questions. Chu Xianmin suppressed the jealousy and anger in her heart and lightly said, "Your Highness, you should take care of your body first. I'll naturally tell you all these things one by one. Rong Jin was then relieved. He mumbled for a while before he fell into a deep sleep. Chu Xianmin looked at him coldly. After a while, she revealed a sarcastic smile. Chu Luiyue directly returned to her residence. When she went up to the second floor, she almost habitually walked to the window and looked at Yifeng courtyard. Many leaves had fallen in the courtyard, and there was no one on the rattan chair. It looked a little cold. It seems like Rong Xiu hasn't returned yet. She slightly knitted her brows and hid the faint disappointment in her heart. Thinking about it carefully, Rong Xiu had only left for 3 days. She actually felt a little unaccustomed to it. This feeling of being tied down by something was really not good. Chu Luiyue stood quietly for a while and planned to close the window. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the night sky. Chu Luiyue seemed to have sensed something. She looked over and slightly widened her eyes. Shue Shue. Plop. Shue Shue actually directly jumped in through the window. It jumped into Chu Luiyue's arms. Chu Luiyue staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Shue Shue, why are you? Before she could finish speaking, she smelled a strong smell of blood. Chu Luiyue's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly helped Shue Shue up from her arms. Under the moonlight, she saw that there was a deep wound on Shue Shue's body. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. What's wrong? Who did this to you? Chu Luiyue's heart was burning with anger as she asked anxiously. No wonder Shue Shue rushed in and directly pounced on her. It wasn't affectionate acting coquettishly, but because it was too injured and couldn't control itself. Shue Shue's aura was also much weaker. It looked very messy, as if it had just gone through a fierce battle. Hearing Chu Luiyue's voice, Shue Shue let out a low whimper. A pair of ice-blue eyes looked at her sadly and nervously. Chu Luiyue suddenly thought of something. Where's your master? Shue Shue bit the corner of her clothes and pulled her outside. Chu Luiyue's heart sank. Something happened to Rong Xiu. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 235. Where is he? Chu Luiyue asked immediately. Shue Shue whimpered and lowered its body. Chu Luiyue immediately understood that Shue Shue wanted to bring her there. But, your injury? Shue Shue shook its head and looked at her blankly. Chu Luiyue calmed down and suddenly took out a herb from her heaven and earth bag. This is a spirit herb. It can stop bleeding and heal wounds. You can use it first. As she spoke, she quickly crushed the herb and applied it on Shue Shue's wound. The wound, which was so deep that the bones could be seen, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Luiyue was finally relieved and sat on Shue Shue's back. She felt a weight on her shoulder and turned to see that Dumpling had followed her. Let's go. Chu Luiyue patted Shue Shue's head lightly, and Shue Shue leaped out of the window. In the night, the figures of a human and 2 beasts rushed out quickly. When they passed through the barrier of the academy, Chu Luiyue was a little worried, but Shue Shue did not seem to care. When they got close to the barrier, a silver glow suddenly spread out from Shue Shue's body and enveloped Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue immediately felt that her aura was isolated, and she passed through the barrier without causing any fluctuations. Soon, she left the academy completely and headed west. Chu Luiyue looked back and saw the silhouette of Tianlu Academy gradually disappear into the night. Chu Luiyue retracted her gaze and realized that although Shue Shue was injured, it was still very fast. It was indeed a high-level fiend. Even if it was injured, its combat power was still very strong. However, she did not know what kind of trouble Rong Xiu had encountered that even Shue Shue was injured. In the Imperial City, or rather in the entire country Yaoqin, there seemed to be no fiend that could compare to Shue Shue. As for Rong Xiu, his strength was even more mysterious. No one knew who he had encountered. At this time, Chu Luiyue didn't think about it at all. If even Rong Xiu couldn't solve it, with her current strength, she wouldn't be of much help. All she could think of was to be faster, faster. Now that Rong Xiu was in trouble, she could not sit back and do nothing. She couldn't do it either. Very quickly, Chu Luiyue realized that Shue Shue had already brought her out of the Imperial City gates. Her expression became more and more serious. At that time, Rong Xiu said that he was going to leave for a while, and she didn't ask him where he was going. Looking at it now, it was indeed outside the Imperial capital. Shue Shue headed towards the forest outside the Imperial capital. Gradually, under the moonlight, Chu Luiyue began to feel that the scenery before him was somewhat familiar. This forest seemed to be the place where she was reborn. That is, the forest where the original host was assassinated outside the city. After passing through the dense forest, Shue Shue finally flew down in a certain direction. After landing, Chu Luiyue looked carefully and saw a sparkling lake. At this time, the moonlight was just right, and the lake was shrouded in a layer of faint white smoke, looking even more tranquil. This is the place where she first met Rong Xiu. Shui Shui, why did you bring me here? Chu Luiyue got down from Shui Shui and quickly looked around, but she didn't see Rong Xiu. Where's your master? Not only was Rong Xiu not there, but there was no one around except her. Shui Shui whimpered and walked towards the lake. Then it stopped beside the lake and looked at the lake, seeming a little anxious. Chu Luiyue stared blankly for a while before suddenly reacting. You're saying that Rong Xiu is in this lake? Shui Shui nodded and its claws scratched the ground anxiously. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. When she first met Rong Xiu, he was indeed here. He also said that this was his territory. But now Shui Shui actually said that Rong Xiu was under this lake. The lake was calm. Only the dense origin power on its surface made it look different from ordinary lakes. Chu Luiyue walked over and looked at the lake hesitantly. He is under here? Suddenly her eyes focused. When the white fog gradually dispersed, she saw that under the clear water, there seemed to be a silver stream of light. Her heart skipped a beat and she immediately looked forward. There was the same scene under the lake in the distance. This stream of light was faintly discernible under the lake. It wasn't very clear to begin with, and with the fog above the lake, it was even harder to distinguish. If one didn't stand closer, they definitely wouldn't be able to detect this abnormality. Chu Luiyue focused her gaze and gradually widened her eyes. The intertwined lines of light looked very similar to a teleportation array. Chu Luiyue blurted out in shock. She never expected that there would be a teleportation array hidden under the lake. Moreover, if she wasn't wrong, this teleportation array's level wasn't low. Chu Luiyue looked at the intertwined streams of light below and could already vaguely feel the pressure from the teleportation array. She didn't speak for a long time. Rong Xiu actually hid a teleportation array here. Chu Luiyue realized that she had still underestimated Rong Xiu. Such a teleportation array required at least 3 level 5 Xian masters to build. How many level 5 Xian masters were there in the entire country Yaochen? Rong Xiu, he actually, just as countless thoughts flashed through her mind, Shui Shui suddenly went forward and nudged her knees. Chu Luiyue glanced at it and vaguely realized something. Rong Xiu was probably at the place where this teleportation array would reach. We can only find Rong Xiu if we go down from here, right? Shui Shui nodded again, looking increasingly anxious. Chu Luiyue made up her mind. She hugged Dumpling and jumped down. Let's go. When Chu Luiyue jumped into the lake, she saw the white fog above quickly disperse in all directions. The teleportation array below shone brightly and quickly enveloped her. The lake water consciously parted. Only then did Chu Luiyue realize that the light from the teleportation array automatically formed a barrier around her, perfectly protecting her. The surrounding lake water also avoided it because of this. Chu Luiyue looked at the silver barrier around her strangely. Why would this teleportation array automatically protect her? It wasn't as if she had never seen a teleportation array before. She had even built many of them herself, so she knew more about them. The biggest use of a normal teleportation array was to connect 2 spaces, allowing people to quickly travel from one place to another. Inside the teleportation array, because it was connected to the void, there would often be violent energy flowing around. It was inevitable that there would be some danger when passing through it. Sometimes, in order to avoid this, some small mechanisms would be specially set up when building the teleportation array. For example, when someone passed through the teleportation array and the teleportation array sensed their aura, it would automatically form a barrier to protect them. However, she didn't know that there was a teleportation array here and had never used it before. How could this happen? However, this doubt only flashed through her mind. In the next moment, she felt her body being pulled down by a force. Her surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 236. She hugged Dumpling tightly in her arms and sensed that Shui Shui was by her feet. Only then did she relax and know that they had already entered the teleportation array. The surroundings were filled with the whistling of the wind caused by the turbulence. Chu Luiyue had no doubt that if not for the protection of this barrier, she would have been torn apart by the violent turbulence the moment she entered. The surroundings were pitch black and she couldn't see anything. Chu Luiyue's heart gradually rose. Everything was indicating that Rong Xiu had too many secrets. Every time she thought she had understood enough, she would realize that what she saw was only the tip of the iceberg. At the very least, this teleportation array was definitely not something that a small princely of country Yaochen could do. After an unknown period of time, Chu Luiyue finally saw a ray of light in front of her eyes. We're here. A powerful pressure surged from all directions. Chu Luiyue's eyes were instantly covered by white light. She raised her hand to cover her eyes. When the light gradually dimmed, she put down her hand and looked around. When she saw the scene in front of her clearly, she finally widened her eyes and her heart was filled with shock. This was actually a sea. It was nighttime, and only a bright moon hung in the dark night sky. A faint light shone down, and the dark blue surface of the sea sparkled. The seawater kept surging and hitting the reef in a cycle. She was currently standing on the shore. Looking back, there was an endless desert. Looking forward, there was an even more mysterious sea. In the distance, where the sea met the sky, there seemed to be a huge curtain hanging down from the sky and connecting with the sea. The curtain looked incomparably dark. Occasionally, one or two golden streams of light would flash across it and disappear in the blink of an eye. A boundless pressure spread out from it, causing people to unconsciously submit to it. Chu Luiyue looked at this scene in shock and was speechless for a long time. This curtain? This curtain? On the Black Tortoise continent there were many countries. However, these countries were also divided into ranks. For example, the Tianling dynasty was considered a superior country, while country Yaochen was only a subordinate country. The Tianling dynasty's territory was surrounded by these curtains. It was also known as the Heaven's Canopy. Anyone who wanted to enter the Tianling dynasty had to pass through their Heaven's Canopy. In reality, this Heaven's Canopy wasn't man-made. It existed naturally. The existence of Heaven's Canopy divided the Black Tortoise continent into two levels. Empires within Heaven's Canopy, such as the Tianling dynasty, had rich heaven and earth origin force. The cultivation environment there was much better than outside Heaven's Canopy. To them, the Heaven's Canopy was the protection of nature, and it also represented the honor bestowed by the heavens. There were too many people who wanted to enter Heaven's Canopy. However, the Heaven's Canopy was extremely powerful. Only when a cultivator's strength was strong enough could they successfully enter it. When she was in power, she had also heard that countless cultivators outside the Tianling dynasty's territory tried to pass through Heaven's Canopy every year. However, only a few succeeded in the end. Chu Luiyue never expected that she would be directly outside Heaven's Canopy from that transportation portal. However, her gaze was quickly attracted by the scene in midair. A tall white figure was standing in midair. Even though his back was facing her, she could still recognize that it was Rong Xiu. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a sinister and mocking voice coming from midair. "Your Highness, I haven't seen you for a while. Has your strength decreased so much?" Chu Luiyue looked in the direction of the voice and saw that there was actually another person standing opposite Rong Xiu. However, he was wearing a black robe with a hood on his head. The darkness of the night concealed his figure. Therefore, Chu Luiyue didn't see him at first glance. Rong Xiu laughed softly. "It seems that your Highness has been living too comfortably recently. That's why you came to court death." Chu Luiyue was taken aback. "Your Highness?" Was he referring to Rong Xiu? But country Yaochen didn't seem to have a Your Highness, right? Where did this identity of Rong Xiu come from? Moreover, she felt that the Rong Xiu in front of her now seemed to be different from the person she knew in the past. She had never heard Rong Xiu speak in such a tone. Cold, majestic, disdainful, with the absolute suppression of a superior. "I forgot that this is outside Heaven's Canopy. Your realm is suppressed, so your strength is naturally greatly reduced. Otherwise, why couldn't you even take 10 of my moves?" The black-robed man's voice was sharp and cold. It was as if a sharp weapon was scraping against glass, making one feel very uncomfortable. Chu Luiyue only heard these two sentences and felt the force in her body faintly become chaotic. This was caused by the opponent's strength being too strong. Chu Luiyue's brows were tightly knitted. The black-robed man's strength was at least a stage 6 warrior. But his words made Chu Luiyue even more horrified. Rong Xiu's realm was suppressed. Didn't that mean that Rong Xiu's strength was at least a stage 7 warrior? If people outside wanted to enter Heaven's Canopy, their strength had to be at least a stage 6 warrior. But at most, they were at the peak of stage 6. This was because cultivators outside Heaven's Canopy could only cultivate to this realm. If they wanted to break through to stage 7, they had to enter Heaven's Canopy. And once a warrior above stage 7 left Heaven's Canopy, their realm would be suppressed to stage 7 and below. Chu Luiyue secretly guessed Rong Xiu's true strength, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. He wasn't even 20 years old this year, right? This level of talent, even compared to her previous life, was not inferior in the slightest. "Don't worry. Even if it's outside Heaven's Canopy, I can still send you on your way." Rong Xiu smiled casually as if he didn't care about the other party at all. But Chu Luiyue's sharp eyes saw that the corner of his clothes seemed to be stained with blood. "Ah, Your Highness, you're already injured and don't have the strength to fight anymore. I'm curious, how do you plan to kill me? The high and mighty Your Highness, the Holy Sun, has actually fallen to such a state. TSK. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid you won't have the face to continue sitting in this position. But you don't have to worry about these things. After all, your life is going to end here today. As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. He raised a blood-colored sickle. Blood sickle / The surrounding heaven and earth force rapidly gathered. His blood-colored sickle suddenly slashed down. A blood-colored light instantly flew toward Rongxiu. Rongxiu waved his sleeves and a silver disc flew out rapidly. Boom. Two powerful forces fiercely collided together. The sea water violently surged. Soon the silver disc suddenly cracked. Crack. Chapter 237. Countless streaks of light scattered in all directions. Rongxiu quickly retreated. But the crimson scythe quickly caught up. Chu Liyue stood behind a piece of rock, but she was still blown so hard by the strong wind that she could barely stand. Rongxiu was already injured previously, and this attack put him at a disadvantage. Your Highness, let's end it here. The black-robed man shouted coldly, and the crimson scythe suddenly changed into several shadows. They all rushed toward Rongxiu. In the blink of an eye they surrounded Rongxiu. At this moment Rongxiu raised his wrist. Turbulent waves of seawater suddenly shot up to the sky. It formed a huge water screen in front of him. The crimson scythe rushed into the water screen, but it was as if it had sunk into a swamp, and its speed immediately decreased by a lot. The black-robed man seemed to be shocked. You can actually control the sea in heaven's canopy? Rongxiu chuckled. Not much, but it's enough to deal with you. After saying that, he suddenly snapped his fingers. A silver flame suddenly appeared at the tip of his long, white fingers. Go! Accompanied by this cold voice, the silver flame lightly landed on the water screen. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil, and a raging fire instantly burned. Above the deep blue water screen, a bright and cold silver flame instantly ignited. It covered the sky and covered the earth. The black-robed man sensed that something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, another water screen rose up behind him. The silver flame quickly spread and burned over. Two burning water screens, one in front and one behind, trapped the black-robed man in the middle. Gradually, the crimson scythes that were trapped in the water screen also started to melt. The black-robed man finally panicked. He originally thought that Rongxiu's realm was suppressed and would definitely not be his match, but he did not expect him to be able to use such a move. Your Highness, your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, I came prepared this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding heaven and earth origin force rapidly surged into his body. The aura around him surged crazily. Soon, Chu Liyue sensed a ripple in the distant heaven's canopy. That man had actually forcefully raised his strength to the peak of rank 6. When it sensed the aura of a rank 7 warrior, heaven's canopy would become unstable. He had clearly intentionally stuck his realm at this boundary. Outside the heaven's canopy, the highest level one can reach is the peak of the 6th level. Your Highness, the suppression of your realm is too strong. How can you be a match for me now? The black-robed man let out a strange laugh, and a white chain suddenly flew out from under his robe. The chain seemed to be made of carved bones and it emitted a cold aura. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that it was covered in dried blood. It made people shudder with fear. The chain flew out and pierced into the water screen. The chain was intercepted again, but when the silver flame neared, the dark red blood on the white bones suddenly wriggled. The silver flame licked the chain crazily, but only a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Vaguely, it sounded like the mournful cries of a malicious spirit. A hole was gradually being devoured on the water screen. The last layer of flame was extinguished, and the chain quickly flew toward Rongxiu. Rongxiu suddenly looked up. His gaze was deep. He abruptly raised his hand and grabbed the chain tightly. The black-robed man suddenly looked up and laughed. Ah, do you think this is still within heaven's canopy? Don't think I don't know that the golden body of the saint cannot be summoned outside heaven's canopy. You must die today. After saying that, he shouted in a deep voice. Ghost chain, explode. Bam, bam, bam. The white bones on the chain suddenly exploded. Rongxiu flung his wrist. The chain shook violently. The powerful force quickly spread to the black-robed man's body. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. The two of them were sent flying by the impact of the force. Shui Shui roared and flew out quickly. It originally wanted to catch Rongxiu, but the force was too strong. In addition, it was already injured, so it fell down together with Rongxiu. Shueishue's claws scratched a deep trench on the ground, and it finally stopped when it hit the reef. Although Rongxiu had Shueishue as a buffer, his arms still hit the reef heavily. On the other hand, although the black-robed man was also affected, it was not as serious as Rongxiu, and he quickly stabilized himself. The outcome of the two of them was obvious. Rongxiu's hand was on the rough reef. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly realized something and looked up. Behind the reef, in the shadows, there was a pair of clear eyes. It was a face that he couldn't be more familiar with. Why was she here? Before Rongxiu could think clearly, he felt a cold wind coming from behind. He quickly and resolutely shouted in a low voice, "Dodge!" However, Chuliwa did not dodge. Instead, her eyes seemed to be burning with flames. When she exchanged glances with Rongxiu, she clearly saw the bloodstains on Rongxiu's face and body. Ever since they met, the Rongxiu she saw was always strong and calm. Even when he was fighting the black flying python, his clothes were always neat and tidy. She had never seen him in such a sorry state. She did not know why, but a nameless anger suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. In midair, the blood-red sharp blade flew over and was about to land on Rongxiu's body. Chu Luiyue didn't even think as she jumped and flipped over from behind the reef. Immediately she pulled Rongxiu away. At this moment, the blood-red sharp blade had arrived. It was close at hand. She could already clearly feel the terrifying pressure. She grabbed Rongxiu's hand tightly and with a turn of her feet, she blocked in front of Rongxiu. Rongxiu immediately guessed what she was planning to do and his heart suddenly tightened. With her current strength, how could she withstand this attack? A Wu dumpling suddenly flew out and went straight for the blood-red blade. Its small body was overturned in a blink of an eye. The strength of a 6th-stage peak warrior was extremely terrifying and it was not something it could handle. On the other side, Shueishue struggled to stand up, but with a few more wounds on its body, it could not get up at all. Chu Luiyue suddenly pushed Rongxiu away. Rongxiu's heart was empty and in the next moment, he pulled her tightly into his arms. Chu Luiyue suddenly bumped into his chest and the tip of her nose hurt. But at this moment, she did not care about this, and the first sentence that came out of her mouth was, "Danger! Run." Digression: Xianxia is in so much pain that he wishes he was dead. The remaining 2 updates will probably be released in the afternoon. Xianxia is so unbearable. Mobile users, please browse and read. Chapter 238. Rongxiu held her tightly in his arms. When he heard her voice, he suddenly froze. She actually told him to run first? Did she know what she meant by doing this? Seeing that Rongxiu didn't move, Chu Luiyue anxiously shouted again, "Hurry!" This shout woke Rongxiu up from his dream. He looked at the girl in his arms. She was slender, young, but brave and fearless. At this moment, his figure was finally clearly reflected in her eyes. He heard his heart beating rapidly, and even the blood in his limbs and bones surged. Deep in his heart, it was as if thousands of joy were surging up one after another, drowning him. Chu Luiyue already felt the imminent danger behind her. Her hair stood on end. She wanted to push Rongxiu away, but he hugged her so tightly that she couldn't break free. This person. He was usually a strategist who could decide victory from 1,000 miles away. Why was he suddenly stunned at this moment? "Rongxiu, do you really want to die here?" Chu Luiyue asked through gritted teeth. Rongxiu's eyes were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It was like a whirlpool that wanted to swallow her. His thin lips lifted slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Of course not. It wasn't easy to wait for this day. How could he die? He looked deeply at Chu Luiyue and an undercurrent surged. Chu Luiyue didn't know how to describe his gaze, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth suddenly couldn't come out. The next moment, he lowered his gaze and his gaze fell on Chu Luiyue's slender and fair neck. She had tied the colored glass barrier around her neck. With a light hook of his finger, the colored glass barrier fell into his palm. Whoosh! He circulated his force, and the colored glass barrier instantly unfolded. The barrier, glowing with a faint silver color, immediately enveloped the two of them. Boom! The powerful force rushed over and crashed into the colored glass barrier. The colored glass barrier suddenly trembled. However, in the end he still managed to isolate that ball of energy. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. Looks like this glazed barrier that Rongxiu gave her wasn't ordinary either, to actually be able to forcefully withstand the attack of a peak tier 6 powerhouse. Is it a woman? The black-robed man stood in the air and looked down at the two of them. To be precise, he was looking at Chu Luiyue. Although she was tightly held in Rong Xiu's arms and her face could not be seen, one could still tell that she was a young girl with a graceful figure. After a brief moment of dead silence, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ah! So that was how it was. So that was how it was. No wonder the Saint Prince was willing to stay outside heaven's canopy for such a long time. It was all because of a woman. Rumor has it that His Highness, the Holy Sun, does not get close to women and is proud and aloof. Who would have thought that he would actually lose his head over a woman? If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Chu Luiyue was even more confused. Why did these words sound so strange? Could it be that Rong Xiu had always been inside heaven's canopy? How could this be? Close your eyes. Rong Xiu lowered his head and gently kissed her eyes. His voice was low and gentle. Chu Luiyue did not know why, but she obediently closed her eyes and leaned into his arms. The moment he opened his mouth, that terrifying threat seemed to quietly dissipate. It was as if as long as he was around, all the dangers were not worth mentioning. She did not know where this inexplicable peace of mind came from, but she seemed to be very used to it. Seeing that she was obediently lying in his arms, Rong Xiu's eyes flashed with a dark light, and his arms tightened. Then he finally looked at the black-robed man. A faint golden light appeared in his eyes that were as deep as the night. The black-robed man's laughter suddenly stopped. Just now, Rong Xiu raised his hand and lightly pointed forward. A dazzling golden flame suddenly appeared at his fingertip. The saint's golden body? How could this be? This is outside heaven's canopy, Chi. Rong Xiu flicked his finger, and that golden flame instantly flew out. It was just a small ball, but in the eyes of the black-robed man, it was like a life-taking talisman. He retreated in fear and used all his speed, hoping to get away as soon as possible. How could this be? How could this be? Outside heaven's canopy, the realm of cultivators would be suppressed to below stage 7 warriors. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for him to summon the saint's golden body. But now, Rong Xiu's aura was indeed much stronger than before. Even though he had already used all his strength to escape, the golden flame's speed was even faster. Not long later, it silently landed on the dark blue sea surface. The moment that golden flame touched the sea surface, everything in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. The waves of the sea suddenly stopped and the waves hit the reef. Even the 2 water curtains burning with silver flames froze. The black-robed man only felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on him. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he started to find it difficult to move. This was the pressure of an absolute powerhouse. He turned around in a panic and saw Rong Xiu standing by the shore, hugging the woman in his arms tightly and looking at him coldly and disdainfully. That gaze was as if he was looking at an ant that was about to die. Cold. Indifferent. No one dared to have the slightest intention of disobedience. The next moment, Rong Xiu's lips moved slightly. Break. With that, the place where the golden flame was suddenly collapsed, revealing a piece of darkness in the void. That was the collapse of space. The black-robed man was horrified. He couldn't care about anything else and turned to run. But his body didn't seem to have any reaction. He looked down in shock and realized that his entire body was also frozen by that terrifying power, and he couldn't move at all. And at this moment, with the golden flame as the center, the surrounding space started to collapse. The black void expanded as if it was forming a huge black hole. Seawater, waves, flames, everything was swallowed into that collapsing space. Soon, that black color had spread to the black-robed man's feet. No. He screamed in horror and frantically tried to move his body, but it was futile. In the end, he could only watch as his feet disappeared along with the collapse of space. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even feel the pain. The collapsing space had already swallowed his thighs. Only when his waist was also crushed did the bone-piercing pain finally come. The mournful screams sounded particularly eerie in the empty sea. He looked at Rong Xiu with hatred and said sternly, "Saint," forcefully summoning the golden body outside heaven's canopy. "Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes. Noisy. The speed of the collapsing space became even faster. Before the black-robed man could finish his sentence, his entire body was swallowed. If Chu Luiyue looked back at this moment, he would see that more than half of the space between the sea and the sky had already collapsed. The huge black void strangely and quietly appeared there. It was hard to imagine what kind of person could have such a powerful means. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 239. Rong Xiu withdrew the golden flame, and the black void began to gradually recover. When everything returned to normal, the golden light in Rongxiu's eyes finally dissipated, and the deep gaze returned. Immediately he gently patted Chu Liyue's back. "All right." Chu Liyue slowly raised her head and glanced at him. Rongxiu looked no different from before. But she faintly felt that the Rongxiu here seemed to be different from the one she saw before. She wondered if it was because of the so-called Holy Sun identity. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, she turned back to take a look. The magnificent sea had returned to its calm state. The two burning water curtains from before had completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. And the man in the black robe had indeed disappeared without a trace. "He's dead." Rongxiu faintly responded with a as if he didn't care. Chu Liyue's heart suddenly jumped. The man in the black robe was a peak 6th rank warrior. He actually died just like that. And there was no corpse left. How did Rongxiu do it? Although she was leaning in Rongxiu's arms just now and didn't see anything, she could still hear the movements and sounds clearly. She could roughly guess what had happened. But she really couldn't imagine how Rongxiu killed the man in the black robe. He had been standing here holding her and didn't even move a step. She had too many questions in her heart, but when the words reached her mouth, she suddenly couldn't speak. Rongxiu suddenly took out a white handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood off his hands. Chu Liyue glanced at it. It was the one he lent her the last time. The two of them suddenly fell into silence. Chu Liyue then realized that her hands were still tightly clutching the front of his clothes, and her whole body was tightly in his arms. An ambiguous and subtle aura gradually spread out. Now that she had calmed down, she came back to her senses and gradually remembered what she had done. Instantly he was dumbfounded. Did she just jump out for Rongxiu? At that time, she didn't even seem to care about her own life. She just did it so straightforwardly. Her fingers curled up slightly, not knowing if she should retreat first. Being so close to Rongxiu made her face burn. "What are you thinking about?" asked Rongxiu casually as he glanced down and guessed her thoughts. "I think you and it seems strange." Chu Liyue blurted out, but she immediately stopped mid-sentence. No matter how he phrased it, it didn't seem right. Rongxiu chuckled and put away the handkerchief. After making sure that there was no blood on his hands, he finally nodded in satisfaction and looked at her. "Me and you? What's wrong?" Chu Liyue coughed and pushed him, but realized that she couldn't push him away. She could only give up. "Nothing, I was just thinking, what did that person mean when he said that you would be punished for summoning the golden body of the Son of Saint outside heaven's canopy?" Rongxiu paused and suddenly reached out to hold her face. Chu Liyue could only look up and meet his eyes. "Coincidentally, I also want to ask a question. When we were in danger just now, you stood in front of me and let me go first. What do you mean by that?" His tone was gentle and slow, but his eyes were deep and serious. Chu Liyue was instantly embarrassed. In fact, she also didn't know why she did that. She had a vague guess in her heart, but she couldn't say it out loud. "You haven't answered my question. As long as you tell me the answer to this question, I will tell you everything you want to know." Rongxiu. Chu Liyue stared at him. He was obviously doing it on purpose. Rongxiu looked at her embarrassed face and really loved it. He inched closer. The two of them were so close that they could hear each other's breathing. He chuckled. "Actually, I have an answer, but I don't know if it's right. Why don't I tell you and you just have to say if it's right or not? How about it?" Chu Liyue blinked in a daze and saw that his eyes had suddenly become exceptionally dark. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Immediately, his fingers slid down from her cheeks and pinched her chin, forcing her to raise her face slightly. He lowered his head and moved closer. Chu Liyue only felt something soft and slightly cold on her lips. That familiar cold fragrance suddenly became rich, and in an instant, it permeated between his lips and teeth. Chu Liyue widened her eyes, and her heart felt as if it had been heavily rubbed by something. It was unbelievably sweet and soft. Rongxiu was kissing her? The sea breeze was gentle and the moonlight was bright. She could even see the faint shadows cast by his thick eyelashes on his eyelids. Rongxiu originally wanted to kiss her lightly, but the moment he touched that incredible softness, he felt as if something in his heart had suddenly collapsed. Almost instinctively he bit her lips, grinding and sucking on them. A blazing heat spread from between their lips. Chu Liyue felt as if her whole body was burning, and her limbs were a little weak. She finally found her reason and pushed Rongxiu. However, she was no match for Rongxiu. At this time, her limbs were even weaker and her two pushes were like scratching an itch. Not only did she not push Rongxiu away, but she also gently tickled his heart, making him more restless. His arm wrapped around her slim waist, and she was almost embedded into his body. Chu Luiyue spat out a few vague syllables between her lips and teeth. Rong Xiu then slightly let go of her and looked at her with a deep gaze. What do you think of this answer? As soon as he spoke, Chu Luiyue realized that his voice was very hoarse, as if he was restraining something. Her face turned even redder and she glared at him. He was still as shameless as ever. Little did she know that at this time, her eyes were watery from the kiss, and her face was like a peach blossom. This glare made half of Rong Xiu's body go limp. The other half was the exact opposite. He gently rubbed his fingers on her cheeks and with an ambiguous burning sensation, he murmured in a low voice, "It seems wrong. Then what about this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her lips again. This time his movements were very fast. Before she could react, he had already attacked her. Chu Luiyue was ashamed and angry. In a fit of anger, she simply started to counterattack. She released her hands that were originally holding onto his chest and reached up, hooking them around his neck and pressing her whole body closer. At the same time, she imitated him and bit his lips, gently licking them. Rong Xiu's body stiffened. Did she know what she was doing? Chu Luiyue felt that he suddenly stopped, and she was even more unconvinced, so she went in a little further. The two of them touched, lingering in the air. Rong Xiu sucked in a breath of cold air. Digression. Congratulations on picking up a broken February mobile phone. User, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 240. I have to stop. Rong Xiu thought to himself. Otherwise he really couldn't tell what he would do. However, she was so sweet and soft that he couldn't control himself. He had been waiting for this day for too long. One time, another time. Rong Xiu's hand held her waist tightly. She could feel that he was suppressing something through her clothes. The girl in his arms gradually softened into a ball, as if he could knead her however he wanted. She belonged to him. She belonged only to him. Chu Luiyue gradually felt that Rong Xiu's aura was becoming a little dangerous. She instinctively felt that it wasn't good to continue like this. Finally, she took the initiative to step back. She tilted her head and leaned against his shoulder. Rong Xiu's hand rubbed her waist a few times. It was a little itchy. He took a deep breath and finally suppressed the impulse in his heart. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse. If you do this again next time, Chu Luiyue blinked and deliberately asked, if you do this again next time, what will you do? Rong Xiu looked at her meaningfully. There seemed to be sparks in his eyes that would burn at any time. Of course you're welcome. Chu Luiyue was speechless. As expected, it wasn't a wise choice to be thick-skinned with someone. However, seeing Rong Xiu like this, she didn't dare to continue teasing him deliberately. She quietly held his hand. Rong Xiu rubbed his chin against the soft hair on the top of her head. Then he looked into her eyes and said seriously, "You haven't said whether this answer is right or not." His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of nervousness in his voice. Chu Luiyue never thought that someone as powerful as Rong Xiu would feel nervous. He was waiting for her answer. How important was it in his heart that he would be so careful and cautious when asking for an answer? Chu Luiyue stared at him. Many scenes flashed through her mind. She was stunned when she first saw him by the lake. She was surprised when she saw him again at the palace banquet. She was moved at Wanling Mountain. Scenes flashed by one after another, and in the end they all disappeared. All that was left was the face of the evildoer before him, which became increasingly clear. In fact, she had always treated Rong Xiu differently, but she was unwilling to admit it for various reasons. But now that he thought about it, those were just some unimportant reasons. Even if she had a heart-wrenching past, that was all in her previous life. Now, there was someone who was willing to embrace her new life and give her bright and warm expectations. She stood on her tiptoes and planted a light kiss on his lips. Rong Xiu's pupils shrank, but there were thousands of fireworks in his eyes. Rong Xiu. She looked up at him and said in the same serious tone, "For me, there is only one question and one answer in my life. There's no betrayal and no regret. Do you understand?" Her voice was very calm, but there were too many emotions in her eyes. Those unbearable past were her eternal scars. She definitely couldn't bear a second betrayal. Rong Xiu's heart seemed to be clenched by something, and it hurt. After a moment, his thin lips lifted slightly and he chuckled, "What a coincidence, so do I." He held her hand tightly and looked into her eyes. "When we go back, I'll go to your residence to propose marriage." Chu Luiyue was stunned and asked subconsciously, "So soon?" Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. "Is it very soon? But I've been waiting for a long time." As long as he didn't kidnap her back, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Chu Luiyue wanted to say something, but when she looked up and saw his expression, her heart suddenly moved. Okay. For some reason she always seemed to be exceptionally easy to talk to when facing Rongxiu. Rongxiu didn't dare to touch her again for fear that he couldn't control himself, so he could only settle for the second best and kiss her forehead. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped and leaned on Chu Liyue's shoulder. Chu Liyue glanced sideways and realized that Rongxiu's face was exceptionally pale. "You seem to have fainted." "Rongxiu?" On the fourth day of the Qingjiao competition. The first 3 days of the warrior competition had finally ended. The Xian Master students from the 3 academies were all eager to get a good ranking in the Xian Master competition today. Unlike the one-on-one competition a few days ago, the Xian Master competition was held together by everyone. The huge arena had been evenly divided into squares. A chessboard was placed in each square. There were 5 Xian formations on each chessboard. Whoever could solve these 5 Xian formations the fastest would be first. At a glance, many people were already in position, waiting for the competition to start. However, there was some commotion on Tianlu Academy's side. "Lu Yu isn't here yet?" Bai Qin asked with a frown. Mu Hongyu shook her head. She was also rather anxious. "When we went to look for her this morning, she wasn't at her residence. We thought she was here first, but we didn't expect her to be here either. I already asked Xinhu to go back and look for her." As she spoke, she turned to look at the entrance and saw Xinhu panting as he returned. However, Chu Liyue wasn't behind him. Mu Hongyu's heart sank, but she still walked forward quickly and asked, "Where's Lu Yu? Did you find her?" Xinhu placed one hand on his knee and panted heavily as he waved his hand repeatedly. "No. I looked everywhere, but I didn't see her." Mu Hongyu was silent for a moment before she suddenly thought of something. "What about Juyo Tower? Did you look for her there? She usually likes to go there to cultivate. Did she forget to come out?" Xinhu shook his head. "I already asked. She didn't go there yesterday or today." Bai Qin thought for a while and muttered uncertainly. Could it be that she was too tired yesterday so she went home? Xiyang couldn't help but interject. That shouldn't be the case. She said yesterday that she would definitely participate in today's Xian Master competition. Why did she suddenly not participate? Even if she used up a lot of energy in yesterday's competition, Chu Liyue's talent and ability as a Xian Master were extremely outstanding. As long as she participated in the competition, her results wouldn't be bad. Why did she suddenly disappear? "Students who haven't gone up yet, please hurry up. The competition is about to start," the referee shouted from afar. Sun Zhongyan walked over. "Lu Yu isn't here yet?" The few of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Sun Zhongyan felt a little uneasy. He remembered that Chu Liyue had indeed returned to the academy yesterday, but why was she missing now? From yesterday until today he didn't notice anything strange in the academy. If Chu Liyue had gone out and entered the academy, the teachers in charge of guarding the entrance would definitely know. But now, did something really happen? After all, she had offended many people in the past few days. However, this was the Imperial City, and the Qingjiao competition was being held. No one would be so stupid as to make a move on Chu Liyue at this time. Sun Zhongyan thought for a while and said, "Don't worry about the Xian Master competition. Don't worry about the Xian Master competition for now. The most important thing right now is to find the person. Bai Qin, bring some people to the academy to look for her again. Also, send some people to the Imperial City to gather information and see if they can find any traces. Also inform Lord Chuning." Yes. Digression. Today's February was a useless February. It could only update 2 chapters at 9 p.m., and the rest would probably be updated before 3 p.m. Chapter 241. Chu Liyue naturally didn't know that everyone was frantically searching for her in the capital. She only cared about Rongxiu now. After Rongxiu fainted, she took his pulse and found that the situation in his body was very strange. She actually couldn't detect Rongxiu's Yuan meridian. After trying twice, she could only vaguely feel that there seemed to be 2 forces colliding in Rongxiu's body. She couldn't sense anything else. Chu Liyue guessed that Rongxiu's coma should be related to forcefully summoning the so-called Holy Sun's golden body. It was impossible to forcefully raise one's strength to a stage 7 warrior outside heaven's canopy. It was just that she had never heard of anyone who could do this before, so she didn't know what was going on. She carefully let Rongxiu lean on a relatively flat reef. Looking at his pale face, she felt a little anxious. Shui walked over from the side and rubbed against her leg, whimpering softly. Chu Liyue glanced at it. "You're saying that he's fine?" Shui nodded and secretly gave its master a look of disdain. Its master was so powerful that this little bit of trouble was really nothing. If Chu Luiyue didn't come, he could still go back. But since she was here and the two of them happened to be engaged, it was normal for him to take advantage of this opportunity to play the trick of injuring himself. Shui simply lay down. Anyway, that man from the unparalleled palace was already dead. It wouldn't be too late to go back after its master recovered. Seeing Shui's attitude, Chu Luiyue felt a little relieved. Since Shui felt that Rongxiu was fine, then there was no need to worry too much. She half-hugged Rongxiu and leaned on the reef quietly, waiting for him to wake up. Dumpling finally woke up and climbed onto her shoulder again, rubbing against her face pitifully. Chu Luiyue glanced at it. Dumpling was indeed not injured. Somehow, its resistance to beating seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The sea breeze at night was a little salty, and the moonlight shone on the surface of the sea. The surroundings were barren. But Chu Luiyue didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, this was a rare peaceful night since her rebirth. She lowered her eyes and looked at Rongxiu, her gaze lingering on his face. In fact, there was one thing that she didn't tell Rongxiu just now. When he summoned the golden body of the saint, his entire person became different. Cold, indifferent, high up above. She had never seen such a Rong before. But she faintly felt a little familiar. She didn't know where this familiarity came from. She was certain that she had never seen him before. As long as she would definitely remembers. But when she was facing Rongxiu, she always felt an inexplicable sense of security. Have we met before? Chu Luiyue muttered softly. Then she felt that her thought was a little ridiculous, so she smiled and closed her eyes. Her voice was very soft, and it dissipated in the night wind. But she didn't see Rongxiu's eyelashes trembling slightly. At the Qingjiao competition, Chu Luiyue was indeed missing. Sun Zhongyan still had to take care of the Qingjiao competition, so he handed this matter to Bai Chen and the rest. Although they were also very anxious, they couldn't make it public now. Even when he went to look for Chuning, he did it secretly. Chuning wanted to use the Imperial Guards, but he gave up after thinking about it. He only asked a few of his trusted subordinates to secretly ask around in the capital. He even personally went to the Zhenbao Pavilion. Jianghu was also surprised when he heard that Chu Luiyue was missing, and he agreed to help without hesitation. Chuning was just trying his luck, but he didn't expect Jianghu to be so willing to help. He was both grateful and confused. The Zhenbao Pavilion had an extraordinary status, and Jianghu was even more so as the second in charge. But he seemed to be very concerned about you, or whether it was the previous time when he booked the entire Phoenix restaurant or this time, it was not something that an ordinary friendship could do. He tried to ask, but Jianghu only smiled and said that he got along well with Chu Luiyue. Now that she was the champion of the Qingjiao competition, her future was limitless, so it was normal for him to want to get along with her. Chuning vaguely felt that something was wrong. Being the champion of the Qingjiao competition was not bad, but it didn't seem to be worth the Zhenbao Pavilion's effort. But looking at Jianghu, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, so he didn't continue asking. He only hoped to find you, as soon as possible. After Chuning left, the smile on Yanji's face immediately disappeared, and he quickly ordered his subordinates to take action. Master wasn't in the capital, but Madam was missing. What was going on? If Master came back and found out that he didn't take good care of Madam, wait. Jianghu suddenly thought of something and was stunned. Master was gone and Madam was missing. Could it be Yanji's heart was on fire, but he didn't dare to leave the capital? Without Master's permission, no one was allowed to go to that place. He wanted to ask Yan Qing and the others, but he was afraid that he would be discovered. After thinking for a long time, he could only pray that Master was with Madam. After a few hours, the sky was bright and Chu Luiyue opened her eyes. She moved and realized that she had unknowingly laid in Rongxiu's arms. His black cloak was still covering her body. Rongxiu? When did you wake up? Chu Luiyue rubbed her eyes and asked. At the same time, she felt embarrassed. She had planned to guard Rongxiu, but she didn't expect that she would fall asleep and didn't even know that he had woken up. With a smile on his lips, Rongxiu easily carried her up. Chu Luiyue exclaimed and hugged his neck instinctively. It seemed that Rongxiu had recovered. I just woke up too, Rongxiu said. Chu Luiyue didn't believe him, but she didn't ask for details. Rongxiu kissed her. We should go back. Chu Luiyue asked uncertainly, have you recovered? After experiencing such a fierce and dangerous fight yesterday, and then suddenly fainted, she was still worried. Rongxiu raised his eyebrows. Whether it's good or not, you'll know when we get married. Of course you have to check now. Although this place isn't very good, it's not impossible. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes and put her arms around his neck. She moved closer and said with a smile, "Really? Do you still want yesterday?" With a soft and warm body in his arms, yesterday's scenes came back to his mind. He tightened his arms slightly, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and glanced at her warningly. This little thing was as bad as always. Xiao felt that he had the potential to be a saint since he could endure to this point. He chuckled and turned the tables. "You probably don't know, but Prince Li's mansion has prepared everything for the wedding. We can get married immediately after the marriage proposal." Digression. Lost. Bang. The remaining updates are being filled. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 242. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She felt more and more that Xiao seemed to have already prepared and was just waiting for her to agree. "What if I don't come this time?" she asked. Xiao glanced at her. "If you don't come this time, next time you will come." Chu Luiyue couldn't help but laugh. "Your Highness Prince Li is so confident. What if I don't agree? Wouldn't those things be in vain?" "Oh, that's not right. Your Highness Prince Li can find someone else." Xiao's tone was calm. "Will only be you. If you don't agree, I'll just burn it." Anyway, it was prepared for her from the beginning. If she didn't want it, then there was no point in it existing. Of course, he never thought about this. He was determined to get her. Chu Luiyue was stunned. He spoke with a calm expression, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. He didn't feel that these words were so shocking. She paused and finally asked, "When did you start preparing those things? Did Xiao really like her from the first time they met? That ragged and blood-stained girl?" Xiao narrowed his eyes. "A long time ago." "A long time ago? How long ago was that?" Chu Luiyue wanted to ask more, but Xiao had already carried her and stepped into the teleportation array. Countless streams of light instantly formed a barrier around the two of them. Their vision turned dark, and the two of them entered the void of the teleportation array. The two of them quickly returned to the forest. After coming out of the lake, the barrier around the two of them finally dissipated. Chu Luiyue turned around to take a look. It was noon. The dense white mist on the lake seemed to dissipate a little, and the streams of light below the teleportation array seemed to be hidden. From the outside, it was impossible to detect anything unusual. There is a barrier outside the lake. Ordinary people can't get close, so naturally they won't find this teleportation array. Xiao seemed to have guessed her thoughts and explained faintly. Chu Luiyue nodded, and then he remembered something. "So you're saying that you deliberately let me in?" Xiao glanced at Shui with a faint smile. Shui raised her neck proudly. "What happened? What happened? I did it on purpose. If it wasn't for him taking the initiative, he didn't know when his master would be able to get married." Dumpling looked at Shui with disdain. Sure enough, the master was shameless, and the magical beast he raised was the same. Shui bared her teeth at Dumpling. Dumpling swung its tail and faced it with its butt. Chu Luiyue could not help but laugh. For some reason, Dumpling did not seem to be afraid of Shui, and even provoked her from time to time. Logically speaking, Shui was a high-level magical beast, and Dumpling's level was much lower than it. There was a difference in level between the two, so Dumpling did not dare to do this. However, when she thought about how Dumpling ignored the black flying python's orders, she felt relieved. When she had the chance, she had to study Dumpling carefully. "All right. There's still the Qingjiao competition today." Chu Luiyue looked at the swaying sunlight in the forest and suddenly remembered that there was a competition today. The competition should have already started at this time. Xiao smiled. "You seem to care a lot about the Qingjiao competition." Chu Luiyue nodded honestly. "The competition is not important. What's important is the rewards." Although she had already gotten first place in the warrior competition, since she had signed up, it was better to get more rewards. Seeing Chu Luiyue's bright eyes, Xiao started to reflect. "It seems that I gave her too few rewards last time? Do you still want to participate in the Qingjiao competition?" Chu Luiyue shrugged. "I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time if I go back now." Xiao smiled faintly. "If you want to participate, you can still make it in time." Jianghu had been anxiously waiting for Chu Luiyue's news in Zhenbao Pavilion. As he was worried that he would alert the enemy, he did not go out personally. Instead, he secretly sent out many people. However, time passed by bit by bit. It was almost noon, but there was still no movement. His heart was in his mouth. He thought that if he still couldn't find her in the evening, he would have to resort to extreme measures. Just as he was waiting impatiently, he suddenly sensed something and took out a palm-sized compass from his bosom. That compass was used by his master to send messages. In all these years his master had only used it less than 3 times. He did not expect it to be used now. The purple jade needle on the compass shook a few times before finally pointing in a certain direction. Jianghu did not hesitate and rushed out. Jiangnan Square. The entire square was very quiet. The arena was filled with participating Xian masters. As the Xian master competition required more concentration, everyone consciously kept quiet. However, the atmosphere of the competition was getting more and more tense. Bang! A soft sound was heard. In the arena, 3 stars lit up on the stone platform in front of a Xian master. That meant that he had already solved the first 3 Xian formations. That's Xing Yiming from Nanfeng Academy. He's only 18 years old this year, but he's already a level 4 Xian master. He's considered one of the best among these students. There are less than 10 people in this arena who are stronger than a level 4 Xian master, right? In the end, the first place should be decided among these people. Look, Shi Wanwan has also solved 3 formations. The Xian masters from Nanfeng Academy seem to be very powerful. Speaking of which, elder son from Tianlu Academy is also a Xian master. Logically speaking, the Xian masters he nurtured should be very outstanding. Why hasn't anyone from their academy solved the 3rd formation yet? That Ting seems to be his student, right? I heard that he's quite powerful, but I don't know how he compares to the others. Hey, isn't Chu Luiyue also a Xian master? She can even activate a level 4 black crystal Xian formation. Why isn't she here today? In the arena, Ting held a chess piece and didn't place it down for a long time. He turned his head to look at the empty seat beside him and slightly furrowed his brows. Chu Luiyue isn't here yet. According to her personality, there's no reason for her to not participate in the competition after signing up. Master also seemed to be a little anxious just now. I wonder if it has something to do with Chu Luiyue. He thought for a while, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and placed that chess piece down. Bang! The 3rd formation was solved easily. Quick look. Ting solved it too. He seems to be a level 4 Xian master too. But his ranking is still quite low. It seems like Nanfeng Academy is going to be first. The crowd discussed softly. Xianxia sat in her seat and seemed to be watching the situation in the arena, but her gaze kept darting to Tianlu Academy's side. Chu Luiyue actually didn't show up today. Cheng Han noticed her gaze and naturally guessed what she was thinking. He sneered. Xianxia, you don't have to look anymore. That Chu Luiyue must be scared, so she ran away at the last minute. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 243. Xianxia said hesitantly, no way. She even activated a 4th level Xian crystal Xian formation yesterday. If she's here to compete, she shouldn't be too bad. Cheng Han didn't think much of it. You've been focusing on celestial physician, so you naturally don't know about the tricks of the Xian master competition. Even though the Xian crystal Xian formation is a 4th level one, it can't be activated by only a 4th level Xian master. You have to know that this thing was originally engraved to make it convenient for mystic cultivators to quickly unleash mystic formations during battle and increase their combat strength. It's not that difficult to activate it. Chu Luiyue is only a stage 2 Xian master now. He only got 1st place in the warrior competition because of some unorthodox methods. The so-called unorthodox methods were naturally referring to her blood ferret. Cheng Han thought for a day and still couldn't figure out how the blood ferret could directly swallow Heng Jingshua's force. However, there must be a reason for this abnormality. In his eyes, Chu Luiyue didn't get 1st place with his own abilities. Hence, he actually didn't think highly of Chu Luiyue. There were too many variables in the previous one-on-one competition. However, this Xian master competition is different. You can tell the difference with one look. Xianxia nodded lightly. Actually, she agreed with Cheng Han's point of view. However, based on Tianlu Academy's reaction, something seemed amiss. Did something really happen to Chu Luiyue? Xianxia watched for a while and was curious. However, it wasn't easy to find out in public. That's true. There was another matter that made her feel uncomfortable. After yesterday's competition ended, she sent someone to find out about Princely Mansion. However, Princely Mansion was heavily guarded, so she didn't get any useful information. She was a little disappointed, but on second thought, that person always did things this way, so it was normal. Besides, this was the Imperial City. He would definitely be more careful than before. Luckily, there were some rumors about Princely Mansion in the Imperial City, so she more or less heard about it. However, she was even more surprised after hearing about it. That person had returned to the Imperial City for a month, but he didn't even leave the residence. The only time he went out was to attend the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Most importantly, it was rumored that he had helped Chu Luiyue during the palace banquet. The rumors in the streets were more or less exaggerated. After all, outsiders did not know about the matters in the palace, so no one knew exactly what had happened. She didn't want to believe it from the bottom of her heart. She only thought that it was just a hearsay made up by everyone after dinner. According to that person's character, why would he help for no reason? Even if he did, there should be other reasons. After all, Chu Luiyue was still Crown Prince Rong Jin's fiancé back then. He probably wouldn't even spare a second glance at a woman like her. Situ Xingqian could only console herself like this. However, there was another matter that she found even stranger. He actually went to Tianlu Academy. On the surface, it was said that he was doing this to pay respects to his mother. However, he had not done this for so many years. This time he must have other motives. However, she did not know what attracted him to Tianlu Academy. Situ Xingqian had many questions in her heart, and she wanted to see him personally to clarify them. However, he seemed to have coincidentally left the imperial city these 2 days. I wonder if I can meet him here before the Qingjiao competition ends. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. There were only 4 hours left for the competition. In the arena, the Xian masters who had yet to solve the first and second formations became increasingly nervous. At this point, only by solving the first 3 formations could they hope to solve the last 2 Xian formations in the last 4 hours. Those who failed to do so were basically guaranteed to be eliminated. Plop. Someone suddenly fainted in the arena. Sun Zhongyan took a look and ordered the judges to carry the person down hurriedly. He then shook his head. Forcefully solving the Xian formation will only hurt yourself. It will only be harmful to your future cultivation. In actual fact, such a situation would happen in the Xian Master competition every year. However, no matter how much they tried to persuade them, there would always be people who refused to admit defeat and wanted to give it a try. However, Xian Masters were not warriors. Xian Masters relied more on talent and comprehension. If not, they wouldn't be able to improve much even if they studied Xian formations day and night. Reality was cruel and no one had a choice. Finally, in this deathly silent atmosphere, someone stood up. Su Bai from Nanfeng Academy withdraws. He stood there with a pale face. His body was on the verge of collapsing, and it was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. Only one star lit up on the stone platform in front of him. The judges took back his wooden token and comforted him before letting him leave the arena. The young man's face darkened. He stared at the wooden token for a long time with reluctance before turning to leave. The onlookers did not look down on him and only sighed at most. He's already a 1 in 1,000 talent to be able to become a Xian master. It's a pity that only a few can become top-notch Xian masters. There's always someone better than you. The path of a Xian master really places a lot of emphasis on talent. With the first person withdrawing, it was as if a hole had been torn in the hearts of the crowd. Soon there was a second and third person. Gradually, when there were only 3 hours left, half of the people in the arena had left. The rest of them were either truly talented and powerful, or they were still holding on for dear life. Bang! The stone platform in front of Xing Yiming was the first to light up with the 4th star. He was the first to crack the 4th Xian formation and entered the last round. The people from Nanfeng Academy could not suppress their excitement. Even Fu Yunshan could not help but stroke his beard and reveal a satisfied smile. Xing Yiming was their academy student with the highest chance of becoming the Xian master. It seemed that he had not disappointed him. As long as he maintained this momentum, the final first place would definitely be his. Xing Yiming's activation of the last round had undoubtedly added an invisible pressure to the others. A few more people withdrew one after another. Soon there were only a few people left in the arena. Not long after Xing Yiming, Su Feng from Taiyan Academy also caught up. Most people's gazes were focused on the two of them. If there were no accidents, the two of them would decide the final winner. The atmosphere on Tianlu Academy's side was a little stagnant. This was because they were the only ones who had not broken through to the last round. Suddenly, another person fainted. Sun Zhongyan frowned. That student was actually an outstanding Xian master from their academy. He did not know if it was because he was too anxious, but the force in his body collided and he fainted. Now, the only person left who had a chance of continuing the competition was Si Ting. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 244. Everyone from Tianlu Academy fell silent. The others also noticed this and started discussing in low voices. I didn't expect Tianlu Academy to only have one freshman left. I'm afraid we won't get anything this time. Not necessarily. I heard that Si Ting is the eldest young master of the Si family. He has always been talented as a Xian master. Maybe he can make a comeback in the end. I think it'll be difficult. Can't you see that he hasn't solved the 4th level yet? Xing Yiming and Su Bai are about to finish. Right at this moment, Si Ting placed a chess piece on the board calmly. Bang! The 4th star suddenly flashed on the stone table in front of him. Everyone suddenly fell silent. They did not expect Si Ting to solve the 4th level at this time. Other than Xing Yiming and Su Bai, he was already in the top 3. Sun Zhongyan heaved a sigh of relief. As Si Ting's master, he knew Si Ting's potential the best. Si Ting had been deliberately hiding his strength previously, so he appeared to be lukewarm. However, he seemed to have the intention to fight for first place now. Si Ting was very calm when he entered the last level, but the people around him were a little surprised. Xing Yiming and Su Bai could not help but turn to look at him with subtle expressions. This Si Ting seemed to have underestimated him previously. Shi Wanwan, who was at the side, frowned. Her pretty face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost. She was originally very confident in herself, but she did not expect a freshman to beat her to it. She could not help but say, "I didn't expect you to be so good." Si Ting glanced at her and nodded expressionlessly. "Thank you for the compliment." After speaking, he retracted his gaze and looked at the chessboard in front of him again. The last level's Xianxia was more difficult than the previous 4 levels. If one did not concentrate, it would be very difficult to solve it. Shi Wanwan was even angrier when she saw his reaction. She felt that Si Ting did not take her seriously at all. He was just temporarily in the lead. Did he have to be so arrogant? Shi Wanwan was unhappy, but she did not show it on her face. Right now she had to solve the 4th level first. However, the more nervous she was, the more she could not find a way to solve the Xianxia. Xing Yiming and Su Bai were famous, but if she lost to a freshman like Si Ting, would it not be too embarrassing? After all, she was still in front of him just now. Shi Wanwan was very frustrated, but she saw that Si Ting had already started playing his chess piece, as if he was already trying to solve the problem. She glanced at Xing Yiming again and saw that he was staring at the chessboard. He didn't move for a long time, as if he was still hesitating. She bit her lip. It was fine if she lost, but Xing Yiming had been waiting for this day for too long. Xing Yiming and Su Bai seemed to have noticed Si Ting's actions and glanced at him again. When they saw Si Ting place his chess piece calmly, their expressions changed slightly. They were all mystic cultivators, so they could naturally tell if she really knew how to do it or if she was just pretending. Was Si Ting so powerful? Su Bai laughed inexplicably and began to try to place a piece, muttering in a low voice. Interesting. Xing Yiming and Shi Wanwan looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Shi Wanwan pursed her lips. Xing Yiming can't lose. She lowered her eyes and looked at the chessboard for a while, but she felt that the lines in front of her had become chaotic. She held her breath and rubbed her eyebrows hard. She knew that she had reached her limit. If she forcefully tried to crack the Xianxia in this state, she would only faint like the previous people and be forced to withdraw from the competition. She was afraid that she couldn't continue in this state. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and stood up suddenly. "I withdraw." Her voice was especially clear in the quiet square. Everyone looked over and was a little surprised. Wasn't Shi Wanwan very hopeful before? Why did she withdraw at the last moment? The judges asked. Shi Wanwan, once you withdraw, it will be considered as you voluntarily giving up the competition. You can't go back on your words. Are you sure you want to withdraw? Shi Wanwan nodded firmly. I'm sure. After saying that, she lifted her foot and walked off the stage. When she passed by Si Ting, her hand moved slightly. However, this movement was too subtle, and her hand was hidden in her sleeves so no one saw it. Si Ting, who was focused on cracking the Xianxia, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately raised his hand, but it was too late. On the chessboard, a transparent thread fell quietly. The moment it touched the chessboard, the thread disappeared instantly. It completely disappeared. However, the patterns on the chessboard suddenly changed. Si Ting knew that something was wrong. In the next moment, he saw the chess pieces on the chessboard fly up. Then they scattered and fell. Crackle. The chessboard, which was originally arranged neatly, was now in a mess. The crowd was in an uproar. The chessboard fell apart on its own? This usually happened when there was a serious mistake in cracking the Xianxia. Wasn't Si Ting fine just now? Why did he suddenly become like this? Si Ting suddenly stood up and looked at Shi Wanwan. His voice was cold and angry. Shi Wanwan. Shi Wanwan had already walked to the edge of the arena. Her heart jumped when she heard that, but she looked very calm as she turned to look at him. What's wrong? Si Ting clenched his fists. You deliberately destroyed my Xianxia. Xianwan was confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ting, you can't say such things. You can't blame me for not being able to crack the Xianxia. Do you have evidence? Ting's face turned even colder. That thing would not leave any traces. He had focused all his attention on the Xianxia just now, which gave Xianwan the chance to do it. The most important thing was that he did not expect Xianwan to dare to do it so openly. Fu Yunshan also frowned in dissatisfaction. That's right. You need evidence to speak. If you can't produce evidence, you can't just slander me. Ting clenched his fists gradually. Xing Yiming looked up, and a trace of undetectable smugness flashed across his eyes. Su Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianwan meaningfully, but he did not say anything. Xianwan tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled faintly. I know that you're Tianlu Academy's last hope. You really want to win. However, you can't slander me for no reason just because of this, right? Didn't I take the initiative to quit? She handed the wooden token in her hand to the referees. Her expression was relaxed, but there was a hint of mockery. There shouldn't be anyone left in your academy, right? Who said that there's no one left in Tianlu Academy? A clear voice was suddenly heard. Sun Zhongyan and the others were shocked when they heard the voice. They immediately looked over in surprise. They saw a slender and straight figure standing at the entrance of the arena. Tianlu Academy's Chu Luiyue is here to participate in the competition. Chapter 245. It was Chu Luiyue. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, and their reactions were different. Mu Hongyu and the rest immediately shouted in surprise. Luyu? You're finally here. Chu Luiyue walked toward Tianlu Academy. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but rush over and grab Chu Luiyue's arm. She really wanted to ask Chu Luiyue where she had been for a day and a night, what she had experienced and whether she was injured. However, when she thought of the countless pairs of eyes staring at her, she held it in and stared at her closely. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. Chu Luiyue felt warm inside. Sorry for making you guys worry. Mu Hongyu hurriedly shook her head. It's fine as long as you're fine. Sun Zhongyan couldn't help but size up Chu Luiyue. After confirming that she was fine, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Luiyue smiled and said, Something happened earlier. I was delayed by something yesterday. I wonder if I can continue with the competition? Sun Zhongyan immediately said, Yes. Of course. Although there were only 2 hours left and Chu Luiyue's chances of winning were slim, he still blurted out when he saw how calm she was. I don't think so. Cheng Han suddenly said coldly with a frown. The competition is about to end. How can she continue with the competition now? Since she's late, she has already lost the right to continue. Sun Zhongyan retorted. Brother Cheng Han, the Qing Jiao competition doesn't have such a rule, right? Luyu might be late, but the competition isn't over yet. Furthermore, she did sign up earlier. How can she not continue with the competition? Cheng Han hated Chu Luiyue to the core. Stopping her from participating was a subconscious action. When he heard Sun Zhongyan's defense, he sneered. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. If she continued to participate in the competition today, what would happen if others followed suit in the future? Wouldn't that be chaos? Sun Zhongyan laughed. That may not be the case. Among the people present, there probably weren't many who would participate in the competition with only 2 hours left, right? In my opinion, this is not a violation of the rules. Instead, it is a display of determination. Cheng Han choked. In terms of eloquence, Sun Zhongyan was the best. He could even turn black into white. Seeing this, Fu Yunshan also disagreed and said, That's right. Brother Zhongyan, no matter how you put it, allowing her to participate in the competition with such little time remaining is truly somewhat inappropriate. Sun Zhongyan put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Could it be that Brother Yunshan is afraid that Luyu will overtake your students in the last 2 hours? Fu Yunshan's face stiffened. This was a blatant provocation. However, it was really useful. If he still disagreed, wouldn't he be indirectly admitting that his student was inferior to Chu Luiyue? He snorted coldly. Since you've said so, I naturally have no reason to object. However, this is the only time. Sun Zhongyan then looked at Cheng Han. What do you think, Brother Cheng Han? Even Fu Yunshan had agreed. If he still objected, he would appear even more petty. Cheng Han waved his sleeves. Since you insist, go ahead. I really don't believe that Chu Luiyue, a stage 2 Shen master, can do anything. Situ Xingqian glanced at Chu Luiyue and felt uneasy for some reason. Mentor, are we really going to allow her to continue participating just like that? This doesn't seem appropriate, right? So what if it's inappropriate? Can't you see that Sun Zhongyan is clearly trying to help Chu Luiyue? Chu Luiyue doesn't seem to be his disciple, but for some reason he cares a lot about Chu Luiyue. As Cheng Han spoke, the corners of his lips twitched in disdain. It's probably because he saw that their academy doesn't have anyone else who can participate, so he thought of a way to make up for it. However, it's really wishful thinking to let Chu Luiyue help them regain their face. Let's just watch the show. If Chu Luiyue can't even solve the first round, it'll be the biggest joke. Seeing that the two of them had relented, Sun Zhongyan felt more at ease. Chu Luiyue said gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Sunday." Sun Zhongyan waved his hands. "What's there to thank me for? Just go up. There are only 2 hours left before the competition. You just have to do your best. Don't think too much about the rest." Actually, he didn't have much hope in his heart. Chu Luiyue lightly nodded. "I'll definitely do my best." After saying that, she walked to the side of the referee and took her wooden token. Xianxia furrowed her brows and looked at her. As she ranked behind Chu Luiyue in the warrior competition the day before, Xianxia was both jealous and fearful of Chu Luiyue. When she saw the small red ball squatting on Chu Luiyue's shoulder, she was a little fearful, so her attitude naturally wasn't as arrogant as when she was with Si Ting. She forced herself to maintain a calm expression. "I thought that you wouldn't come to the Xian Master competition today since you won first place in the warrior competition." Chu Luiyue glanced at her lightly and her lips curved up slightly. "Why wouldn't I come? If I didn't come, how would I be able to see such a good show?" As she spoke, her gaze seemed to sweep past Xianxua's hand. Xianxua was shocked. Could it be that Chu Luiyue knew? How could that be? She did it so silently that even the judges standing at the side didn't notice. Chu Luiyue had just returned, so how could she have seen it? She must be tricking her. Xianxua revealed a somewhat stiff smile. "I couldn't tell that you and Si Ting seem to be quite close. Do you also think that I did something that caused his failure?" Chu Luiyue smiled even more deeply. "This has nothing to do with friendship. It has to do with judgment." She seemed to have a headache as she tapped her eyes. "My eyes can't bear to see dirty things." Xianxua shuddered for no reason. The temperature was just right and Chu Luiyue was smiling in front of her, but she suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of her feet. It was as if she had seen through everything. She looked away nervously and guiltily as if she didn't want to say anything more. She turned around and left. Chu Luiyue stared at her back view for a while and found it funny. She really didn't know whether to call Xianxua stupid or stupid. Did she really think that no one would notice her dirty tricks? But now was not the time to pursue this. She quickly retracted her gaze and walked towards the stage. She met Si Ting. The two of them looked at each other. Si Ting's expression was a little complicated. Finally he said, "Be careful. Just do your best." Chu Luiyue nodded with a smile. This time Si Ting was indeed a pity. According to his true abilities he could definitely get first place. Unfortunately, the despicable Xianxua appeared halfway. The two of them brushed past each other. Chu Luiyue found her position according to the number on the wooden board. On the chessboard there weren't even any chess pieces placed. Everything seemed to have not been started yet. She held her breath and focused. With a light twist of her wrist, the lines on the chessboard changed. The first round immediately appeared in front of her. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 246. I really don't know what Chu Luiyue is thinking. Why is she participating at this time? There are only 2 hours left. What else can she do? Yeah. Xing Yiming and Su Bai are both true geniuses, but they also spent nearly a day to solve the 4th round and enter the final round. Isn't she just making a fool of herself by coming here now? So, you have to think for Tianlu Academy. They only have Chu Luiyue left now. Only one? You're saying it as if she can really win, haha. Almost everyone was not optimistic about Chu Luiyue. Even the people from Tianlu Academy were worried. Although no one said anything, the atmosphere was very solemn. This was especially so after seeing Si Ting return. Even Si Yang, who was always jumpy, did not dare to go forward and say anything. He could only obediently stay at the side and try his best to reduce his presence. He could not casually provoke Big Brother in his current mood. He clasped his hands together and started praying sincerely in his heart. Damn pervert, you must get first place. You must get first place. Suddenly there was a commotion around the arena. Si Yang turned his head in surprise and saw that everyone was looking at Chu Luiyue with subtle expressions. He followed their gazes and immediately saw that a star had lit up on the stone platform in front of Chu Luiyue. *CK. Si Yang rubbed his eyes hard and looked at it carefully again. That's right. Chu Luiyue had really solved the first round. She had entered the second round. Isn't this too fast? She was called a damn pervert, but she was really that perverted. Not only Yang, but everyone in the arena was stunned by Chu Liyue's extraordinary speed. Wait, did I see wrongly? Chu Liyue has actually solved the first Shen formation? No, you didn't see wrongly. I think so too. It seems to be true. It can't be. Didn't she just go up? Although the difficulty increases with each level, the first round shouldn't be so easy to solve, right? Didn't you trap a lot of people just now? How did she do it? This commotion also attracted the attention of Xing Yiming and Su Bai. Both of them turned to look at Chu Liyue. The first star had indeed lit up on the stone platform in front of her. As for her, her expression was still calm and collected, as if she didn't realize what a shocking thing she had just done. To be able to be so calm, he was either too focused or he already had a card up his sleeve. Su Bai's expression was a little playful, but his eyes were a little more solemn. Xing Yiming frowned slightly, and an inexplicable sense of irritation arose in his heart. From the first to the fourth stage he had always been the first to clear it. However, even for him he still spent an entire incense stick's worth of time on the first stage. However, Chu Liyue seemed to have only glanced at it once before he unlocked it. Chu Liyue was only a level 2 mystic cultivator, so logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for him to be this fast. Could it be that the first stage was a Shen formation that she had seen before? It seemed that this was the only reason that could explain how she could solve the first stage so quickly. Xing Yiming suppressed the irritation in his heart and laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. He was really too nervous. Even if Chu Liyue had coincidentally unlocked the first stage, there were still the second, third, and fourth stages. These 2 hours were simply not enough for her to catch up to him. Thinking of this, he felt slightly more at ease. However, not long after, a familiar sound sounded again. Bang. That was the sound of a Shen formation being unlocked. Xing Yiming's heart trembled, and he almost subconsciously turned around. Sure enough, he saw that the second star had already lit up on the stone platform in front of Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue had actually successfully passed the second stage. The spectators became even more restless. The first stage was simple, so it was understandable, but how could she even unlock the second stage so quickly? This speed had already beaten everyone in the competition today. At this time, Qing Han already felt that something was wrong. He could not help but look at Sun Zhongyan with a face full of suspicion. How could a mere level 2 mystic cultivator solve it so quickly? Could it be that she coincidentally saw a similar Shen formation before? Sun Zhongyan naturally understood what he meant, and his expression turned serious. What? Brother Qing Han, are you suspecting that I saw through the questions? Of course not. Brother Zhongyan has always been honest. Why would you do such a despicable thing? I'm just a little curious. How could Chu Liyue be so successful? Sun Zhongyan was so angry that he laughed instead. He raised his voice and said, although the chessboard used for the Shen Master competition was provided by our Tianlu Academy, the 5 Shen formations used in the competition were jointly decided by the 3 academies. If there's a possibility that I saw through the questions, then Brother Qing Han and Brother Yunshan must be involved as well, right? Fu Yunshan immediately said, Brother Zhongyan, don't misunderstand. Brother Zhongyan, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. However, I'm also a little curious. How exactly did Chu Liyue solve it so quickly? Sun Zhongyan sneered. What else can it be? Of course it's because she's talented. This answer was so self-righteous that Fu Yunshan and Qing Han did not know how to reply for a while. Seeing that the two of them still wanted to argue, Sun Zhongyan shook his sleeves. If your students can't do it, can't others do it? This sentence completely shut the two of them up. 15 minutes passed very quickly. Bang! A familiar sound rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the third star was already shining brightly on the stone platform in front of Chu Liyue. The originally restless crowd gradually quietened down. At this point they finally realized that Chu Liyue did not solve the Shen formation so quickly because of luck. Sun Zhongyan's words turned out to be true. Her innate talent was really rare. Chu Liyue calmly watched the chess pieces on the chessboard change. Very quickly the fourth Shen formation appeared. This time the people who had all sorts of suspicions completely shut their mouths. If Chu Liyue was not considered a genius, then no one would dare to call themselves that. Now they were only concerned about one thing, whether Chu Liyue could solve the 4th and 5th levels in the remaining hour. First place. The smile on Su Bai's face had already disappeared. Xing Yiming's hand, which was holding a chess piece, also began to tremble slightly. Even without looking back they could guess what had happened. Now they could only hope that Chu Liyue would not continue to catch up. Clack. Chu Luiyue placed a chess piece. The two of them were shocked. She actually started to solve the fourth level so quickly? Immediately after, the sound of chess pieces landing on the chessboard could be heard. Chu Luiyue's movements were smooth, and each sound was like a death sentence, echoing in the ears of Xing Yiming and Cheng Han. If one looked carefully, fine beads of sweat had already seeped out of their foreheads. No, they had to solve the last few steps quickly. However, the more they thought about it, the harder it was to succeed. On the contrary, Chu Luiyue's movements behind them paused and she quieted down. Xing Yiming and Cheng Han looked at each other and then turned back to look. Chu Luiyue was holding a chess piece and looking at the two of them with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. With that, she placed the chess piece with a bang. Bang. The fourth star lit up at the same time. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 247. Everyone stared intently at Chu Luiyue and the 4 stars that lit up in front of her. She had actually solved 4 stages consecutively and reached the last stage in such a short period of time. As long as she could solve the last Shen formation successfully, she would be the first Shen master. Previously, everyone had thought that Chu Luiyue entering the competition with only 2 hours left was a joke. Now they finally understood that Chu Luiyue had come prepared. She clearly had the ability to fight for first place. Finally, someone could not sit still any longer. Brother Zhongyan, shouldn't you give us an explanation now? Cheng Han's face was cold and he looked like he was looking for trouble. Let's not talk about the first 3 stages. The 4th stage is a level 4 Shen formation. Chu Luiyue is only a level 2 Shen master. How could she solve it? And so quickly? I request that Chu Luiyue be examined immediately. Fu Yunshan glanced at him. Although he did not say anything, he was clearly skeptical about this matter. Sun Zhongyan knew what he was thinking and immediately refused. The competition is not over yet. How can we stop? If Brother Cheng Han must be examined, then the other 2 will have to be examined too. Cheng Han sneered. I'm not the only one. Even the others here are suspicious of Chu Luiyue. How could a mere level 2 Shen master be so capable? Even if she was talented, she would not be able to do this. How do you know that she would not be able to do this? Not only was Sun Zhongyan not angry, but he also looked around and revealed a meaningful smile. Everyone may have heard that Lu Yu only entered Tianlu Academy 2 months ago. However, there is one thing that you might not know. Lu Yu only started cultivating as a Shen master after she entered the academy. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, he snorted. This means that Lu Yu only used 2 months to go from an ordinary person to a level 2 Shen master. Everyone was dead silent. Their eyes were filled with shock. Sun Zhongyan's words were too impactful and shocking. Impossible. Cheng Han was the first to react and immediately refuted. How is it impossible? Everyone in the Imperial City has heard about this. Our academy's elders, teachers, and even students can testify. Sun Zhongyan smiled like a sly old fox. Could it be that so many people are saying the same thing just to help Chu Luiyue cover up her lie? Cheng Han was instantly speechless and his mind went blank. In reality, he knew that since Sun Zhongyan dared to say this in public, it must be true. At the very least, he could confirm that what he said was true. He could not help but look at Chu. There was such a huge commotion around her, but she, the person involved, seemed to be completely unaffected by it. She continued to break the profound formation with a calm expression. The uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Of the Shen masters. Of Shen master. If you still have any doubts after the competition, it won't be difficult to conduct an inspection. Of Cheng Han. Of course. Of Zoff the Shen master. Cheng Han did not speak for a long time. Fu Yunshan was also shocked for a long time. After thinking about it, he could only hope that Xing Yiming could solve the last level before Chu Luiyue. Wishes were beautiful, but things often went against one's wishes. Fu Yunshan quickly realized that Xing Yiming's condition was not very good. He sat there and stared at the chessboard, but he did not move for a long time. Even Su Bai, who was beside him, had already started to solve the last level, but Xing Yiming did not seem to have any clue. Fu Yunshan knew Xing Yiming very well. When he saw him like this, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Xing Yiming was good at everything except for one thing: he was too arrogant. He wanted to do his best in everything. If he lost to someone occasionally, he would enter the academy's library and study the Shen formation. He would often not come out for a day and a night. For this Qingjiao competition, he had prepared for a long time before the competition and was determined to get first place. But now, Chu Luiyue's appearance had obviously put a lot of pressure on him. Shi Wanwan had already returned to her seat, but when she saw the situation in the arena, her heart was in her mouth again. She really should not have left so early. If she had known that there was still Chu Luiyue, she would have eliminated her first. But it was too late to say anything now. She did not know if Xing Yiming could be stabilized. Click. Chu Luiyue placed another piece. There was a slight fluctuation on the chessboard in front of her. Xing Yiming and Su Bai knew very well what this fluctuation meant. Chu Luiyue had found the correct solution. As long as she was given more time, she might really be able to get first place before them. Su Bai also followed up with a piece. The same fluctuation immediately appeared on his chessboard. Xing Yiming looked at him in shock. Su Bai just smiled and ignored him. This smile immediately made Xing Yiming realize that Su Bai had been hiding his strength all this time. Su Bai was always behind him every time. He originally thought that it was because of the difference in strength, but he did not expect that whether it was Si Ting, Su Bai or Chu Luiyue who had appeared now, they all seemed to be stronger than him. He thought that he was the most outstanding one and had been advancing triumphantly. In reality he was just a joke in their eyes. If he lost this time, Xing Yiming clenched the chess piece in his hand tightly as his body tensed up. He tried hard to see the lines on the chessboard in front of him, but he was so anxious that he could not focus at all. As for thinking, there was no need to mention it. If this continued, click. Su Bai was one step ahead. Chu Luiyue followed closely behind. They placed a piece almost at the same time. Hearing their movements, Xing Yiming's hand trembled slightly, and he actually crushed the chess piece. This small commotion immediately attracted the attention of many people. For a moment, discussions broke out. Xing Yiming felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Chu Luiyue looked up and glanced at him indifferently as the corners of his mouth curled up. Even if someone like Xing Yiming had some talent, he would not be able to go far on the path of a Xian master. Sure enough, Xing Yiming took a deep breath and wanted to pick up another chess piece. However, his hand trembled so much that it took him a while to pick up the chess piece. He looked at the chessboard in frustration. In a moment of anxiousness, he actually placed the chess piece in a random position. The chessboard shook violently. Xing Yiming was shocked. He had made a wrong move and this game was ruined. Sensing the chaotic energy on the chessboard, an extremely dangerous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Immediately, his hand swept across the chessboard uncontrollably. The chessboard was in chaos. The energy on the Xian array immediately exploded and rushed out in all directions. Chu Luiyue's eyes sharpened as he picked up the chessboard. Digression. Why am I either sleeping early or losing sleep? I'm really drunk. I already owe 4 updates today. The remaining updates are at noon. I have to find time to make up for what I owe. Asterisk sob asterisk sob asterisk sob asterisk sob asterisk sob asterisk. Chapter 248. Su Bai realized that something was wrong and quickly got up as well, but he was still a step too late. Crash. The chessboard in front of him was affected by the force of Xing Yiming's attack and instantly flipped over. The Xian array, which had been partially cracked, became a mess in the blink of an eye. Su Bai's face instantly turned pale. Xing Yiming did it on purpose. He knew that he was no match for them, but he took the opportunity to destroy their Xian array and forcefully stop the competition. He glared fiercely at Xing Yiming. Xing Yiming was the closest and was affected the most. He fell directly to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, when he saw the chess pieces scattered on the ground from the corner of his eye, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This time no one could continue. The sudden situation in the arena immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fu Yunshan's expression changed when he saw Xing Yiming's reaction. What's going on? A guilty look appeared on Xing Yiming's face. Didin, I'm sorry. It's all because of my mistake. It's easy for you to say. Now that Su Bai's chessboard is destroyed, what should we do? How are you going to compensate him? Cheng Han was already in a bad mood. He could not hold back his anger when he saw this situation. He saw clearly that Su Bai was successfully cracking the Xian array, but he was interrupted by Xing Yiming. As a Xian master, you should know how much energy it takes to crack a Xian array. Now all of this has been ruined by you. Their academy's last hope was on Su Bai. It did not matter if Xing Yiming was useless, but he actually dared to drag Su Bai down with him. Sun Zhongyan frowned and said, since it's like this, I'm afraid the competition will be temporarily suspended. However, Cheng Han was unwilling. The competition was going well, how can it be suspended just like that? The progress of the previous 3 people was already different. If it was restarted, it would be too unfair. He originally thought that Chu Luiyue was already troublesome enough, but he did not expect Xing Yiming to be so troublesome. Sun Zhongyan was also in a bad mood. Everyone could see that Xing Yiming was starting to fall behind. Lu Yu originally had hopes of competing with Su Bai. Now that they had to redo it, Lu Yu would be at a disadvantage. This lass had been competing for the past few days and had gone off to some unknown place last night. Now, she had directly rushed over to continue participating in the Mystic Master competition. Only the heavens knew how long that small body could last. If it weren't for the fact that they were the organizers of the Qingjiao competition, he would have definitely caused a ruckus. Fu Yunshan was the most guilty. But since it had already come to this point, it would be wrong to retreat. He coughed and said, "This matter is indeed Yiming's fault. But now that things have come to this, I'm afraid we really can't continue. Why don't we let the children rest for a while, and we'll come up with a new profound formation test?" Sun Zhongyin and Qing Han fell silent. Now that things had turned out this way, this was probably the only suitable compromise. Sun Zhongyin hesitated. "Since that's the case, let's do as Brother Yunshan says." Actually, he had some selfish motives in his heart. He was worried that Chu Luiyue wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous rotation. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to rest, it might not be a bad idea. Sheng Yiming lowered his head and slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, a sense of joy and pride emerged in his heart. If he were to start over, he might not necessarily lose to those two. "Hold on," Chu Liwei, who had been standing at the side without saying anything, suddenly spoke. She stared at Sun Zhongyin and said word by word, "Elder Sun, I request for the competition to continue." Everyone looked at her in unison, their gazes strange. The competition had already become like this. How could it continue? Even Sun Zhongyin was in a difficult position. He tried to persuade Lu Yu, "I understand how you feel, but the chessboard is already destroyed. There's no way to continue the competition." "My chessboard isn't destroyed yet." Chu Luiyue calmly said this sentence, but it immediately stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. "What? Are you serious?" Sun Zhongyin exclaimed in shock. Sheng Yiming also suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue opened the chessboard in her arms. The chess pieces on it didn't move at all. Even the ripples produced by the half-broken Shen formation were the same as before. Her chessboard was indeed in perfect condition. Sun Zhongyin was surprised and delighted. He never expected that Chu Luiyue could actually protect her chessboard in that situation just now. Okay. Since your chessboard isn't damaged, there's naturally no reason to stop the competition. It's just that the others..." Sheng Yiming did not say anything, but Su Bai was really wronged. When the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would suffer. It did not seem good to let Chu Luiyue continue the competition alone. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly and asked, "Elder Sun, you can repair this chessboard, right?" Sun Zhongyin was taken aback. "Of course. What do you mean?" "Please help Su Bai with his chessboard. When it's repaired, I'll continue the competition with him at the same time." Sun Zhongyin's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of that? "Su Bai, do you remember how far you've gone just now?" Su Bai nodded. "That's good. It should take half a quarter of an hour to repair it. This way the competition would not be delayed and it would be fair enough for everyone." With that said, he raised his hand and Su Bai's chessboard flew toward him. A stream of light flickered on his fingertips, and the chaotic lines on the chessboard quickly became clear. Su Bai watched from the side and carefully explained where he had cracked the chessboard previously. Sun Zhongyin's movements were extremely fast, and the entire chessboard was restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. After checking it, he returned the chessboard to Su Bai. "Take a look and see if it's done properly." Su Bai took it with both hands, carefully checked it, and bowed to Sun Zhongyin with a serious expression. "Thank you, Elder Sunday." After that, he looked at Chu Luiyue and nodded. "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's just a fair competition. I don't want people to say that I won unfairly." Chu Luiyue smiled faintly and found a new seat to sit down. Su Bai did not say anything more. However, his impression of Chu Luiyue had greatly changed. Sheng Yiming was left in place. He was stunned for a while. Seeing that the two were about to start, he suddenly jumped up in panic. "Wait a minute. My chessboard hasn't recovered yet." Even if they wanted to continue the competition, they had to wait for him to pack up, right? How could it be so sudden? Chu Liwei rested her chin on one hand and gave him a lazy look. She smiled faintly. "If I remember correctly, your Shen array collapsed just now because you cracked it wrongly, right? According to the rules, this seems to be considered elimination?" Although she did not continue, everyone could hear the meaning behind her words. As a person who had already been eliminated, how could he still have the nerve to continue standing here? Sheng Yiming's words were suddenly stuck in his throat, and his face was full of excitement. Mobile users, Please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network.